All right, welcome to the 13th Philippine Shrimp Congress happening online, together with our distinguished guests, speakers, moderators, panelists, and sponsors. Let's start the Congress by honoring our Maker through this invocation. And may we ask everyone to observe silence as we listen to the Philippine national anthem.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang magiliw, kaya sa silanganan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, kuya ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisingil, sa nagatak tutok sa simoy at sa
All right, mabuhay and good morning, everyone. I am Nicole and I will be your host for this annual Shrimp Congress. And it is an honor to be here, invited here today to learn and gain more knowledge by utilizing our new normal way of networking despite this pandemic. And to open our Congress, may we call in Mr. Roberto O. Gatuslao, the President of PhilShrimp and NPPC, to give us his welcoming address.
Good morning, everyone, and warm greetings to all of you. As Pilsrem President, I virtually welcome you to this 13th Philippine Shrimp Congress. Thank you, Senator Cynthia Villar, the senator who chairs the Committee of Agriculture, for his effort in supporting every Congress we have in the Philippine Shrimp. Thank you also to the Secretary William Dar for his continued support to the industry, and Director Eduardo Gunguna, who likewise gave special effort to sustain the existence of the shrimp industry. Admittedly, this event would not have been possible without your agency's involvement and generosity. Word can capture the gratitude I wish to convey. This year's theme, Philippine Shrimp, its paradigm shift to new normal, is timely for the shrimp industry adapting to its new reality and trying to get connected with the different industry sector and the government. The pandemic has transformed us to something we never imagined. As we face this global health crisis, challenges abound and we become anxious of what's going to happen. This highlighted the importance of embracing digital transformation for the shrimp industry to build a coordinated response in dealing with the concern and challenges. Let us be determined to keep on learning despite the hindrances. To be competitive, we must carefully exercise our strategic abilities and outperform or just even be at par with our neighbors. The topics that have been organized for the next 3 days, ensuring new information and experiences with renowned speaker and expert in their respected fields, will be discussed topics of concern and related issues vital to sustainability and competitiveness. Come also and visit the virtual booth of our valued sponsor and exhibitors who supported the industry in various ways. I would not miss also this chance to express my big thanks to the organizer who have mastered the skill with unifying flow and making every Pilsrim Congress a success. I'll start with Abby and John, who we also matched from 1996 to the present. They never failed to exert their best and selfish commitment. Director Rowen Ilonga and Assistant Regional Director Emilian Flores of DOST Region 6, thank you also. And Mr. Dan Balyao of SEPDEC, my friend, and SEPDEC are very cooperative with Philsrem in Region 6. My Philsrem directors for their continuous effort in supporting this Congress, together with the Vice President Jake Vergara. Mr. Jake Vergara has been successful in many events of its life. And my cohesive Negros Front directors, thank you also with Roslyn Ocero, our NPPC manager. Our Congress Chairman Norberto Chuanco for being so generous with his time, and also to the special people, sponsor, exhibitor, speaker, and participant. None of us can say with uncertainty when we'll get back to normal. When will this be over? Some of us did not make it being in this virtual event. Some have fallen. Remember, Pelstream Director Attorney Herman Cruz, who passed away. Our deepest condolence to his family and to you, Attorney Herman Cruz. We pray that the Lord will give you everything that your soul may rest in peace. Amid COVID-19 pandemic compelled us to reconfigure our strategies with urgency, but with uncertainty. And oftentimes beyond our capacity to cope. Shrimp prices were significantly low few months ago, but there is now an uptrend. This pandemic has an unnerving impact, but we are capable, strong, and resilient. We may not be able to control the situation, but we could rise above these challenging times. COVID-19, this too shall pass. Take heart. We have someone stronger than this challenge, our Almighty God. At the end of the day, what we all need is faith, hope, and strength. Again, welcome and enjoy experiencing your industry first virtual Congress. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that wonderful message, Mr. Roberto Gatuslao. A few message from our distinguished guest for today, from Undersecretary Mercedita A. Zumbilia, National Economic and Development Authority Regional Development Group.
DOF Secretary Carlos Dominguez, DA Secretary William Dar, Undersecretary Cheryl Marie Caballero, DFAR Director Eduardo Gongona, Philippine Shrimp Industry Incorporated President Negrense Roberto Gatuslao, our partners in the shrimp industry and in the academy, colleagues in government, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant day to all. I would like to thank the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources and its partners for inviting the National Economic and Development Authority to deliver a message for this 13th National Shrimp Congress with the theme Philippine Shrimp Farming, its paradigm shift to the new normal. Shrimp farming in the Philippines is a multi-million industry that began as an incidental harvest in brackish water ponds for milkfish. The popularization of black tiger prawn in Japan in the mid-1970s provided the impetus for the shrimp farming to make inroads in the country even before the 1980s. It is in the early 1990s that the industry peaked when shrimp and prawn export reached a value of 273 million US dollars in 1991, and local production was highest at 133,486 metric tons in 1993. Bacterial outbreaks followed that devastated numerous shrimp breeding facilities. The volume of shrimp and prawn production has been decreasing since then, with an annual average of only 67,528,000 metric tons from 2015, a stark contrast to the production level in the 1990s. However, more recent statistics will still show shrimp and prawn to be a key player in the country's exports. It ranked 24th in 2020 with a free on board value of 213 million US dollars. It also accounted for about 20.5% of total value of aquaculture production. The opportunity for the subsector to expand is enormous, considering the archipelagic nature of the country, with vast areas still untapped for shrimp culture and production. Harnessing this available area for production can increase the potential contribution of shrimp industry to aquaculture, which has until now been dominated by milkfish and tilapia. Expanding the shrimp and prawn production area is one part of the challenge. Other challenges have to be hurdled as well. The decline in the production volume has been attributed to the long-standing issues that shrimp industry continues to confront with. Among these issues are the persistence of diseases such as white spot disease that increase the mortality rate of shrimp, high cost of inputs, especially feeds, which weaken the competitiveness of the industry, unsustainable aquaculture practices that negatively impact the environmental quality and ecological integrity of the natural resources where shrimps are harvested and farmed, and vulnerability of the fisheries and aquaculture sector to extreme weather conditions and climate change impacts. The most recent challenge relates to the COVID-19 pandemic that affected demand of commodities like shrimp and prawn. The community quarantines that affected local value chains hampered access of both consumers and producers to markets, especially of fresh foods. These include the demand for fishery products from institutional buyers of hotels, restaurants, and similar other establishments, where sizable volume of these commodities are channeled. The pandemic likewise disrupted international trade activities and reduced global demand for most traded goods and services. This contributed to the sharp contraction in the country's shrimp and prawn exports by 52.9% in 2020 compared to the previous year. Fortunately, the trade of shrimp and prawn has started to show signs of recovery this year. Notwithstanding, the disasters and pandemics present to us an opportunity for the government and industry to rethink and redesign existing production, marketing, and distribution systems alongside pertinent regulations to be more resilient and responsive to future shocks. The updated Philippine Development Plan 2017-2022 correspondingly emphasized the achievement of food security and resiliency in the new normal as one of its priorities. Sustainable and resilient production and food availability are to be ensured. Sustainable and resilient production and food availability are to be ensured by intensifying research, development, and extension activities and capacitating farmers and fisher folks to adopt new and better technologies and adhere to good manufacturing services. Capacitating farmers and fisher folks to adopt new and better technologies and adhere to good manufacturing practices and other food safety standards and requirements. Access to markets need to be expanded by strengthening the sector's linkage to the industry sector and providing efficient transport and logistics systems to link production areas to markets. Several institutions like the Southeast Asian Fisheries Development Center, Aquaculture Department, or SIFDEC AQD, and the Department of Science and Technology's Philippine Council for Agriculture, Aquatic, and Natural Resources Research and Development, or PICARD, have been able to develop various technologies that test and disinfect viruses that infect swine farms, boost production, and minimize waste and pollution from usual production practices. The government, led by the BIFAR, also implements projects to capacitate our fisheries sector. These include the development and dissemination of knowledge products and aquaculture technologies and techniques through online platforms and videos that individuals can access at the comfort of their homes. The Department of Agriculture, in partnership with local government units in the private sector, continues to assist in bringing fishery products closer to consumers through the implementation of the Market on Wheels and the ISDA on the go as part of the Kadiwa ni Ani at Kita project. While the resource potential is available, new production and marketing technologies within reach for enhanced resilience against diseases and disasters, and measures to strengthen the marketing prospects of shrimp, prawn, and other agricultural commodities, ramping up all these efforts for the subsector to recapture its glorious days in the 1990s and 2000s. will need government to collaborate and partner with the private sector, the academe, and research institutions, and other stakeholders. This joint effort of the BIFAR and the Field Shrimp is an excellent platform to learn and understand not only the available technologies, the sustainable business models and best practices in the shrimp industry from various researchers, academicians, and business practitioners, but also on how to collaborate and partner effectively and efficiently. We hope that this partnership will thrive, especially as the country endeavors to recover and build back better from this pandemic. Magandang araw at maraming salamat po.
Sorry. Sorry, I was mute earlier. Thank you very much, Undersecretary Mercedita A. Sumbilia. A certificate of appreciation is hereby given to the Undersecretary Mercedita A. Sumbilia in recognition of her invaluable support during the 30th Phil Shrimp Congress, given the 9th day of November 2021, signed by Norberto Chinquanco, Congress Chairman, and Roberto Gatuslao, President of Phil Shrimp. And joining us today is Undersecretary Cheryl Marie Natividad Caballero of Agri-Industrialization and Fisheries, Department of Agriculture.
To the President of the Field Shrimp and NPCC, Mr. Roberto Gatuslao, um, the Chairman of the 13th Philippine Shrimp Congress, Mr. Norberto Chinquanco, who is also a newly elected member also of the National Fisheries and Aquatic Resource Management Council, to the Honorable Cynthia Villar, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Agriculture and Food and the Senate Committee on Environment and Natural Resources, my colleagues from the government service, Undersecretary Mercedita Sombilia of the National Economic and Development Authority, uh, Honorable Wilfredo Mark Inverga, Chairman of the Committee on Agriculture and Food, House of Representatives. Our director, national director of the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, Director Eduardo Gongona, to the participants of this Shrimp Congress, from the academe, from the business sector, and from the processors and all the partners in the shrimp industry development. Isang magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. I am delivering this message in behalf of our Secretary, Dr. William Dar, who will be delivering the closing remarks for this Congress um, due to some conflict of schedule. Uh, Allow me to take cognizance of the importance of this Philippine Shrimp Congress. which is organized by the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources every 2 years in partnership with the Philippine Shrimp Industry Incorporated and in cooperation with the Negros Prawn Producers Cooperative, the Department of Science and Technology in Region 6, the Southeast Asian Fisheries Development Center, Aquaculture Division, headed by Mr. Dan here, um, as well as the Department of Trade and Industry. The 13th Shrimp Industry Congress, with the theme Philippine Shrimp Farming, its paradigm shift to the new normal, is one important platform to bring in all the stakeholders together via virtual meetings. And I understand we have 1,000 to 1,500 participants and exhibitors expected in this event. The Congress aims to gather all stakeholders in all segments of the shrimp industry, from the hatchery operators to the input suppliers, growers in the production segment, processors engaged in value addition, traders in the final sale segment, as well as government agencies, research institutions, and academe to work together to make a successful shrimp industry in the country. It also features important areas in terms of bringing in technological innovations to increase production and business matching for better market linkages. We take cognizance also of the economic contribution of the shrimp industry as one of the major commodities in the country, next to bangus, shellfish, and tilapia. The Philippines has been ranked fourth top producer of shrimp in Southeast Asia and eighth in the world. This important accomplishment is contributed by the production generated by monodon and vanami production, which totals to 64,578 metric tons in 2020. And 8% of this is being exported, while 92% is consumed locally. Monodon producing provinces are Pampanga, Lanao del Norte, Camarines Norte, Pangasinan, and Misamis Occidental. And we look forward to strengthening more government partnership with you, particularly those in the private sector, to level up the production and help you achieve a more competitive status in your businesses, as we aim to also provide similar support to the improvement of Baname in Sarangani, Cebu, Zambales, Cagayan, and Bohol, and other emerging areas in the country. To the participation of the registered hatcheries, which has totaled to 93, including the larval rearing facilities in the country, which are very important sources of your shrimp for grow out. We also have 1,812 registered and accredited grow-out farms and 37 processors and 7 traders. So this is an important starting point to ensure that the participation of these stakeholders are properly noted and supported by the Department of Agriculture through the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. The agro-industrialization of the shrimp industry is one of the important areas that the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources is now working on. We look at connecting these vital stages of pre-production, production, post-harvest, and processing to market connectivity. We see that the agro-industrialization of the shrimp industry, and the Department of Agriculture's mechanism to pump prime the strategy in terms of supporting the development of agro-industrial business corridors as a platform to engage stakeholders and solicit strong private sector investments in key development areas to achieve masaganang ani at mataas na kita. ABCs are specially defined growth corridors that connects vital infrastructure, government investments, and private sector-led enterprises towards a more efficient and diverse agriculture and fisheries value chain. So, corollary to this, it now requires support, no, to strategic investments in the following areas. One is the establishment of the aquabusiness incubation facility and linking shrimp schools, no, to provide and develop technically skilled operators and workers. I think we have one in Habong, Jabong, Samar. We also look forward to working on broodstock multiplication center for Vanamay, as well as the Monodon hatchery in Mercedes Camarines Norte, as well as the establishment of additional shrimp nurseries to be funded by the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. This will help our partners, particularly the private sector, to have a supporting mechanism in developing their businesses relative to their ability to connect to the value chain. The activities also that are being supported by the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources through the National Shrimp Production Program includes the following: massive education and information campaign, shrimp disease surveillance, monitoring and reporting, conduct of Shrimp Congress in collaboration with Phil Shrimp, um, providing technical assistance as well as online trainings on the fundamentals of shrimp aquaculture or HIPON online, and webinar on business opportunities or Shrimp It Up. We also are now in the final stage of drafting the shrimp industry roadmap and value chain and market assessment. So these are important information that will serve the needs of the industry, and we look forward to more engagements and participation of our private sector partners, as well as also the inclusion of our cooperatives and associations that may want to engage in this thriving business. Uh, Lastly, we would like to extend our support to this Congress, as well as to look forward to a more dynamic engagement with the stakeholders to ensure a food secure and empowered fisher folk and farmers in the program under the agro-industrialization development headed by the championed by the Department of Agriculture. Salamat po at isang mapagpalang araw sa ating lahat.
And thank you very much, Undersecretary Cheryl Marie Natividad Caballero. A certificate of appreciation is hereby given to Undersecretary Cheryl Marie Natividad Caballero in recognition of her invaluable support during the 13th Phil Shrimp Congress, given this 9th day of November 2021. Signed by Norberto Chinquanco, Congress Chairman, and Roberto Gatuslao, President of PhilShrimp. Next, a written message from Honorable Wilfredo Mark M. and Verga, Chairman Committee on Agriculture and Food, House of Representatives, to be read by Mr. Christopher Ko.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. I have the pleasure to read Congressman Enverga's message for the opening ceremony of the 13th Philippine National Shrimp Congress with the theme of Philippine shrimp farming, its paradigm shift to sustainable new normal. It reads as follows. Secretary William D. Dar, Secretary Carlos Sonny G. Dominguez III of the Department of Finance, Madam Senator Cynthia A. Villar, USEC Mercedita A. Sombilia of the NEDA Regional Development Group, USEC Cheryl Marie Natividad Caballero, Director Eduardo B. Gongona, Mr. Roberto O. Gatuslao, President of the Philippine Shrimp Industry, Inc., or PhilShrimp and Chairman of the Negros Prawn Producers Cooperative, or NPPC. Mr. Norberto O. Chinquanco, Chairman of this year's 13th Philippine Shrimp Congress. Officials and staff of the different government agencies, non-government organizations, private sector entities, research groups, academe, and other stakeholders of the Philippine shrimp industry. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am very much gratified to the cordial invitation of the Department of Agriculture's Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources and the Philippine Shrimp Industry Inc. or PhilShrimp. I commend the men and women behind this 13th Philippine National Shrimp Congress, as well as all the stakeholders attending this Congress, to actively participate and give their contributions toward the realization of the objectives and goals of this event. I know this occasion is very significant to each of the stakeholders present here as we hear from the various speakers and resource persons who will spend their time and share their experiences and thoughts with us despite the conditions we are now. This year's Congress is full of significant topics on our effort of coming out a new and post-pandemic paradigm for new normal industry practices of collaboration among stakeholders, enhancing productivity and innovation in the process as we face the many pressing issues and challenges of the time. Of course, it is no doubt that shrimp industry has a substantial contribution in our economy. Shrimp and prawn exports over the past years are included in the major fishery exports and accounts significantly in our aquaculture production. Aquaculture makes important contribution to food security, no less than the UN Food and Agriculture Organization or FAO recognize the role that aquaculture can play in national economic development, global food supply, and achievement of food security, and declared that the sector has the potential to continue to contribute even more to people's livelihood. As one of the fastest growing food producing sectors, aquaculture helps fill the gap between the rising demands for fishery products and the supplies brought by overfishing, environmental degradation, and effect of climate change. Hence, growth of aquaculture, which includes the shrimp and prawn industry, must be continuously sustained, and both the government and private sectors must work hand in hand in order to bring the industry growth to the optimum level amidst the challenges of the current pandemic. A paradigm shift to sustainable new normal for the Philippine shrimp farming is indeed in order, and I hope that the several technical sessions over the 3 days Congress covering multifarious perspectives on shrimp aquaculture in the Philippines will produce this kind of paradigm shift. Our goal should be towards harnessing the gains of the industry in this time of pandemic, but coherent towards achieving food security and improving nutrition. We need to create common understanding about the reality of the current issues and concerns of aquaculture and food security, and ensure that we continue reflecting on the discussions, consider how we can address the problem, and take immediate action. The House of Representatives is a partner of the Department of Agriculture and BIFAR in looking for ways and means that will enable our aquaculture heighten its growth that is responsive to the needs of the country, especially in this time of health and economic crisis. The 18th Congress has more than a dozen legislative proposals on aquaculture and fisheries resources, and I assure the sector that it will continuously hear and enact legislations attuned to the industry's goal and aspirations. Governments should ensure that an effective institutional framework at local and national level, as appropriate, be established for sustainable coastal aquaculture development and management. I hope that the momentum to be built through the intense exchange of ideas in this 13th Philippine National Shrimp Congress will be translated to coordinate efforts to address the challenge of developing strategies for aquaculture and food security. An integrated approach is the key. Let us keep our faith, join our hands, and focus on our goal to realize our dream for strong aquaculture and shrimp industry and the food secure nation. Thank you and God bless us all.
Fredo, Mark, M, and Verga in recognition of his invaluable support um, the 13th Phil Shrimp Congress given this day, 9th of November 2021, signed by Norberto Chinquanco, Congress Chairman, and Roberto Gatuslao, President of Phil Shrimp. And And now, a written message from our Department of Finance Secretary, Carlos Sani Dominguez, to be read by Director Eduardo Gangona.
Oh, good morning. Happy 13th Philippine Shrimp Congress. Inasmuch as the good Secretary Carlos Dominguez of the Department of Finance would like to be with us today in this very important event of the shrimp industry, the 13th Philippine Shrimp Congress, he has an urgent, sudden matters to attend to. Nevertheless, he sent his message as one of the keynote speakers. Let me read the message of the good secretary. But first, let me greet first Mr. Norberto Gatuslao, the president of Phil Shrimp and NPPC, Undersecretary Mercedita A. Sombilla of the National Economic and Development Authority, Regional Development Group, Honorable Wilfredo Mark M. Inverga, Chairman, Committee on Agriculture and Food, House of Representatives, Undersecretary Cheryl Marie Natividad Caballero, Agri-Industrialization and Fisheries of the Department of Agriculture, Undersecretary. May I greet the Honorable Sancha A. Villar, Chairperson, Senate Committee on Agriculture and Food, and Senate Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. And of course, my Secretary of the Department of Agriculture, Honorable William Dulyantidar. May I now read the message of Secretary Dominguez. Please accept my warmest greetings to the 13th Philippine National Shrimp Congress. This biennial forum has been a convergence point for our prawn producers, our agencies supporting the fisheries industry, and our scientific community. This forum has served the prawn industry through the dissemination of cutting-edge knowledge and technical support. It has also been an opportunity to gather feedback from industry players. Over and beyond the technical and market issues, however, our prawn industry faces risks from climate change. This risk comes from the rising sea levels, the warming of our oceans, marine litter mostly from single-use plastics, and the destructions of spawning grounds. We need to build the resiliency of our prawn industry to contain this risk. The Climate Change Commission, of which I am the chairperson designate, is approaching the challenge of mitigation, adaptation, and climate resilience head-on. We have submitted to the Paris Agreement a nationally determined contribution of reducing our greenhouse gas emissions by 75% over the next decade. We will achieve this ambitious target through a comprehensive whole-of-nation approach, especially in addressing the vulnerabilities in agriculture and fisheries. We have put together a national panel of experts with actual work experience on the ground to guide us towards practicable projects in our communities. These experts have the broadest range of disciplines and backgrounds. More than that, they represent all corners of the archipelago. Over the next few years, we will be very busy reducing our carbon footprint and building the resilience of our communities. Our success in mitigating climate change will benefit our fisheries sector and achieve our shared goal of ensuring food security of our people. Thank you very much. The message of Secretary Carlos Dominguez. Okay. Good morning again. And as the Director of the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources of the Department of Agriculture, I will introduce the keynote speaker. But before that, let me just report to you, good morning to all the men and women of the shrimp industry. It is with great honor to present to you some of the major accomplishments of the shrimp industry in this year's Congress. We note that these milestones have resulted from the strong partnership between the government, the members of the industry, and other concerned stakeholders. This event, which made possible through digital technology, which is part of the modernization and digitalization paradigm of the Department of Agriculture, is a good platform to highlight shrimp being one of the major commodities in fisheries, made our country the fourth top producer of shrimp in Southeast Asia and eighth in the world. The fisheries industry is moving towards aquaculture. The annual average growth rate from year 2000 to 2020 of shrimp is positive 2.4%. Based on a 5-year data trend, number of registered hatcheries is generally increasing, which shows that shrimp production is promising in the next years to come. Currently, there are 93 registered and accredited hatcheries and larval rearing facilities in the country, and 1,812 registered and accredited grow-out farms. A total of 37 processors and 7 traders are also recorded by the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. The DABFAR continue to provide interventions for the shrimp industry through provisions of technical assistance, post-larval distribution, establishment of shrimp school, monitoring and surveillance to prevent occurrence of diseases, massive education and information campaign through information, education and communication and publications, and other assistance for the improvement of the sector. And recently, the DABFAR completed the shrimp hatchery and broodstock development center at Bongabong, Mindoro Oriental. With that, may I introduce our keynote speaker. We are gathered here today to highlight and give certain center stage to one of the most important and most prolific industries in the Philippine fisheries, the shrimp industry. As we ease into the ceremony, I am both grateful and honored to introduce to everyone our keynote speaker for the 13th Philippine National Shrimp Congress. Senator Cynthia Aguilar Villar earned her degree in Bachelor of Science in Business Administration from the University of the Philippines, which recognized her as the 2017 University of the Philippines Alumni Association Most Distinguished Alumna. She completed her Master's in Business Administration at the New York University, and in June 18, she received the degree of Doctors of Laws honoris causa from the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, for her work in agricultural development, poverty alleviation, education, women and children welfare. She practiced as a financial analyst and college professor until she married former House Speaker and Senate President Manny Villar. She then helped her husband in various entrepreneurial ventures and eventually making Vistaland the biggest home builder in the Philippines. She managed also a private Development Bank from 1989 to 1998. In 2001, Senator Cynthia Villar won as representative of Las Piñas, where she completed 3 terms or 9 years of service until 2010. She was chairman of Committee on Higher and Technical Education during the 13th and 14th Congress. She was president of the lady legislators during the 12th, 13th, and 14th Congress, initiating legislation benefiting women, children, and family. She founded and chaired the Villar Foundation, now Villar Social Institute for Poverty Alleviation and Governance, or Villar CPAG. The programs of which include providing assistance to overseas Filipino workers, sponsoring the yearly OFW and Family Summit, environment protection establishing the Las Piñas Parañaque Wetland Park, agricultural training in 4 farm schools and livelihood projects, which she has established in more than 3,000 locations all over the country. Senator Villar was also conferred the rank of Honorary Auxiliary Commodore of the Philippine Coast Guard Auxiliary for her commitment to environment protection. She is also an honorary member of the Philippine Horticultural Society. In 2013, midterm elections, she ran and won as senator. And in the 2019 national election, she won anew as senator, and she garnered a total of more than 25 million votes, which is unprecedented for a senatorial post in the country. Senator Cynthia Villar chairs the Senate Committee on Agriculture and Food and the Senate Committee on Environment and Natural Resources since 2013 till now. Besides pursuing and enacting relevant laws, she has also led numerous initiatives to empower farmers, among which is the establishment of TESDA-accredited farm schools, which have so far reached over 2,367 and counting across the country. Being an environmentalist, she had solar systems installed in her farms and farm schools as her contribution to the global efforts in the reduction of greenhouse gases. She has been supportive of efforts to enhance the shrimp farmers' ability to produce, lower cost of production, and improve their income. Amidst all their achievement and awards, Senator Villar successfully raised 3 well-educated children. Paulo is the Chief Executive Officer of the publicly listed Vista Land. Mark is the Secretary of the Department of Public Works and Highways. And Camille is the current representative of the Lone District of Las Piñas. With that, ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Madam Senator Cynthia Villar.
And shift toward a sustainable new normal is very appropriate as we try to recover from the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic and move towards better ways to improve our fisheries industry and in particular the shrimp industry for food security. The shrimp industry has classified the market into wild shrimp and farm shrimp, and based on species, the market has been divided into Vaname, Monodon, Macrobrachium, Rosenbigil, and others. The shrimp aquaculture industry in the Philippines is continuously growing. The industry gives the country huge income, provides jobs to the people, and secures food supply to the people. Even during the pandemic and in face of disruption in the supply chain, it continues to thrive. ASEAN has a very big potential in the fisheries and aquaculture sector, given its very strategic location in the world where it is surrounded by different bodies of water. The Philippine shrimp industry has been successfully exporting to the strict Japanese market. The Philippines is archipelagic country and it can go a long way in developing its municipal waters and aquaculture farms. There might be a lot of challenges in the shrimp industry during the pandemic, but the government, the research institutions, and the industry players and local fishermen, shrimp farmers must in establishing a partnership and support system for the industry to thrive. The country's annual average shrimp and prawn production is pegged at 60,000 metric tons, which accounts for 2.65% of the total aquaculture production. In 2018, shrimp was one of the major fishery exports, with the Philippines exporting more than 7,000 metric tons valued at 2.43 billion. The global shrimp market size was valued at 1.58 trillion in 2019 and is estimated to reach 2.73 trillion by 2027, projected a growth rate of 9.2% from 2021 to 2027, driven by increase in demand for shrimps among health-conscious consumers because it is rich in nutritional value and low-fat protein. The shrimp farming industry in the Philippines is in brackish water and seawater grow-out farms to marketable size. The growth in recent years brought about by good domestic demand for the commodity, but it is highly dependent upon other sectors, including the shrimp hatcheries for their supply of fry and their brood stock, the feed millers for their supply of commercial pelletized feeds, primarily for semi-intensive and intensive shrimp farms, the shrimp processor exporters for the purchase of their harvest, and the research institution and the government for solution to technical and other problems. Such dependence on a lot of issues makes shrimp farming vulnerable. In addition, the Philippines is frequently visited by monsoon rains, typhoons, and floods, which can significantly affect shrimp farming also. Pollution from watershed activities has resulted in slower shrimp growth, higher susceptibility of shrimp to diseases, and mass mortality. Food and agriculture exporters from other countries selling their products to the Philippines save millions of money because of the government's lenient food safety regulations. Our shrimp exports have to pass stringent certification to be able to sell to match sophisticated food safety regulations in foreign countries. We have to review our feedstock protocol for the shrimp farms as well. One example is when other countries are doing virtual monitoring and approval of feed sources. RBFAR has to personally go to the country of origin to see whether our feed source for shrimp is safe. At the time of the pandemic, this was a major deterrent to sustain shrimp production. Although we are still a small player compared to other Asian producers, an increase in production will result in an expansion of the number of farms using intensive production method, as well as in more business for brood and stock supplier, hatchery operators, feed and health product suppliers, and processing and distribution companies. This will generate more jobs and increase revenues for our people. The government policy should be supportive of the shrimp industry for it to flourish. This can only be achieved when the stakeholders talk to each other, draft their suggestion to government, and for the people in BIFAR to listen, analyze, and synthesize this recommendation for the benefit of the industry as a whole. The Philippines should look at the models of India, Vietnam, Thailand, and Indonesia in their successful shrimp industry and learn from them as well. It is always about being competitive. Thank you once again for the invitation. Mabuhay ang mga local players in the shrimp industry. God bless and stay safe.
And a certificate of appreciation is hereby given to Honorable Cynthia A. Villar, Chairperson of Department of Agriculture, in recognition of her invaluable support during the 13th Phil Shrimp Congress given this 9th day of November 2021, signed by Norberto Chinquanco, Congress Chairman, and Roberto Gatuslao, President, Phil Shrimp. And now, thank you to all our guest speakers and their wonderful and meaningful messages for the opening of our Congress. Now, we would like to award some recognition of exemplary contribution to our shrimp industry. And to award this certificate to Eduardo B. Gongona, thank you for the significant and generous contribution to the 13th Philippine Shrimp Congress. Next, to award this certificate and plaque of appreciation to Attorney Assis G. Perez in sincere appreciation for your commitment and dedication to the improvement of the Philippine shrimp industry. And to award the certificate of and plaque of appreciation to Dr. Juan D. Albaladejo. This is with recognition and gratitude for your visionary guidance and extraordinary contribution in the establishment of shrimp diagnostic laboratories through the Shrimp Health Management Program, as well as your unwavering support to the Philippine shrimp industry for more than 2 decades. To award this certificate and plaque of appreciation to Ms. Maria Abigail Apostol Albaladejo for more than 2 decades of tireless efforts and distinguished government service you have provided in pursuit to continuous production enhancement of the Philippine shrimp industry for going extra mile. To award this certificate and plaque of appreciation to Ms. Rosaline C. Usero in sincere appreciation for her unselfish dedication and steadfast commitment for the improvement of laboratory services of the Philippine shrimp industry. To award this certificate and plaque of appreciation to Attorney Joaquin Lorenzo Vergara in sincere appreciation for his commitment, dedication to the improvement of the Philippine shrimp industry. To award this certificate and plaque of appreciation to Dr. Emmeline P. Flores in sincere appreciation for her commitment and dedication to the improvement of the Philippine shrimp industry. To award this certificate and plaque of appreciation to Mr. Christopher G. Ko in sincere appreciation of his commitment and dedication to the improvement of the Philippine shrimp industry. To award this certificate and plaque of appreciation to Mr. Joseph Edgar M. Sarosa. Thank you for your leadership and patience in guiding the members of the Shrimp Roadmap team to achieve its goal to finalizing the short term 2021 to 2025, medium term 2026 to 2030, and long term 2031 to 2040 of the Philippine Shrimp Industry Roadmap. Your wisdom and dedication encourage the members to journey from start to finish. To award this certificate and plaque of appreciation to Mr. Norberto O. Chinquanco, our deepest gratitude for inspiring leadership as the 13th Philippine Shrimp Congress Chairman. You have greatly contributed to its success. And now, to officially open our Congress, here's a message from our Congress Chairman, Norberto Chinquanco.
Good morning, distinguished guests and friends. Despite challenges and limitations we all face at this time, the 13th Philippine Shrimp Congress manages to organize a 3-day virtual conference full of relevant topics for all of us. This gathering aims to rekindle friendship, share knowledge, and build new meaningful connections. Without further ado, I now declare the 13th Philippine Shrimp Congress open.
Such a great start for this exciting Shrimp Congress. And for that, we would like to thank the following sponsors, exhibitors, organizers, and contributors. We would like to thank you, sponsors, BioSolutions International Corporation, BioKits Philippines Incorporated, and CPF, Feed Mix Specialty Incorporated, Grow Best, Hawk Po Feeds Corporation, Oshalis, Deck, Suntrade Aqua Industrial Equipment Trading, Tate Aqua Feeds, Tobe Hatchery, Ziegler Nutrition Through Innovation, Uni President. Exhibitors, BFAR, Hipon Ingat Ang Produksyon, Aquatic Phoenix, Signify, NSF International. And the organizers, the contributors, and for everyone who wish to participate in our special sponsor virtual session, please go to your agenda beside the plenary hall and you'll see the exhibit hall where our sponsors prepare their product demos or any questions that you might have in mind. Just click on their session and join their Zoom meeting. Also, during our lunch session, there will be a press briefing to be broadcast live via Philippine Shrimp Congress Facebook page. See you there and enjoy your lunch, everyone.
CP Group, Pokopand Foods Company Limited, is Thailand's leading agro-industrial and food conglomerate founded in 1921. As CPF conforms with international standards, it has expanded its investments and services to Asia and all over the world. CP Group makes use of its modern technology in all of its manufacturing process. Its operation spans the entire cycle of agro-industrial sector. The potential for expansion is great, knowing that 70% of the world's demand for shrimp is produced in Asia. The annual consumption is estimated at 3.6 million tons, while only over 2.7 million tons were supplied by shrimp farms worldwide. Everyone has the right to safe and nutritious food. That is why Pokopand Foods Philippines Corporation believes that food safety is a shared responsibility. The company has been able to increase its range of healthy food products and develop other products as well that had been able to meet global trends and growing safety demands. CPF has dominated the aquaculture industry in the Philippines for decades. It has successfully developed a technology that allows a higher yield of harvest per area, guarantees a faster crop cycle, and employing a technology designed to control diseases, thereby ensuring profitable business returns with low capital investment. One of its main goals is to become the best producer of aquatic feeds, high-quality shrimp. The foreseeable future, Pokopand Group's contribution to the Philippines for social and economic change shall take the forefront.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ronaldo Gatilao, the National Shrimp Sales Head of Robes Feeds Philippines Incorporated. We're one of the sponsors of the coming 13th Shrimp Congress. I'd like to invite everyone, all the stakeholders, the feed millers, hatchery operators, shrimp growers, and the academy to join and participate in this coming 13th Shrimp Congress. The theme of the Congress is Philippine shrimp farming, its paradigm shift to the new normal. I hope everyone can attend. It will be held virtually by a Zoom platform on November 9 to 11, 2021. See you there.
People dance. Santa Feeds proudly presents Tata Essential Growth Solutions for Vaname Culture. A three-component system that guarantees farmers a greater, higher quality shrimp yield at an affordable cost. Utilizing our EC Tech, Advanced Growth Formula, and technical services, Tata offers the best results for the best value. EC Tech, or Effective Culture Technology, offers farmers comprehensive, tried and tested techniques to achieve top quality results with low stocking density and at a low investment cost. Using our various farming methods, as well as probiotics and the nutrients found in natural earthen ponds, we are able to assure farmers the development of a profitable and sustainable Vaname culture.
Itong EasyTech ay ang pag-kukulture ng Vaname in a very basic way. Paghuhulog ay dapat nasa minimum or hindi sobra, hindi labis. Yung aming pinupush ay 60, 80, and pinaka kuwan na yun, mataas is the 100 pieces per cubic meter. Wala kaming masyadong mga chemicals na ginagamit. Biosecurity namin ay pagdidisiplina lamang ng tao. At dito naman po ang paggamit ng probiotic ay sa pangangailangan lamang. Kaya dito po ay talagang monitoring ang aming ginagamit.
Tata Vaname Feeds is formulated to meet the nutritional requirements of Vaname shrimp, specifically to fulfill the required levels of essential amino acids, vitamins, minerals, and other vital nutrients for optimum growth. This provides shrimps a well-balanced diet, enhancing them with molt boosters for fast growth, immunoboosters, enhanced stress resistance, and contributes to higher survival, gut enhancers for superior digestion and fast absorption of nutrients, and appetite stimulants, which increase appetite for constant feed intake, resulting in shrimps with lower FCR, faster growth, and higher survival.
The advanced growth formula of Tate Vaname Feeds is able to achieve sustainability and profitability in shrimp farming by providing faster growth, less feed wastage, and healthy shrimps. Thus, bigger shrimps, more harvest, and more crops in a year.
Tata Vaname Feeds aims not only to ensure the growth of shrimps through our products, but also the continued growth and development of our valuable shrimp farmers. Our specially trained technical team offers free assistance and support through our farm monitoring services. These include sampling, checking of water parameters, and feeding evaluation, as well as troubleshooting services in the unlikely event of disease outbreaks or changes in the water parameters. We make sure that our farmers are aided with the highest priority and treat with utmost importance our handling of extended services for our clients. Rest assured, we've got your back.
Tata Technical Support is one of Santa's after-sales services. We offer free technical assistance and consultation sa lahat ng aming mga clients and sa lahat ng gustong mag-invest into Vaname culture. Tumutulong din kami sa pag-evaluate ng farm location para sa mga interesadong mag-invest into Vaname culture. At higit sa lahat, tumutulong kami to market your product.
With its comprehensive three-component system, Tata Essential Growth Solutions offers the best yields for your farm at the best value in the market. So enhance your business today with Tata Feeds.
O'Shalla's is a dedicated brand for aquaculture nutrition of ADM in Asia. Our mission is to support aqua producers with a holistic approach through nutrition in order to optimize costs, increase economic competitiveness, while ensuring their growth and sustainability. Anywhere in the world, O'Shalla's is the main partner of leading producers in aqua nutrition through a technical and economical approach for all species. O'Shalla's is an international and high-performance aquatic feed brand that has strong presence in Asia Pacific and Latin America. O'Shalla's places the performance of its customers at the heart of its strategy and designs innovative and efficient nutritional solutions adapted to the objectives of its customers. Enhance fish and shrimp performance in terms of growth and feed conversion. Improve the stress resistance of the fish and shrimp and reduce mortality. upgrade the final product marketability. O'Shalis takes into consideration safe solutions, full control of the production process and raw material quality. All raw materials subject to rigorous selection and testing in O'Shalis R&D Center. Permanent quality controls to ensure traceability throughout manufacturing. Reliable and effective formulation to guarantee the nutritional values of products. Rigorous control of extrusion and pelleting process to ensure stable feed quality. Whenever, wherever, O'Shalis formulates the right local solutions. You can be assured that O'Shalis is a brand that is attentive to local requirements and supports its customers on a daily basis. Our products are manufactured as close as possible to our customers' farms. Our products are designed having in mind the particular requirements of the local species or strains. Our technicians are very attentive to local concerns and provide technical solutions adapted to customer objectives. O'Shalis teams organize technical meetings with farmers on issues that are specific to local sectors. O'Shalis International National Expertise.
An overview of Hokpo Feeds Corporation. The Hokpo Feeds Corporation factory. This facility is located around 39 kilometers away from the city capital of the Philippines. Our industrial complex occupies an estimated land area of 5 hectares. Majority of the manufacturing site is comprised of raw materials warehouses such as the steel silo, the concrete silo, the movable silo, and of course, the traditional warehouse. These warehouses can accommodate 8,100 metric tons of different materials. Hokpo holds quality assurance to its highest standards. We employ the most up-to-date methodologies of sampling and testing to ensure that each raw material that goes into the finished product are met with accuracy and precision. Crude protein, fat, and moisture, as well as other components, are tested in order to guarantee optimal content. Analyzing toxicity and pathogen levels are also an essential part of our process to ensure the safety and health of animal growth and consumption. An overview of our fish feeds process. The dosing line for sinker and floater feeds. The automated grinding control system. The fine grinder machine. The microdosing system. The mixing area. The pelleting machine. And finally, the extruder machine. Shrimp line special feature, the raw materials weighing bin. The macro dosing system, the liquid dosing system, the mixing area, and finally, post-pelleting, the drying process. The ongoing automation projects are the following: documentation and operation monitoring system, formulation system encoding, and the automated maintenance management system. All finished goods are subject to physical inspection and laboratory analysis. Uniformity in size, moisture, crude protein, stability, and digestibility, among other factors, are constantly and consistently analyzed. A design controller performs verification checks to ensure complete compliance with HACCP and good manufacturing practice throughout daily operations. Safety is one of our highest priorities, especially in our efforts to achieve maximum performance. Therefore, our facilities such as compressors, boilers, and a reverse osmosis system are maintained in exceptional condition. This team is a part of Hokpo's admin group. They are responsible for the processing of documentations and providing client support and services. Once they are done, the finished goods are set for delivery to either valued customers or company-operated farms. Hokpo Feeds Corporation employs only state-of-the-art technology in manufacturing systems and laboratory equipment, and sourcing the finest quality ingredients in order to consistently meet and sustain the necessary requirements and standards of the industry. From a high-quality product selection that will best fit your needs, and services that will maximize your efficiency, Hokpo will be your partner in adapting to the ever-changing world of aquaculture. We will be your sustainable solution to aquaculture farming.
Taking a chance. Aquaculture. It is the farming of fish and other aquatic organisms. With the decline in global fish catch, aquaculture is seen as the answer to the constantly increasing demand for seafood. At the forefront of aquaculture research in the ASEAN region is the Aquaculture Department of the Southeast Asian Fisheries Development Center. Established in 1973, SEAFDEC AQD is committed to the sustainable development and responsible stewardship of aquaculture resources. Through research and the promotion of appropriate technologies and information relevant to Southeast Asia, AQD is involved in various aquaculture disciplines, including broodstock management, seed quality improvement, promotion of environment-friendly aquaculture, disease prevention, control and diagnosis, and aquaculture for stock enhancement.
AQD maintains 4 stations in the Philippines. The Tigbawan main station is the AQD headquarters in the south coast of Panay Island. The 40-hectare complex includes various research laboratories, hatcheries, and broodstock tanks for various experiments. It also houses the training facilities, library, and fish world. The Binangonan Freshwater Station is a tapaw point along the north shore of Laguna de Bay. The station conducts research and training in hatchery and grow out of tilapia, carps, catfish, and freshwater prawn. The Dumangas Brackish Water Station is located 50 kilometers east of Tigbawan. The station is a 16-hectare pond area used for verification and demonstration of various farming technologies. The Igang Marine Station is located within a protected cove in Nueva Valencia, Guimaras. The station is home to broodstocks of marine fishes in floating cages. Around the station are nearly 200 giant clams released to replenish natural stocks. A mariculture park at the station caters to aquaculture entrepreneurs who collaborate with AQD.
In the conduct of its programs, AQD follows a complete mechanism, from research to technology verification and demonstration, training and information, adoption, and feedback from the industry, which is in turn the basis for further research. This framework assures the continuous and comprehensive development of aquaculture technologies. With its reputable experts, facilities, through cooperation with member countries, and partnership with the industry, SEAFDEC AQD continues to lead Southeast Asia in the promotion and development of sustainable aquaculture through community empowerment for the environment and for the people. Alright! Magandang tanghali mga kahipon, or should I say, good afternoon, fellow shrimpians, if there's such a word for that. And I also hope that you enjoyed your lunch. To all our international attendees and speakers in the rest of Asia who is in this Congress, welcome back. So without further ado, let's start the session. And to open the technical session is the current Regional Director of the Department of Science and Technology, or DOST, in Western Visayas. To read more about him, we encourage you to visit all our speakers' bio on our speakers tab. And now, may we call in Engineer Rowen R. Galonga, CSO 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before anything else, let me express my appreciation to our keynote speaker, Senator Cynthia Villar, for gracing us with her presence during the opening ceremonies this morning. As chairperson of both the Senate Committee on Agriculture and Food, as well as the Senate Committee on Environment and Natural Resources, she has been at the forefront of championing the legislative agenda on sustainable agriculture and aquaculture. We are likewise honored with the presence this morning of Department of Finance Secretary Carlos Dominguez III, Department of Agriculture Secretary William Dar, Congressman Wilfredo Mark Inverga, NEDA Undersecretary Persidita Sombilia, DA Undersecretary Cheryl Marie Natividad Caballero, and of course, DA BFAR Director Eduardo Gongona. We are now moving to our technical session, and I am sure that all of us here are already very eager to hear from our invited resource persons. We have with us experts and industry leaders coming not only from the Philippines, but also from Thailand, Malaysia, Vietnam, and the United States of America, among others. Indeed, as our Congress team is pointing out, it is imperative for us to have a paradigm shift toward a sustainable shrimp industry in a new normal. We are now living in a world that is so different from what we have just less than 2 years ago. And this change is almost unimaginable to most of us. The nature and dynamics of the COVID-19 pandemic is multidimensional. Since it started last year, its impact on agriculture and aquaculture was instantaneous and deeply felt. The quarantine and the lockdowns have disrupted local, national, and international value change. The movement of people, raw materials, as well as finished products have been undermined, and thousands of lives have been lost, and government resources have been rechanneled to health-related expenditures. The economic losses we have taken are staggering, and we do not expect that full recovery is just around the corner. Although we are glad that cases in the country have significantly gone down in the past few weeks, there is no assurance that subsequent waves will not happen. We can see that COVID-19 cases are again surging in several European countries, where more than 70% of their population have already been vaccinated. Let us not forget that the Philippines has less than 30% of its population fully vaccinated as of now. In the past 2 weeks, we have seen a significant upsurge in interregional travel throughout the country. Our team at BUSD Region 6 is the one that developed ESPAS, which is the travel management system being used in the country as directed by the Interagency Task Force for the Management of Emerging Infectious Diseases, or IATF. ESPAS registered last October the highest recorded number of users and applications for travel permits. And this trend is continuing likewise this November. And so we are indeed opening up more economic activities. But this really underscores the need for us to balance this with measures to safeguard the health and safety of our people. Before the pandemic, the shrimp industry has already been facing a lot of challenges. With the pandemic, the challenges even became bigger and more difficult to overcome. But that is exactly the reason why, now more than ever, we must work hard to sustain the operations of the shrimp industry and make it more competitive amidst the challenges. Our technical session covers a lot of areas related not only to technological updates, but as well as marketing, quality management, food safety and biosecurity, as well as government strategic programs and services, among others. And these areas need to be looked into in order for us to make the Philippine shrimp industry become more productive, more agile, more resilient, and more socially responsive to the emerging new normal. It might be good to take into considerations the recommendation of the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization in terms of adaptation strategies in a policy paper it published last year. As stated in the said policy paper, what we need to do is first strengthen self-reliance while maintaining the export market for some countries and even for us. We need to strengthen further domestic markets by improving productivity, quality, and safety standards. We need to diversify product forms and market channels and keep our products affordable for local consumers. The second is to encourage or increase multi-stakeholder participation. With strained public resources, the private sector, the academe, the non-government organizations, and civil society should assist government in giving services such as in research, consultancy, technical trainings, and others in order for us to hasten recovery and increase resilience. The third is to enhance human capital. We need to equip all stakeholders with new knowledge and skill sets in order for them to anticipate and meet changing requirements for production and marketing, as well as changes in consumer preferences. The fourth is to introduce social protection for all. And this, among others, includes a range of financial products, such as health insurance bundled with mutual savings and credit with crop insurance. And finally, we need to further enhance social capital. We need to further promote the formation and professionalization of farmers and fisherfolk associations, women's associations, and even youth associations. We need to link them to other actors along the value chain and with other organizations to form a network. Frequent and close interaction with others through linkages and alliances promote the exchange of ideas and experiences that tend to generate innovation. Strong partnerships based on trust would help our small operators and small businesses to better manage production and market risks. I do believe that these are things that we are doing right now at the Philippine shrimp sector, but we really need to further level up. As I said before, now more than ever. And so let me end my message by congratulating the organizers of the 13th Philippine Shrimp Congress. Let me especially acknowledge Mr. Roberto Gatoslao, the president of PhilShrimp and NPPC, as well as Mr. Norberto Chinquanco, the chairman of the 13th Philippine Shrimp Congress. We are just on the first day, but I am sure that this will again be a very successful event for all of us. Thank you, everyone, and keep safe.
All right. Thank you very much for that wonderful opening message, Engineer Rowen R. Galoga. And before we introduce the next speaker, we would like to give this certificate of appreciation to Engineer Rowen Galonga of his valuable support during the the 13th Phil Shrimp Congress given the 9th day of November 2021, signed by Norberto Chinquanco, Congress Chairman, and Roberto Gatuslao, President of Phil Shrimp. And our next speaker to open our technical session is the Chief of SIFTEC AQD, Mr. Dan Balyao.
Once again, please let me welcome you all to the 13th Philippine Shrimp Congress. The annual Philippine Shrimp Congress national event where all sectors of the industry from the private sector composed of farmers, farmer groups, and industry suppliers to the national and local governments, the academe, and various research institutions gather virtually for now to review the status of the shrimp industry in the country and how it is holding up amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. This presents an opportunity for concerned individuals and groups to share new experiences and practices as well as to identify any existing or potential roadblocks that are on the way of progress. We also get to hear the different views of the different sectors of the industry and the possible directions the industry could take in the future. SIPTIC, Aquaculture Department's regional and development organization mandated to generate and develop aquaculture technologies through research and technology verification, to build the capacities of aquaculture stakeholders through training and extension, and to disseminate and exchange information using different media platforms. Over the years, the organization has achieved several milestones, including the spawning, larval rearing, nursery, and grow-out production of economically important species such as milkfish, tilapia, mangrove crab, and other high-value commodities. One of those milestones was developing a breeding technology for the black tiger shrimp, typically known as Penismodon or sugpo. Eventually, the technology made it almost every shrimp hatchery in the country, which translated to more post-larvae produced. For some time, shrimp production has been substantial and made the Philippines one of the top shrimp producing countries. Unfortunately, intensification efforts without sustainability in mind was a risky combination, which proved to be true by the events that followed. Several diseases arising from poor farm conditions wiped out entire stocks, which eventually led to substantially reduced production in the late 1990s to 2000. SIPTEC was able to successfully develop an environment-friendly technology in farming of Penismodon shrimp through the Joint Mission Accelerated Nationwide Techno-Transfer Program in partnership with DABPAR, but the project was shelved by the succeeding IQD management. Sadly, in the years that followed, least focus was given to black tiger shrimp upon the introduction of alternative species, particularly the Pacific white shrimp, Lithopineus banamei, which was said to be more disease-resistant and can grow well in high densities. Although the Philippines has not completely transitioned to farming L. banamei, but has given more attention to farming, it is as it has given farmers in the country an opportunity to operate profitably. The success can be attributed to the strict implementation of guidelines set by government regulatory agencies and the certification and accreditation requirements placed in farms and hatcheries, which were all absent during the height of Penismodon production in the 90s. In particular, the importation of SPF, L. banamei broodstock, allowed more hatcheries to operate, which in turn provided the seed requirement of the shrimp grow-out operators. However, the Philippines can be said to have joined the bandwagon a little bit too late. The international market is now oversaturated with L. banamei produced by other countries and are selling them at prices the Philippines cannot compete with. So even with the substantial gains from the farming of L. banamei, the Philippines unfortunately cannot keep up with ASEAN neighbors and is no longer regarded as one of the top shrimp exporters in the world. The country should take this as a challenge and strive to become a major player, again in the billion-dollar global shrimp industry, which could greatly help the economy battered by the pandemic. Unfortunately, L. banamei farming nowadays is not smooth sailing as it was compared to previous years. The L. banamei shrimp industry of India is now facing the difficulties brought about by intensification efforts to produce more shrimp. Farmers are now struggling in dealing with emerging diseases directly affecting L. banamei, the declining prices in the market, and the difficulties brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic. They are now farming L. banamei in reduced densities and shorter culture times, settling for more shrimps to avoid risk and possible huge losses, which they opt for longer culture periods or go big in terms of production. Now, for the whole shrimp industry to continue thriving, diversification of species is needed, which Penismodon farmers can take as an opportunity as the present in development in shrimp breeding are favorable for P. monodon. Additionally, P. monodon is presumed to have better taste, which is prepared by the premium market. But the lack of SPF, post-larvae, and the high cost of PLs currently limit the comeback potential of P. monodon. But that will not be the issue in the future, as several companies have successfully produced P. monodon SPF broodstock even up to 15th generation and have partnered with some countries in Asia in establishing broodstock multiplication centers, or BMCs. India is taking the right step towards increased P. monodon production by acquiring SPFALs from these sources and is now waiting for more hatcheries to get involved. Philippine hatcheries could likewise obtain SPF broodstocks from the same sources to produce SPFPLs for local shrimp growers. While focus has been on L-banami production for quite some time now, and production has been steadily increasing, we encourage the farming of P. monodon and polyculture with finfish species to cater the farmers who prefer to farm extensively or in monoculture using the semi-intensive method. These methods are socially equitable and more environmentally sound, which improves the sustainability of shrimp farming. These methods can also be modified to increase production per unit area depending on the investment appetite of the farmer. Regardless of the level of intensity, they can be made sustainable by observing the FAO Code of Conduct for Responsible Aquaculture that was formulated with the help of SIPTEC AQD, good aquaculture practices, biosecurity, and best management practices for shrimp farming. It is on this premise that we have launched Upland Balig Sugpo and SIPTEC BIFAR joint mission on Accelerated Techno Transfer Program, or GMAN-TIP 2, during the 2017 Shrimp Congress, with the objective to revive the sugpo industry in the Philippines. 4 years now into this program, we have already established a shrimp hatchery complex equipped with enhanced biosecurity measures, such as physical separation of animals of different life stages, utilizing filters and UV sterilizers, and restricting human traffic in the hatchery. Together, these interventions would make a way for high-quality PL production for grow-out. The complex is split into two parts: a broodstock facility that is located separately from the hatchery, where spawners and their nuclei are initially quarantined and tested via PCR for pathogens and the hatchery itself. This ensures that the potential pathogens are detected early and prevents the further spread of the disease in the complex. Positive and negative nuclei are stuck in different modules in the hatchery, where they are reared and tested at specific time points for pathogens. Positive animals are stuck in one module and are treated accordingly and are reared to become fry. The disease-free fry will be harvested and sold to farmers for grow-out, while the treated ones are reared by SIPTEC AQD in its own grow-out facilities, thereby maximizing the output of P. monodon culture. Since the start of the operation back in 2019, we have produced 3.06 million high-quality and disease-free fry and 15 tons of sugpo for the first 2 years. Of course, production can be still improved by a lot, but we have verified that the enhanced protocol of producing P. monodon PLs is actually working. As a regional organization, we will continue to fulfill our regional mandates. But first and foremost, we will support our host government, the Philippines, through the DA-BIFAR in its efforts to ensure food security for Filipinos. So I look forward to hear interesting presentations from different sectors, and it is my fervent hope that we could all work together for the benefit of the Philippine shrimp industry. Thank you and stay safe.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Dan Balyao, for that highly informative speech. And before we introduce the next speaker, we would like to give this certificate of appreciation to Mr. Dan Balyao of his invaluable support during the 13th Phil Shrimp Congress given this 9th day of November 2021. Signed by Norberto Chinquanco, Congress Chairman, and Roberto Gatuslao, President of Phil Shrimp. And while waiting for our next moderator, we would like to thank our sponsors, exhibitors, organizers, and contributors. Our sponsors, BioSolutions International Corporation, BioKit Philippines Incorporated and CPF, Feed Mix Specialists Incorporated, and GrowBest. Hawkpo Feeds Corporation, Ocealis, Siftec, Suntrade Aqua Industrial Equipment Trading, Tate Aquafeeds, Dobe Hatchery, Zeigler Nutrition Through Innovation, Uni President. And the exhibitors, BFAR, Hipon Ingat Ang Produksyon, Aquatic Phoenix, Signify, NSF International. And the organizers, and especially the contributors,
telling me to dance, taking a chance. Telling me to dance, taking a chance. Telling me to dance, taking a chance.
voting is now open at the Technical Posters Hall. Vote now and take part in advancing knowledge on the shrimp industry. Visit our exhibit hall and get to meet our sponsors in their virtual sessions. Visit our exhibit hall and get to meet our sponsors in their virtual sessions. All right. And now I would like to give the floor to our moderator of the topic culture, Mr. Philip S. Cruz, President of Herbanex Laboratories Incorporated.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Philip Cruz.
Yes, I'm here ready. Am I?
We can't see your video.
Um,
Kindly turn on your camera. There you go.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon to all. Apologies for the delay. There's been some technical problems because we are actually working with three platforms right now supporting this event. But I think we can start now. Again, welcome everybody for this afternoon's session. And it's good to have everybody around um, after 2 difficult years under the pandemic. I hope you are all safe and yes. Okay. Hello. Oh my. Just a moment. Can you
We
see
can
me?
perfectly hear you, sir.
But can you see me?
Yes, we can see you, sir. Right now, yes.
Um, yes, I think we're good right now. Um, am I good,
Hi.
Nicole? Can I
Yes,
continue
sir.
now?
Yes, you may continue on your presentation.
Okay. Okay, there's a. Okay, let me continue. There's actually a delay of several seconds. That's why it's quite difficult to manage. But yes, so let's start with our session this afternoon. We're going to have four resource persons, and our session is going to be from 1 to 3 p.m. And all the questions, please uh, post them after all the speakers have given their part. And we have two panelists who we have two panelists. We have Okay, so may I introduce now our resource person for this afternoon. The first resource person is a good friend, actually, not only of uh, myself, but the whole Philippine aquaculture industry and the entire aquaculture industry in Asia and the Pacific. Our resource person is the founder of Aquaculture Asia Pacific Magazine and chair of the Aquaculture Roundtables series, or TARS, a platform for stakeholders to share and exchange information and experiences for a common goal: to equip the industry for its next phase of growth. She has more than 40 years of experience in the aquaculture industry. Zoraida has written a chapter on aquafeeds in Asia and conducted several research and technical papers on aquaculture in the region. Zoraida, a Malaysian, has a master's in aquaculture from the Institute of Aquaculture, Stirling University from Scotland, and a PhD on shrimp nutrition from the National University of Singapore. So without much ado, let us please welcome Dr. Zoraida American.
To all. I'm Zuda American. I'm an editor of the magazine Aquaculture Asia Pacific. First, thank you for this opportunity to present at this virtual Phil Shrimp Congress. Abigail and the organizers have given me this task to talk on the effects of the pandemic on the global shrimp industry. I will approach it by going through the supply chain and cover the years 2020, which is the first year of the pandemic, followed by 2021. I will also go through the changes in the cost of production and on the shrimp supply situation. I will end my presentation by discussing what to expect in 2020. Here are 4 clips just to show you that perspectives on the pandemic are not homogeneous. India is recovering. And in Asia, we managed to control the pandemic quite well. China remains difficult as a potential market with checks on the coronavirus. And Ecuador's shrimp industry finds a silver lining in the COVID-19 pandemic. "2020 was actually a very difficult, was started with difficulty. After months of seeking alternative transport, hatchery owners and broodstock providers used charter flights. India only had broodstock by May 2020. Subsequently, we saw the chain reaction, higher broodstock prices, such as in some markets, but not actually in China because it's very, very competitive. And there was also the extended use of broodstock while waiting for supplies. At the hatchery level, we saw 2 to 3 times higher transport costs by using cargo flights. There was actually an overall general delay in deliveries with the rerouting of transport. At the farmer level, some farmers experienced higher post-larvae costs, such as indicated here in the Philippines and in Indonesia. There were delays in stocking, extending to 2 months in China and India, and it was reported that 40% of ponds in Guangdong province in China remain unstocked in the early months. Indonesian farmers managed by reducing stocking to 100 post larvae per meter square. We also recognize issues in the supply chain. There was a need for hatcheries to be closer to demand. As you know, in Hainan, in China, most of the hatcheries are in Hainan Island, and transporting post larvae to Wuhan took more than the usual 24 hours. In India, hatcheries are on the East Coast, and transporting PL, for transporting the PL, they took the land route instead of using the air freight, and that took hours. In Indonesia, which is a large archipelago, most hatcheries are on Java Island and the good performing farms on Sumbawa Island, so there was a difficulty there. It helped also because we have already had homegrown or domestic broodstock, which helped with the supply issues, such as in Thailand, China, Vietnam, and Indonesia. In Latin America, they usually use domestic broodstock or from regional suppliers. In terms of long-term strategy, we already broodstock providers were already thinking of having BMCs closer to the consumption areas. And this has been ongoing for several years. But the pandemic brought up the need to have this much faster. And in India, MPEDA, which is the Marine Products Export Development Authority of India, had already had BMCs. So they restarted the BMCs in October 2020, and they produced 2,000 broodstock, which helped the hatcheries. And in Indonesia, we have PT Konabe, which was started in 2020 and is now selling broodstock. Benchmark has a JV on BMC in Thailand, which will start in 2022. In discussing the grow out segment, I added in the processing because I think that this link is very particularly important over these 2 years. In most countries, as you know, aquaculture as a food sector was allowed to operate, but governments have imposed strict SOPs to curb the spread of the virus, such as limits on the workforce from up to 50%, such as in processing plants and also in aquafeed mills. This meant that processors had their daily processing capacity cut. But prior to that, we already had some effects, such as in India, pending a lockdown, workers panicked and returned to villages. In Guayaquil, in Ecuador, workers were too scared to work in processing plants. As it happens, Guayaquil is the center of the pandemic in Ecuador. In India, with the announcement of a lockdown, there was panic harvesting because some farms already had 12 to 15 gram shrimp in their ponds. And the ex-farm prices was already quite low as compared to that in December 2019. But however, in Ecuador, farmers continued farming. There was less motivation to farm by farmers in Vietnam and Thailand. Thailand had already faced low ex-farm prices for some time. And there was a closure of the food service in Vietnam, which affected local consumption. The domestic consumption was actually about quite a high amount of 100,000 tons per year. And the producers of the live monodol shrimp lost their high-end markets, which meant that the prices really went down, it went equivalent to those prices for the Vietnamese shrimp. So farmers then switched to Vietnamese shrimp. In the box on the right side here, my right side, there are prices for ex-farm prices for August 2020. Then in 2021, we had a breakdown in the supply chain in Vietnam when the government imposed the 3 on-site model: sleep, eat, work in one place. Of course, that meant rising cost of business and staff shortages. Processing capacity dropped, and prices also dropped by 4 to 8%. And farmers stopped or skipped cycles to wait for better prices. Industry also learned that large sizes had better prices. So as you know, processing or large or small shrimp is the same. So we have farms such as Minh Phu in Vietnam, which moved to larger shrimp production. And in India, there were good prices for less than 30 count shrimp. At the same time, with retail demand increasing, especially in the US, processors also look for small shrimp. India already exported its highest volume at 328,000 tons for the January-June 2021 period. The message here is that ex-farm prices are now determined by supply chain breakdown. In this, let's look at the supply situation. I took this from Go 2020. The forecast was a 10.5% decline in global production in 2020 and an 8.4% increase in global production for 2021. Here is a chart with numbers. So we have here India, which expects a recovery of only 5% at most in 2021. They have taken into consideration some losses due to floods in Odisha and West Bengal, and also some disease outbreaks which continues. In Vietnam, we have a very high figure of 820,000 tons. The industry says it's due to intensification, and whereby only 520,000 tons will be Vietnamese shrimp. The production in Ecuador already increased by 18% in 2019, according to Gold. And they expect production to continue to go up by 11 to 12% and further by 12.6% in 2021. But some in industry says it can go up by 16%. I will now go to the rising cost of production. There was a huge increase in commodity prices in September in 2020. The box shows the year's trend from August last year to September 2021. High prices for these commodities are not pandemic related totally. There was some reports whereby China increased imports of corn after their first lockdown. But you see, what we learned is that the same formulation in 2020, with this high cost for soybean, corn, and wheat, the feed cost will rise to by more than 10%. So, for example, we see in the box here, rising shrimp feed prices, such as up to 6.3% in India. In Thailand, the government controls shrimp feed prices, so we do not have any change. Also, we have higher prices for aqua health and healthcare inputs for farming. Still a rising cost of production. I have here a chart which is an update of information which I gave at Field Shrimp 2019 in Bacolod. Let's look at the China market of the example of the effects of the pandemic in markets. Li Ho presented at the recent TAS 2021. Here you can see that the January imports, which is in the purple bars, in 2020 was 65,000 tons, less by 1,000 tons as compared to January 2019. When the food service resumed in June 2020, you can see that the imports rose to 72,000 tons. But finally, at the end of the year in December, it was only 42,300 tons. When we think of 2021, imports hovered at only 50,000 tons, which comprise of 64% of shrimp, Vietnamese shrimp from Ecuador and 17% from India. Here we look at China and the US as examples of logistics in importing shrimp. In China, it was the demands for coronavirus checking on seafood packages. It actually affected particularly many countries, especially Ecuador. Ecuadorian shrimp exports to China dropped. It was reported that it dropped 43% as of May 2021 versus, it was not a drop, I mean, it was 43% as of May 2021 versus 73% in 2020. We also saw that with the coronavirus checking on seafood packages, it now takes 4 weeks to check and clear containers instead of 4 days. And it was estimated that the Vietnamese shrimp imports for 2021 would be a 20% decline. Everywhere, there were blockages and delays in logistics post-lockdown in China in April 2020, leading to high prices such as USD 11 per kg for size 50 in Hebei. In the US, we hear of port blockages with labor shortages. Ultimately, Ecuador has the advantage with only 2 weeks delivery as compared to 6 weeks from Asia, according to a seafood exporter. Logistics was and is still the main headache for the supply chain for exporters and importers. This started in the third quarter of 2020. It was a shortage of containers, but nowadays with advanced booking, you queue, doesn't mean that you'll be successful. Today, in October 2021, ocean rates are still very elevated and transit times very volatile. Plus, we have rising oil prices. Therefore, feed millers had higher costs for imports of raw materials and will continue to do so. We had higher costs of shrimp to the consumer because importers and exporters shared and passed the extra cost to the consumer. In this slide, I'm showing you the shift in demand in the US markets. Ernest Berry's Angel Rubio reported at TAS 2021 that before the pandemic, the food service the food service was up to 74% of the demand, and retail was only up to 30%. But it's now shifted, whereby the food service has contracted by 28%. So what has happened is that consumers with lockdowns, consumers are now familiar with seafood cooking. And with the opening of the food service, there'll be revenge dining out. He added that in summer, the food service is back to the pre-pandemic levels. So he has estimated that US shrimp imports will go up by 28% to 1 million tons. But what we see also is that with the demand of the retail market, Ecuador was always quick to pivot to value adding for the US and EU markets. If you remember, they have been always very strong with wholesale shrimp. In the US, it was reported that there was a 120% increase for the June period, June 20 to June 21. And there was also the consumers willing to pay higher prices with higher affordability. But what we can say here is that while prices are high in consumer markets, ex-farm prices may be low in producing countries. So this shows that global supply versus demand does not necessarily determine our ex-farm prices anymore. I have two slides on the summary of what to expect in 2022. We know that diseases will continue to be the most challenging for most producers. Some producers have been managing this quite well. We know that on and off, shrimp ex-farm prices will continue to fluctuate, will suffer from the demand and supply shift. It was better in the third quarter of 2021. There'll be higher feed costs with high plant protein prices, and which will increase our shrimp feed prices. There's also an impending, we do not know whether there'll be an impending commodity super cycle. So far, the fish meal prices have been stable. We can expect an impending energy crunch. I just added a small box to the side here, whereby it was reported that Ecuador break records, but not the Asian way. Ecuador is doing it by optimization, not intensification. On marketing of shrimp in 2022, there'll be shifts in demand in China, but imports are expected to resume to pre-pandemic days. With the US market up, Indian shrimp exports can be expected to increase, and we already saw that the increase, according to Rubio, was 38% in the January to July 2021 period. And Ecuador is continuing to produce more and is looking for markets. It is doing value adding, but it is also focusing on quality and sustainability, which is very desirable for your markets in Europe. In terms of demand, we know that post-COVID shrimp has been a winner in the US markets. We can anticipate a rebound in the global shrimp demand. The US retail consumption is expected to stay, and food service added to the demand curve. Logistics, unfortunately, logistics will continue. So, to conclude on the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic over these 2 years, the industry has passed through a very challenging 2020. The pandemic showed the new normal, mainly how ex-farm prices are not determined by supply chain. Post-COVID shrimp has been a winner in the US and may be replicated in other markets. That's all for me, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Zoraida, for the very comprehensive review of the status of the shrimp industry in the region. I'm sure you have plenty of questions. Please, you can type them in the Q&A box for later discussions during our open forum. Again, thank you, Zoraida. Looking forward to our discussions during the open forum in a while. So allow me to introduce our next resource person. With the presentation Kabuhayan sa Kanayunan through Shrimp Aquaculture. Attorney Asis Perez has nearly 2 decades of environmental law and enforcement experience. He has built capacity across a variety of institutions on critical knowledge, skills, and attitudes for effective implementation of programs and law enforcement, including the bureaucracy of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Bureau of Fisheries, Protected Area Management Board under DNR, non-government and community organizations, and the various pillars of the criminal justice system, including the prosecutorial service, the judiciary, and elements of PNP and AFP. His efforts and contribution in the advancement of environmental law advocacy did not go unnoticed, and he was given the privilege to serve the fishery sector by leading the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources for 5 years. Without much ado, let us please welcome Attorney Asis Perez.
Maraming salamat po, Sir Philip, at magandang hapon po sa lahat ng ating participants. Of course, allow me to greet my good friend, Undersecretary Cabaneros, and of course, the chairperson of this event, Mr. Norberto Chinquanco. You see, there is a clear connection between the so-called kabuhayan at siguro kawalan ng kabuhayan o poverty. So, and so my discussion this afternoon will not only focus on kabuhayan, but basically talking about kabuhayan and the absence of kabuhayan, which is what we call kahirapan. Next. Poverty is always related to the absence of jobs. Are we using a different? We're using a different. We're using a different slide. Share screen. Are we using a different slide? Okay. Poverty is primarily due to low earning capacity of the poor and to the limited access to the regular productive jobs. Yun po yung binabanggit ko kanina na ang kawalan ng hanap buhay ay siyang nagiging dahilan ng kahirapan. And in the labor market, you have two kinds of work, the good and the bad. And the good and the bad normally reflects the regular job and the non-regular job. You have informal, temporary, casual, and low-paid jobs. Okay. Widespread unemployment means that the poor neither benefit from the minimum wage policy nor from employment protection and legislation. And in the Philippines, good jobs are open few, especially in the rural areas, where even better educated workers are often forced to take unskilled jobs and work as low-paid workers. Poverty has always been with us since the beginning. Kasama na po natin ang kahirapan. But you can see that in the last 50 years, there is a general trend in poverty reduction. And the Philippines is part of that trend. In 1961, for instance, the poverty incidence in the Philippines is 59%. But today, based on statistics, the poverty incidence in the country is down to 12.1%. So yun po. So nakikita natin na dahan-dahan naman, we are very successful so short of in reducing poverty. We are yet to see what is the impact of the pandemic because, based on statistics right now, the pandemic is telling us that we lost more than next. Okay. 3.88 million jobs in August and 4.25 million jobs in September. So makikita po natin na nitong mga taong ito o mga panahong ito ng pandemic, ito po yung nawala natin. Comparing that to 2018, where we only have 2.55 million jobless. And so we believe that these particular incidents brought about by the pandemic created an impact or a big dent in our anti-poverty effort. Reduction of poverty has not been uniform. Poverty remains relatively high in the rural area, while less poverty is observed in the urban area. And the reason for that is clear to us because good jobs are few, especially in the urban area, in the rural areas. The 2018 Poverty Incidence Report indicated that ARMM has the highest level, level of poverty in the country. This is followed by Region 9, Region 13, Region 8, and of course, Region 7 or Region 12. Incidentally, this area where you have high poverty incidence are also the areas where we get most of our fisheries products. Yun po yung nakakapagtaka dito. Ano? Yun po yung katotohanan kung saan mataas yung incidence of poverty, doon din mataas ang fisheries production. Next. In fact, our statistics would indicate that since 2006, the fishers has always been the poorest of the poor. Kung nasa na mga isda, kung saan tayo kumukuha ng ating fish protein, nandun po yung mga mahihirap. Until recently, of course, in 2012 and in 2018, as you can see, we have changed the trend. Mapapansin po natin na the fisher folks are no longer the poorest of the poor. Unfortunately, another dweller in the rural area is now the poorest, and it's the farmer. So nung una po, it's the fisherman. Now, it's the farmer. So again, we can see that there is somehow a difference in terms or a differentiation when it comes to regional poverty incidence in the fishing sector. What we observe is that lumalabas na kung nasaan po yung capture fisheries ang dominant, nandun po yung poverty. But when it comes to aquaculture, mas mababa ang poverty incidence doon. The apparent connection between modes of production and poverty, along with worldwide and national trend to shift to aquaculture, invites us to take a closer look at aquaculture, not only as a means of production, we always to look at it, or even the farmers, in terms of what is your production, what is the productivity. I think it's high time for us to look at aquaculture not only as a means to production, but also as a tool to reduce poverty where poverty hits the most. At doon po ang rural area na dito sa aking presentation sa Kanayunan. No? So, aquaculture therefore should be seen as a tool to reduce poverty incidence in the Kanayunan. Now, of course, a lot of questions can be asked. Can aquaculture be the tool to reduce poverty? In many ways, yes. Especially when it comes to the so-called non-feeding aquaculture. Halimbawa, we can use seaweeds. You're not feeding the seaweed. Of course, you have other non-feeding aquaculture products like talaba, tahong, oysters, etc., etc. But to be more appropriate, we can ask the question, can shrimp farming be used as a tool to reduce poverty? All the information that we have gives us an indication that the answer should be in the affirmative. Why? Number one, of course, shrimp commands a relatively high price, both in retail and wholesale, compared to the other aquaculture products that we produce. Second, the current prices of shrimp would indicate that there is a relatively high domestic demand for it. As retail prices is around 330 to 400 pesos per kilo. Sorry, please. The other reason for this is because shrimp is a global product. It is something that we can trade internationally and therefore can be exported. In 2017, FAO reported that 4.4 million tons of shrimp was traded in the international market. Moreover, the Philippines has a lot of areas where we can grow shrimp. Marami po tayong lugar kung saan tayo maaring mag-alaga ng shrimp, particularly in the brackish water area. Historically, no, we used to produce about 79,000 metric tons of shrimp, and the area that we're using at the time is around 47,000 hectares. The discussion on shrimp production as a tool to reduce poverty would have been more pointed if robust data is available. Unfortunately, statistics on shrimp production requires a lot of updating as far as we are concerned. The number indicate that P. monodon is the more dominant species, followed by Panaeus indivor, and lastly, white shrimp. When that's the official data, by the way, when all other indicators such as market, availability, processing plant data, the increase of imported broodstock importation points to P. baname as the dominant species and probably the real growth driver of the overall shrimp production in the country. So, mas maganda sana kung medyo robust yung data natin, but unfortunately, this is what the official data is saying, which we think is, in a way, requires a lot of improvement, to say the least. No? What is clear to us is that Panaeus monodon production has increased significantly in the last 6 to 7 years. And this is indicated by, say, the number of registered baname hatcheries that we have. In 2014, we only have 27 registered hatchery for Panaeus baname. And in 2021, we just look at the BFAR data, we already have 43 registered Panaeus baname hatchery. We also have, in 2014, we imported 3,906 female broodstocks. And in 2020, we almost doubled it. Almost 6,725 broodstock, female broodstock were imported. So makikita natin talagang yung baname yung dominant, but our statistics is still the same. It's Panaeus monodon. Now, again, in the discussion of livelihood, we have to look at it mostly from a theoretical point of view using math, because the data does not appear to be available at this time. So let's hatchery data indicate to us that one female baname broodstock produces around 2 million fry in a period of 4 months. See, and this volume of fry is what you need in a 2-hectare intensive farm, and each hectare of intensive farm normally produces 20 tons. No, so this means that one female broodstock can, in fact, provide us with the prior requirement needed to produce 40 tons of biomass of baname. Okay. Now, using this basic computation, we can now see that the number of broodstock that we imported in 2014 can in fact give us more than 7 billion, or almost 8 billion of fry, which is equivalent to the requirement to produce 156,000 metric tons of biomass. No? So, kumbaga, we already have the fry, we already have the hatchery, and if that is the target, then that could have been reached. No? On the other hand, if you look at our number in 2014, in 2020, the total production, the total capacity of our hatchery could have produced the fry required to generate 269,000 metric tons of potential shrimp biomass. So that is where we are at now. So malinaw na meron tayong lupa, meron tayong hatchery, meron tayong broodstock, at kaya nating mag-produce ng enough fry to be able to increase our production. Next slide, please. Next. The potential is very high, no? You see that even if we assume to have missed our target by 50% or even 66%, the production would still be roughly 135,000 metric tons, or 90,000 metric tons. Now, the other thing that we need to look at probably in terms of shrimp production and livelihood is the processing side of it. Because after production, you can further increase the number of livelihood by going into processing. So a typical processing plant, each person would have an output about 20 kilos, no? Yung binabalatan nila na hipon. So therefore, if a processing plant produces or it has a capacity of 1 ton, 50 workers yon every day ang kailangan niya. And conversely, if it's a 10-ton processing plant, then the math is clear. So you have 500 workers working on that particular plant. And every year, you need to produce 3,300 tons of shrimp in order to supply the hatchery. So there has to be that link, a clear link between, of course, we should be able to, yung binabanggit natin na hindi ka naman maglalagay ng processing plant kung walang magsusupply ng hipon, and vice versa. So it's important to increase production so that when you increase production, you have enough shrimp to supply your processing plant. Okay. So the other thing that I'd like to call your attention to is, let's try to do the math this time, looking at the entire process of production from pre-production up to, say, marketing. So ito yung typical natin na hatchery produces about 50 million tons of fry its month, no? And it can supply the requirement of 300-hectare farm in 1 year. Okay, the total production would be around 12,000 metric tons. Now, the other math is probably half of that you can send to the market, and half of that you can send to the processing plant. Now, looking at the workers, in a typical hatchery that I described, you have about 66 workers. Of course, in the grow out, you have 900 workers, and in the processing plant where you brought half of your harvest, then you have around 1,000 workers. So on the extreme left is how much work is paid for, no? So makikita natin na ito yung halaga ng pera na napupunta sa mga manggagawa kung nangyayari po ito. We're just looking here at a hatchery that produces 50 million. Now, next. Perhaps a more deeper study is needed to answer the question. And what we presented is just one side of it. However, it would appear that while there is enough registered hatchery and the fry available to produce the potential biomass target, the land available to grow remains a challenge. Again, looking at official data, we will see that as of today, there are only 3,000 hectares of registered intensive Baname farms and 3,050 hectares of extensive farms that are legally allowed to procure SPF Baname fry from BPAR registered hatchery. While it's estimated that at least 5,000 to 7,000 hectares of intensive farms is needed to grow the 13 million billion fry that we produce in 2020. In other words, we lack around 2,000 to 4,000 hectares of grow-out farm. For this reason, it is not unusual for hatcheries to produce less than its full capacity, and we heard that there is sometimes dumping of excess production when there is no takers. The above numbers suggest that the way to move forward in increasing our production, among others, would be perhaps to increase um, our area for grow out. So it's between 2,000 to 300, from 2,000 to 3,000 hectares for intensive, and 20,000 to 30,000 hectares if we're using intensive farming. Of course, the other option is to allow extensive farms to access excess fry produced by hatcheries, which is the practice in many areas in Bulacan, Pampanga, and other areas. Obviously, it will require a lot of policy reforms there. No? And the total hectareage, additional hectareage, is likely to add an additional employment of 14,000 to 18,000 workers. No? So in closing, it would appear, no, from this initial presentation that indeed shrimp production can be a tool not only to increase the overall income of the country in terms of productivity, but also it can be a tool to reduce poverty, as it can be a means to produce better jobs in the countryside. So maraming salamat po at magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat, and we'll be looking forward to the question and answer portion later. Salamat po.
Thank you, Attorney Perez, for the presentation. I'm actually surprised to know that kung saan pa na maraming fishery supply, doon pa medyo mataas ang poverty. So yes, we look forward to the question and answer portion in a while. So thank you again, Attorney Perez, and we will proceed to the next resource person. So allow me to introduce our next speaker, who will be talking about recent cost-effective trends in shrimp farming technology. Dr. Prakan Shara Kongman is a doctor of veterinary medicine from Kasetsart University in Bangkok. He is a certified aquatic veterinarian from the World Aquatic Veterinary Medical Association. And Dr. Chara Kongman has more than 300 technical presentations and dissemination services, more than 200 technical, scientific and research paper publications, and the professional representative keynotes and guest speakers for several technical training programs and educational campaign of CPF aquaculture business in 8 main CPF investment countries, including Thailand, India, Vietnam, Malaysia, Philippines, Myanmar, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and others. Dr. Prakan, his journey in the company CP started in 1993 as technical specialist and manager at the Advanced Pharma Company for 13 years and eventually became the Assistant Vice President at Aquaculture Promotion Company in 2006 to 2017. From 2017 to present, Dr. Chara Kongman is the Vice President of Aquatics, Animal Health Care Products Specialist and Solutions Provider of CP Group, Thailand. So let us please welcome Dr. Prakan Chara Kongman.
Thank you very much, Philip, for a very kind introduction. First of all, I would like to thank you for Shrimp Congress organization for inviting me for giving this presentation, and I would like to thank you for Department of Agriculture of Philippines, Bureau of Fishery and Aquatic Resources Central of Philippines, and also Field Shrimp, and also CPFP or Jalern Pokapan Food Corporation Philippines for inviting me to giving this presentation regarding the topic of recently cost-effective trend in shrimp farming technology. I'm going to start my presentation by talking about whatever Surida already mentioned. You are going to see that the estimate world shrimp production in 2021 will be as you can see in the slide. There have been forecasts that shrimp production is going to be paid low by three important big players, including the Ecuador, India, and Vietnam. You can see that during pandemics of COVID-19 in 2020, it's nearly 50% of shrimp production has been dropped by especially Asian country because they already declined already 15%, but compensated by some country in Latin America. You can see Latin America, especially Ecuador, has been increasing about 22%. So roughly recovery in 2021, the production of shrimp will be recover around 8% to 10%. But the point I would like to point out is this more than 4 million metric ton world shrimp production is going to be happen. So it means shrimp is going to be a mass product for everyone. So if you cannot compare or if you cannot compete with the shrimp production cost, then you cannot survive with the market. I'm going to show you about this. This is just to show you about the Asian shrimp production during COVID-19 pandemic 2020. You can see in the slide, many countries already dropped in their production, especially Thailand, China, Vietnam, Indonesia, and India. But Philippines and South America is already show some positive trend. You can see that the production is already increasing. Sorry, you can see my slide, right? So this slide going to show you about the production cost per the country. So you can see that these just for example the average shrimp production cost by country at 40 piece or 25 gram. You can see that this is just the average cost in Philippine peso from many countries. For example, in Malaysia, the production cost at 40 piece per kilo 25 gram is allowed 240 Philippine peso. In Thailand, it allowed to 212, and also Vietnam it 171 Philippine peso, at the 40 piece or 25 gram. So it means that this production cost is very important for you to consider whether you can compete with any other country or not. And this is just to show you about the production cost in many areas in Philippines. You can see that in Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, if you see roughly the production cost is going to be around 170 to 180 Philippine peso per kilo in terms of around 40 piece per kilo or 25 gram, as I mentioned earlier. So you can see that the production cost is not different so much from Luzon to the Mindanao in the south of Philippine country. So if you take a look closely about how to effectively control the shrimp production cost, many of shrimp farmers thinking about using a very cheaper feed or even using cheaper PL that maybe can making the farmer to have a lower production cost, or maybe farmer thinking about using cheaper aquatic animal healthcare product. But I would like to tell you that all this thinking is totally wrong, because the more you are going to invest with a bad quality product, the finally you will get the bad quality result, and of course the production cost will be is going to be very high also. So shrimp culture technology comparison in Philippines is already analyzed. You can see that this is a shrimp farmer in Philippines in many styles. You can see that a shrimp farmer in Philippines has been categorized to be the earthen pond in Philippines, to be in sorry, anyone can tell me, can hear the slide, please? Can you see the slide? How about now? Culture technology comparison in Philippines. So this is many shrimp farming style in Philippines, including the earthen pond in Philippines, and this is HDPE lining pond in Philippines. And also you can see that small pond shrimp farming in Philippines already introduced, together with the circular tank in Philippines already introduced also. So now Philippines have many categories of shrimp farming style, and in the next future, you can see that greenhouse super intensive shrimp farming in Philippines is already introduced. What I have to do? My slide is already synced or not? Culture technology analysis. You can see that in many styles of shrimp farming in Philippines, from the earthen pond, Sorry, anyone can tell me my slide is syncing or not? Shall I continue? Okay. So when you see the hello. So if you take a look about the culture technology analysis in Philippines, you can see that they have many styles of shrimp farming in Philippines, from the earthen pond to the whatever I mentioned about the greenhouse. That is a future technology that's already introduced in Philippines also. In Philippines, we have earthen pond, we have HDPE lining pond, we have small pond, and we have circular tank culture. You can see that even the earthen pond that it seems that it's going to be a very lowest, cost of production. But if you take a look about the leaks factor, and if you take a look about the productivity and profitability, you can see that the earthen pond will be the lowest one in terms of the productivity and profitability, because the production from the earthen pond will be the less one compared to any other. So innovation and technology will help you to improve and introduce the productivity and profitability, and of course, its sustainability in the future. So if you can jump up from the earthen pond, and then you can go back, you can go to the small pond or BSP or BCT, you can lower your leaks factor. And of course, you can increase your productivity increasing, profitability will be increased, and finally, your production cost will be decreasing. This is just a tactic for you to improve your production cost or decreasing your production cost by introduce the technology and innovation to be introduced for Philippine shrimp farming. And if you take a look in this slide, you can see that Philippine shrimp production from the earthen pond that you can maybe you can harvest around 19 average 19 ton per hectare. But if you just convert your earthen pond to be HDPE lining pond, you can improve maybe around 72%. That means from 19 metric ton per hectare, you can achieve 28.2 metric ton per hectare by you just only do PE lining pond. And of course, if you convert your earthen pond to be tank culture, you can increase your production from 19 metric ton to be 61.8 metric ton per hectare. That means 225% can be increasing. Just only you improve your technology or innovation for your shrimp farming from traditional earthen pond to be tank culture pond, you can improve your production around more than 200%. So it means that the bottom line production cost will be decreasing. Just only you use innovation and technology to be implemented in Philippine shrimp farming. Well, the carrying capacity is one thing that you have to consider when you are going to culture shrimp. You can see that if you have earthen pond, the carrying capacity or kilo per cubic meter, you cannot harvest more than 1.4 kilo per cubic meter if you have earthen pond. But if you convert your cell and you just use innovation and technology, you can increase the production. That of course you can lower your production cost by introduce technology to have even a small pond culture or circular tank, that it means you can increase from 1.4 carrying capacity to be 2.2 or even 3 kilo per cubic meter. Even you change the technology of earthen pond to be a circular tank or a small pond culture. This is just another concept for you to just improve your uh, production cost decreasing. I just would like to compare for you another comparison between the successful pond and damaged pond. And you can see that how big difference if you have the pond that's already damaged with white spot or the bacteria compared to the successful pond. You can see that if you have the pond that's already damaged by some problem of the bacteria or white spot, sometimes you get the survival rate just only 50% compared to 98% if you have the successful pond. So it means that the damaged pond caused the serious situation because sometimes you have already dropped more than 40% to 50% because the production cost will be increasing because you already lost your shrimp during the damaged pond by some many problematic of the bacteria or white spot in your shrimp farming. So that is why if you consider to lower your production cost, the biosecurity is the most important. If you have biosecurity measure, for example, you understand how to have the physical precaution, biological precaution, and chemical precaution like clap fencing, bird scaring device, and HDPE lining pond, you are going to be safe because biosecurity is going to protect you from the damage from many diseases. So biosecurity is one thing to help you to decrease the production cost, of course. And if you compare another damaged pond to the successful pond, you can see that in the bottom line, the successful pond have the lowest uh, production cost compared to the damaged pond. And you can see that 136% production cost will be different if you have damaged pond that's caused by various of the diseases that happen in Philippines. So you can see that if you would like to control the production cost, the pond damage is one thing that you need to control. Otherwise, you are going to increase automatically production cost because you are going to lose your shrimp. The other one aspect that I would like to point out for you is about the comparison between fast-growing shrimp versus a slow-growing shrimp. If you take a look closely in the slide, this is just to compare you about the graph of the pond number 2A, that is the good growth, compared to the pond number 2B, that is a slow growth. You can see that pond number 2A, you can achieve 35 grams within just only 100 days, but pond number 2B, you can achieve 35 grams within nearly 120 days. And if you take a look about the cost, that different. If you have slow growth compared to the fast growing, I'm going to analyze for you about whatever you have to pay more when you have slow growth compared to the fast growing one. You can see that the electricity cost is one thing that you have to pay. For example, if you have slow growth, you have to pay more about your electricity cost. That is mean that the different costs will be huge if you have a slow growth one. You can see that nearly 12 Philippine peso per kilo of the shrimp, you have to pay more for electricity costs. And not just only electricity cost, wage cost is another important thing. If you have slow growth, you can see that you have to pay extra for more than 0.52 Philippine peso per kilo shrimp if you have very slow growth. So totally, if you compare between slow growth and fast growing one, it means that any other day you have to spend more than nearly 10,000 Philippine peso per day if you have slow growth shrimp farming in your farm. So if you analyze this one well, you can understand that if you would like to control your production cost, of course, you need to get a very good fast growing strain, because if you have fast growing strain, you no need to spend the extra cost about electricity and the wage cost. That's of course, if you have a slow growth one, you need to pay the extra of this. And if you analyze closely about the bottom line, you can see that the slow growth compared to the fast growing one, you need to spend maybe 14% different about the production cost when you have slow growth compared to the fast growing strain of the shrimp farming. Another important thing that I would like to analyze for you is about the high FCR shrimp farming and low FCR shrimp farming. This going to be the big issue for you, that why you need to pay more about the cost of the feed. That of course is make you to have very high production cost in finally when you harvest shrimp in the finally harvesting day. You can take a look closely in this slide. If you have very high FCR shrimp compared to the low FCR shrimp, you can see that if you have very bad feeding management, or if you have a very bad feeding management or unattended feed loss, you can see that sometimes you are going to lose the feed and FCR going to be increased from normal 1.2 to 1.5, and the difference of FCR will be 0.3, something like that. And if you take a look about your bad quality feed, like leaching feed, or even bad quality feed, and then you give them into the pond, you can see that the big money that you are going to lose is nearly 240,000 Philippine peso production cost increasing because of the feeding and because of the very high FCR that you have to be spent. So you can see in this slide and closely understanding that if you would like to control your production cost, the most important thing that you have to consider, not just only the damage point, the ADG or the fast growing one, and of course the low FCR, that is just one thing you need to consider to control your production cost. In reality, that is just one important thing that you have to consider. So how to effective control the shrimp production cost in Philippines? I just conclude for all of you. So of course, number one, you need to use the good quality broodstock and good quality of the seed. Because if you have good quality seed and good quality broodstock, you can manage your FCR and you can manage your ADG or average dairy grain so well. So it means if you get fast growing strain and you get very good FCR of the broodstock strain, you are going to get very low production cost in finally day that you are harvest your shrimp. Number two, you need a technology to shorten the crop cycle. That is why CPF Philippines already introduced a nursery system, that is mean to ensure the survival rate to getting the stronger juvenile one. And of course, to increase the crop cycle per year, you can do 2 times or 3 times crop cycle per year if you follow the nursery system and follow the tank culture or the small pond culture. And of course, you can shorten your crop culture period. That is mean you can shorten the culture period, and of course, you can lower your production cost in the final stage. Well, of course, you need to think about the premium quality of the feed, because if you consider using a low quality feed or cheaper feed, then you are going to spend more, because finally, when you have very high FCR or the leaching of the feed into the water, you are going to be the one that you spend more money, as I already explained in the previous slide. So good quality feed and feeding management practices is very important for all of you to consider if you would like to control the production cost in the bottom line or in the final, when you are going to have the lowest production cost when you harvest your shrimp. The other tactic that I would like to tell you is about the management tactic that CPFP Philippines we already introduced to the shrimp farmer about 3 through 0 shrimp farming practices. What is 3 through 0 is meaning? 3 to 0 it means the 3 it means 3 high. It means you need to get very high survival. You have to get very high dairy growth or average dairy growth or ADG have to be very highest. You have to be very high in crop per year. That is 3 high. The 2 row is mean you need to have very low FCR and you need to have very low production cost to compete with any other country shrimp production. And of course, you need to get 0, that is means 0 damage. If you follow the tactic of 3 high, 2 low, and 0 damage, then I believe you can compete with any other country because your production cost will be controlled to be as low as we expected. Well, the other thing you need to consider when you would like to control the production cost is the farm-based management practices. You need to follow the guideline of routine monitoring your water quality. You need to understand how to do shrimp farming in a sustainability way. Of course, the effluent that you already discharge or exchange the water, you need to keep them into the effluent treatment plant or ETP. You cannot discharge all of these direct to the natural resources. Otherwise, you are going to spoil the water. And finally, it's going to make you to be very difficult to culture shrimp in the future. You need to keep your solid waste that you already removed to the slot pond. Because the more you remove the solid waste and you spoil them into the natural resources, of course, you are going to have chance to get damaged pond in the future. And of course, your protection cost finally will be increasing. That is why you have to respect the natural by environmental friendly sustainability concept have to be followed by just recommend for all of you to think about water quality monitoring program and effluent have to be in effluent treatment plant and solid waste have to be in the slot pond. The other tactic that I think you need to understand about the effective way to control shrimp production costs, this is just whatever they introduce in many countries, including Thailand and Southeast Asia country. You can see that many Southeast Asian countries, they already introduced greenhouse shrimp farming because of course they control the damage well because you can have 100% biosecurity in greenhouse shrimp farming. Some countries they already introduced through smart surveillance. It means that you can survey whatever happened in your shrimp farm by the camera. So it means that the true smart surveillance program have to be introduced in the future of shrimp farming in Philippines to detect whether or not you already lost or your pond edge or the pond worker is already lost something in the pond or not. Many of shrimp farming in Asian countries, they already introduced anti-filtration technology to screen out many the bacteria on microsporidium, especially ESP, by using UF technology to screen out very fine filtrations already used for shrimp farming. This is another concept that many countries already introduced UF technology to filter their water before use in shrimp farming. Biofloc technology is another one thing to have zero water exchange. So if you introduce biofloc, you are going to use the concept of zero water exchange, and of course, the sustainability of shrimp farming will be happen in Philippines. And some farmers in many other countries, they already introduced underwater camera detection. You can see that you can observe how many shrimp consume the feed by using underwater camera. And of course, some shrimp farming in many other countries, They already use through Shrimp Master real-time and online water quality monitoring. Everything can be online because everything will be just have a probe just put into the water, and even your pH and dissolved oxygen or ammonia will be online for all of you. And this is going to be something that is very convenient for you to manage your pond easily, especially you can access them by internet. This is another technology that we call automatic aqua life harvesting machine that's already introduced automatic harvesting machine in Thailand. You can see that even if you have very big size of the pond, you can harvest them within not more than 6 hours because use automatic aqua life harvesting machine. And the last thing, you can see that robotic sizing and processing equipment already introduced to be used. So in processing plant, you can sizing your shrimp, or even you can just processing your shrimp by using robotic or AI machine has to be introduced to be used. So all of these is just a recently trend to effectively control the shrimp production cost. It means that you have to think about how to maximize the productivity, how to have a smart farm and technology have to be introduced to be used. And how about the AI for the better tomorrow life? And of course, towards sustainability and environmental friendly. All of these is just the most important key success factor that Philippines have to be the one who thinking about whatever you have to introduce in your shrimp farming to lower your production cost and to compete with any other country. So I think this is now the time for Philippines to think global because just only produce shrimp for local markets maybe not just enough for all of you. So it's a time for Philippines to think about how to lower your cost, as I try to explain for all of you in my presentation. And of course, it's a time for you to maximize your productivity by increasing your productivity by introduce the innovation and technology. And finally, if you lower your cost and maximize your productivity, then you can compete with the global, because if you can lower your cost and maximize your productivity by follow the concept of lower your damage point, increasing the productivity, then I believe Philippines can compete with any other country in the world. Even the production of shrimp will be as high as 4 million metric ton in the future. Thank you very much for all of your attention, and I am more than happy to answer any question for all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Prakan, for dissecting the production cost and giving your recommendations. I'm sure there will be plenty of questions. We will tackle that after our last speaker. Thank you again, Dr. Prakan. So let me introduce our final resource person for this afternoon session from 1 to 3. Dr. Lemuel Aragones is a professor at the Institute of Environmental Science and Meteorology and head of the Marine Mammal Research and Stranding Laboratory. He obtained his PhD in Tropical Environmental Studies, that is on marine ecology, from the James Cook University in Townsville, Queensland, Australia. So you have the floor, Dr. Aragones.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the invite to be one of your speakers in the 13th Shrimp Congress of the Philippines with a very relevant theme. And I would like to congratulate the organizers and the host. And therefore, I would like to contribute towards this context of the paradigm shift in aquaculture with this new norm, particularly contextualizing the climate in the Philippines and other environmental considerations for aquaculture in general that can be obviously be applied, particularly to shrimp culture. This is the outline of my talk, and therefore it's just a brief introduction, basic concepts, and then I will underscore the importance of topics that I would like to share to the group. First of all, the Philippines, here is a map of the Philippines, Philippine archipelago of about 7,641 islands with a land area of just 300,000 square kilometers, but a great population of, and still growing, of approximately 112 million. We have a inland water area of just 1,888 square kilometers, and therefore majority of this is basically land. We have the fifth longest coastline, because if you add all these coastline of all our 7,000 islands, it's a considerable length. And so we have the fifth longest coastline in the world. But one thing is for sure is always not talked about is the very humongous amount of our exclusive economic zone because of all this clamor right now on the political boundaries that we share with our neighbors. The talk for this afternoon will focus on our climate types in the Philippines and its relevance to aquaculture, particularly the fact that we have approximately about 20 typhoons, tropical cyclones, that enter our Philippine area of responsibility every year. And that I'd like to make a point, since I'm an environmental scientist, that the Philippines is a major biodiversity hotspot. So let me go through the basic pros, the contribution, the important contributions of aquaculture in general. It will definitely increase and ensure our food security. It will obviously relieve the ever-increasing pressure of captive fisheries. As a matter of fact, about 70% of already of our fish stocks have been overfished globally. And it will provide development and economic activities in the area where they will be located. However, there are disadvantages also in the context of the basic tenets for aquaculture, which includes also shrimp culture. Obviously, the disease has been an issue, and the spread of this, the negative impacts to the environment, which will often result in the degradation of our ecosystems, which I will talk about later on. And obviously, as the operation expands and even becomes more focused in aquaculture, mostly local traditional fisheries will be dislocated. This is a slide showing the sphere approach that the Institute of Environmental Science at UP Diliman has been using. And so I would just like to take a few seconds to emphasize this, that we consider obviously our planet as the life support, our natural capital. And our natural capital, obviously the main feature of the unique feature of our planet is the biodiversity or biosphere. So, and it all is supported by water, the hydrosphere, air, the atmosphere, and soil and rock, which is the geosphere. And all of this interact to sustain life. However, the days of the dinosaurs have long been gone, and the humans have been, the Homo sapiens have been, or the hominids have been predominantly in the form of Homo sapiens, have been the predominant species that has changed a lot of our landscape as well as seascapes. And so we consider it now as an anthroposphere, and see here, showing here, that this anthroposphere has a humongous impact to the life support system. And this anthroposphere is predominantly a function of the population size. Obviously, as population grows, there will be more mouths to feed. The economics, the objective of people to be wealthy, and that's also an economic driver of what drives the entire planet. Now, obviously, the worldviews and ethics are some of the important aspects of anthroposphere, as this drives the discussion and the advancement of the United Nations or the entire planet. And the worldview right now is the context of this pandemic, and the ethics tells us that human lives are important to save. But this also shows that the importance of politics. At the end of the day, science can do only so much. Politicians are the ones that will ultimately make the important decisions, and therefore we want to be able to relay this to important decision makers, as well as we hope that politicians believe in science and will be supported by scientific advisors as well. Here's a slide that's just emphasizing what the details of what I talked about earlier. And here we know that humans have been relying on one another through time. In the last 100,000 years, we've moved around the planet and developed into civilizations. And so we've been responsible for the global changes. And these global changes, resulting changes also to the ecosystem functions, as particularly the biodiversity. Biodiversity is in the form of species, in the form of genetic variation, in the form of ecosystem or habitat variation, as well as functional variation. And therefore, all of this, at the end of the day, the bottom line is that they provide ecosystem services. And so I would like to take time to characterize the ecosystems, because these are some of the most important habitats that are influenced, affected by aquaculture industry. The main principle that sustains life on Earth is not about individual organisms or population. It is the ecosystem, because the ecosystem is both the source and the sink of energy. How is this so? The structure of the ecosystem dictates that there are these living components and the non-living components. Okay, and this will be what I'll be talking about. And this all go through the processes, particularly to allow energy to move and chemicals or nutrients to be recycled. And through time, any of this will undergo changes, and that's a natural change. And an example is a succession. And so you could imagine also what you're attempting in aquaculture is something like this in an artificial manner, just like agroforestry and agricultural systems. And therefore, you now have to have clear understanding of the trophic level and the form of energy transfer. Here you can see that the primary producers are the ones that benefit or take advantage of the solar radiation, transform it, and through photosynthesis. But this triangle emphasizes the inefficient conversion of energy as dictated by thermodynamics law. And therefore, takes so much to be able to produce the top predators. And that's basically a same principle that you will adopt and should be cognizant in aquaculture. So having said that, let me now focus on what is the difference of first weather and climate eventually, and emphasize on the climate types in the Philippines. People would every now and then, every day would hear what's the forecast for today. So that's basically what weather is and what will be the forecast even on a 7-day or 1 week daily basis. And then the climate or dosage information that usually would entail the average rainfall for the month, the average rainfall for the year, and monthly temperatures and monthly precipitation. So these are things that have already been averaged on a much longer term. So again, weather is just short term, the same parameters, but on the longer term, the climate. And often these are decadal, at least 30 years is often the conventional wisdom that says the data is good for climatic analysis. Here is a slide showing how our planet has been moving around our sun and how this, both in the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere, is influencing seasonality and emphasizing that in the tropics, there's hardly any changes except for precipitation. So as opposed to here, our axis being tilted about 22 degrees, and therefore once it is towards sun, that's where you have the summer of the northern hemisphere, and once it is tilted towards this on the summer for the southern hemisphere on the other hand. So the Earth's rotation around the sun creates all these different times of days and climate or seasons. And this is due to the non-uniform heating of the planet because of our spherical shape. And this results to the variable non-uniform heating will result to air pressure and like obviously driving the forces of wind and circulation and even low pressure areas. So let me just quickly talk about general air circulation. So, and I will focus here in the tropical belt where the Philippines belong. Okay, so here in the tropical belt, we often have a much sustained heat, but it's not that hot. It's only about 13 to 15% hotter, the gradient to the minimum, as opposed when you go in the higher latitude, the heat gradient is much higher. It can be 100 times hotter than the minimum. So that's the major difference. The tropics is often hotter than any of these latitudinal areas in general, but they could be much cooler in comparison to the summers of the higher latitudes. But anyway, the point I'm driving at here is once the air is heated, it goes up and accumulate into formation of clouds forming all saturated with potential rainfall, and it eventually would condense as rain. And take note that the closer you are to the equator, the least the chances that you will have typhoons or hurricanes or cyclones, because due to the Coriolis effect, the spinning of our planet on its axis, there is least friction in those areas. So most of the typhoons will be starting at about 5 degrees both north and south of the northern hemisphere. And that is the coverage within the latitudes of the Philippines. Another thing that I would like to introduce to you is the context of the intertropical convergence zone. So this is the convergence zone in this dotted line during the month of January. And you can see that this is the northeast monsoon. January is during the Amihan period. And so this vector shows that the northern trade winds will be much stronger, and therefore the intertropical convergence, the convergence of the northern trade winds and the southern trade winds converge, will be much on the southern end. Meanwhile, during the southwest monsoon in the month of July, the convergence of these north and south, which is the intertropical convergence zone, is much higher than in the Philippines. So the Philippines is somewhere here. And therefore, we can easily say that their bimodal distribution of the peak of wet season in the Philippines as these intertropical convergence zones pass through our country. Okay. So therefore, the climate types in the Philippines is dictated by just like any tropical country, it's dictated by the amount of precipitation. So here you could see in this slide a northeast monsoon rainfall. And then I would like just to draw your attention on this. This is a more typical average rainfall map of the Philippines. And as a result of the effort of the years of collection of data, this is what we have as a climate map of the Philippines. So take note, we have 4 climate types. This is the corona, okay? Corona is isang pare na unang panahon na nagkolekta ng initial data. So this is Corona's modified climate types for the Philippines. The type 1, this orange one, is just saying that this is has a very wet season and a dry season. However, the type 2, which is this green, this edge of the eastern border, so magka-opposite sila, is there's no dry, but obviously most of the year it is wet. And the thing that you have to realize, these are the major parang dichotomy yan, na maulan at may dry, yung isa naman walang dry, puro ulan. So type 1, type 2. At close to type 1 season or climatic type is what we refer to as type 3, yung nasa east ng orange na yan. Lahat yan ay type 3. Very, very similar to type 1. Okay? And then those that are similar to type 2 are the ones in pink. And this time, it has a very similar seasonality of rainfall to type 2. Okay? So that is clearly shows na we have to be able to recognize that there are variation of climate types in the Philippines. So here, again, the Quran is modified dry and wet from type 1, type 2, no dry season, type 3 resemble 1, and type 4 resemble 2. So another thing I want to talk about is the through time as we collect more data, we now know that because of the reduction of vegetation, particularly forests, Copen-Geiger, who collected who collected the first initial data and then continued by Geiger, and now this maintained by University of Melbourne, shows that the Philippines has also changed in the context of time. Most often, you could just imagine, or you could easily imagine that in the past, this was mainly more of tropical rainforest climatic types, with some tropical monsoon, obviously. But tropical savanna is now here in the picture, as we have cleared a lot of the lowland forest and transformed that into agricultural land. Obviously, we also have high peaks in the Philippines, particularly in the mountain province, even in sections of Mindanao, which results to very unusual temperate climate types located in the tropics. So again, the main point there is that there have been changes. So another thing that we have to recognize in the context of the Philippines being an island archipelago and within the belt of the tropical cyclone area or typhoon air belt. So this is an effort of the DOST Pag-asa, who predicted the changes of climate types or particularly amount of rainfall as an effect of climate change. And they use the business as usual scenario, meaning tataas na excessively yung carbon dioxide emission in the form of the fossil fuel burning. So here, what I would like you to focus is the amount of changes. In the amount of changes in the dark green or dark blue-green is towards more rainfall, and towards the brown to dark brown is drought, lesser, very dry area. So you can see here, this is the first sort of season natin, the northern hemisphere winter yan. So this is the amihan, the lull between, this is the north hemisphere summer, or this is the lull between, this is winter, autumn, summer, spring. Okay, then this is also the context of the March, April, May, which is the best time in the Philippines. June, July, maraming ulan, particularly in September, October, November, is the transition again towards the amihan. So you could see that the take note of the dark areas, which will become far more wet, and those are probably interesting areas important to aquaculture as well as agriculture. And the same for the opposite for the brown. And here are far more points for consideration. The environmental impacts of aquaculture depends on location. So site location is very, selection is very important in the scale of the area of operation. What your target species is very important for the transfer of energy and the efficiency of this in terms of intensive versus extensive are important considerations. Again, the Philippines is a tropical archipelago, and I hope that this talk helped you out in the appreciation of the importance of climate and environmental considerations. Thank you for listening and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aragones, for the presentation. And I think we are now open for the open forum. But before opening the discussions, I would like to introduce two of our panelists. The first panelist does not actually need introduction. Mr. GJ Sarosa is a businessman, aquaculturist, and agriculturist, just like me, and is an important proponent of the shrimp industry in Negros Island. Our other panel is Mr. Sidney Abao, a graduate of UP Visayas, Bachelor of Science in Fisheries, and is currently the Assistant General Manager of CP Foods Luzon area. So thank you to our panelists for also finding time to participate in our meeting. So yes, we can now start our questions. Our panelists will react and ask questions to the presentations given by our four speakers. DJ, you can start.
Thank you, Philip. Good afternoon to all. May hapon. Can you hear me?
Yep, yep.
Yeah. My first question or clarification is with Dr. Zuraida. Doctor, what do you mean by in Ecuador they are into optimization and not intensification?
Okay, GJ. In Ecuador, it is still quite extensive. Okay, which means that they have very large farms, and what they're doing is they're not intensifying. They optimize production all along the supply chain, from the hatchery down to the farming part. This is like, for example, the cost of production, their survival rate is very high.
So that means, Doctor, in Ecuador, there's still the majority are still big funds, unlike
There's still big farms, but according to recent reports, they are also increasing their stocking density. Okay, but they are very cautious in the way they do things. They're not like, for example, I do not think, this is my opinion, I do not think they will come to our level. They may make their pond smaller, but they will not come to our Asian style of, like, we have in some cases 500 pieces per meter square. They will not come to that level. So far, I've heard it is less than 20 when they intensify. This is what I know at the moment. And what is most important is survival rates. Low survival rates gives you better cost of production, right?
yes. Another thing, Doctor, is that you mentioned, like, yes, we were also affected in a way last year because of the pandemic. So in your reports, like Thailand, the big players, no, they had problems with selling their excess supply. So where did they sell the excess supply, like Vietnam or Indonesia?
Indonesia actually did very well. the reports that we have, Indonesia has been exporting to the US, but it didn't do as well as India, because India managed to do very good exports to the US. It's actually number one with value adding.
Even during the height of the
Yes.
logistical problems last
Yeah.
year.
Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. They manage quite well. But Indonesia's market has always been the US. And and you can see from the report that the US market actually increased imports. When the move was towards retail, countries like Indonesia but especially India did well, and Ecuador, because what Ecuador did was like I mentioned, they were very quick to pivot to value adding. They, as you know, that they are usually for wholesale, but when they lost the China market, they have to do something. They couldn't go to they couldn't sell into China, because China, the you remember not sometime during 2020, there was a time whereby because of the coronavirus checks, Ecuadorians' exports were stalled. You remember?
Yes, yes.
Yes. Yeah. And I
And
think, that's the good lesson, how they managed to do value adding quickly. Nobody thought that Ecuador could do it right because they're so wholesale.
and what was the average size for the US market that they supplied, ma'am?
Sorry, I don't have that information. I will check for you, and I can email to you the information. Let
Okay.
me, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, GJ. Sydney, would you like to ask the next question?
Good afternoon, everyone. Maayong hapon sa Visayas. Maayong hapon po sa Mindanao. My question goes to Dr. Prakan. Our treatment, sir, is one of the most major cost in our culture. Um, it is one factor also that we need to treat our water to prevent damage from diseases, as well as we have to maintain the water quality of our pond. So commonly, sir, in Dr. Prakan, in Philippines, we use chlorine. But right now, the cost is getting higher and higher, and we find it very hard to import the chlorine. No? So my question is, how can we make chlorine in specific? Because I know there will be a lot of disinfectant. How can we make chlorine as a specific only, as a disinfectant, to be more effective in our water treatment? And do we have alternative way?
Thank you very much, Sydney, for your question. I feel very sympathy for this. I mean, I know that the production cost, especially everything, as every speaker already mentioned, that the cost of the production this year will be increased, including the feed cost, ASCP cost, or whatever, everything. Disinfection also one important thing, as Sydney already mentioned about to prevent damage, you need some specific disinfection to control the pathogen not to be overgrown in the water. So chlorine has been used for many purposes. So if you ask me about how to effectively use the chlorine to be, effective one to control the pathogen or the loss by many diseases, I believe you have to understand first that you need the chlorine for what aspect that you are going to decide to use the chlorine for. For example, you can use chlorine for just only sanitizer or stabilizer the water with a very low doses. Some farmer follow the doses around maybe not more than 5 to 10 ppm of the chlorine, just stabilize the water and sanitize the water. But in case of your area have a lot of diseases, for example, white spot, and you have a lot of biocarrier, right? Maybe some insect or even viral particle suspended in the water. I believe 5 to 10 ppm is not enough for all of you. So it depends area by area. I would like to recommend you that if you consider that you have in the risk area and then you need to control the damage. Sometimes the concentration of chlorine in high concentration have to be admitted. It means that you need to see whether you have a risk factor introduce your problem to your shrimp farming or not. For example, if you have white spot outbreak, I still believe you need to control the, maintain 30 ppm of chlorine active ingredient to control the biocarrier and the viral particle in the water. But if you don't have the viral infection, maybe if you just would like to stabilize and make water clean and clear, I believe 10 or 5 ppm is enough for all of you. So depend on area by area, problem by problem. You have to analyze. That is just only one way for you to control the cause of the disinfection, especially choline. That this year I believe is going to be increasing a lot because of China, because of import, whatever. That is just one thing I would like to recommend for you. And another thing you need to know that choline is the very effective if you use them in very low pH level. So many farmers don't understand this, and when they try to use chlorine or bleaching powder, they use the burn slime first, and then when pH is already increased more than 8.5 or 8.3, and you inoculate chlorine follow after the burn slime. This is going to be the bad situation for choline, because choline is very good when you use into the very low pH level. So I can suggest for all of you, if you would like to use chlorine, you need to understand that not to put any burn slime and any lambs before the chlorine, because that is going to increase the pH, and the effective of chlorine will be very less. That it means you need to spend more doses of chlorine, and you are going to lose a lot of money for this chlorine use. That is, I don't know. I
Okay,
answered your
thank you,
question.
Dr. Prakan.
Yes.
Thank you for the answer. So we can have more questions. Please put your questions in the Q&A now, and I would appreciate if our speakers and the source persons can go direct to the point in the question, so we can also ask more questions to everybody. Thank you. So we have a question here from Dr. Rex Trifalgar. Is the Ecuadorian line or strain of Pibaname locally developed in Latin America and not from the US line, similar to strains being used in the Philippines? Who can answer that question? I think, Zoraida, I think you'd be in a better position to answer this.
I think Prakan can help me here. The Ecuadorians use their own domestically developed broodstock, but they also are using within the country, but they also import from the region. Okay, it is those that they develop for more for. Let me think. Is all it all pathogen exposed. So it's different from our SPF shrimp, but it is not fast growing.
So, Zoraida?
Because it's disease, all pathogen exposed, so it's healthy, but it's not like our SPF where we have the fast growing growth, where we develop fast growing strains. So that's the situation.
Let me
Okay,
try.
Prakan, help me
Let
here.
me try to help Azulea a little bit.
Yeah.
So, well, in Latin America country, they use a strain we call F or APE, as Sulita
APE.
mentioned, is on pathogen exported. Different from Asian countries, we use SPF. The difference of these two kind of strain is maybe some. It depends on opinion by opinion. Someone thinking about if you use the bush stock that we call on exported pathogen bush stock, is going to be that you cannot control whatever some unknown pathogen that are already carry inside the bush stock. So in the future, if you use this kind of strain, maybe they have a chance to transfer some unknown diseases to the environment. So that is why some Asian countries don't accept about the concept of F or APE, and they follow the SPF because they believe SPF is just going to be better and to control the unknown diseases. That is just some opinion, but they have a controversy on this. So depend on the opinion. Someone thinking about F is stronger, but someone say that SPF is also strong. It depends on how you select the bush stock to be commercialized. So it depends opinion by opinion.
Yes. And the other thing is that with ape, if you were to put it in high density areas, high density culture, there's the chances that they cannot, because they will, what do you call it, they're not robust enough to handle high density culture, not like our SPF. It's not been proven actually to handle very high densities. So according to Robbins, is that he has tried it in Brazil. In Brazil, they have used it in with higher densities, and it doesn't work.
Okay, thank you for that
Yeah.
and those answers. We have another question from Miss Abby for Dr. Lem Aragones. How to maximize aquaculture without sacrificing the environment? How can they go hand in hand with sustainability?
Um, that's the billion-dollar question that everybody would like to have an answer. Um, but as an environmental scientist, I believe that every nation have to be planning for developing their own roadmaps. Of course, cognizant of what the experiences of our neighbors and other countries, but we also have to recognize our own climate, our own topography, our own um, um, environmental inherent properties that were in our aquaculture facilities will be located on. And we have failures and we are behind because of several failures in the past. And we keep on believing that we have to mimic the rest of the world when we probably have to believe that we have to focus on our own strengths. I hope I answered the question.
Thank you, Dr. Lem Aragones, for that answer. And I would like to have uh, well, we have another question here from the audience. One challenge between production of shrimp and any livestock is taste. For aquatic, saltwater is tasty versus the brackish or freshwater. How can we improve the taste for urban farming? So obviously this has a lot to do also with the genetics. Anybody want to answer the question?
Well, I would like to answer something that is not related to genetic, Philip.
Okay,
In
go please.
Thailand, we know we have many areas that have freshwater culture area, and of course, they lack of some natural or necessary elements or mineral that make the shrimp to taste bad compared to the seaside or seashore culture area. So from our study that we know that if you improve some mineral level, for example, like some sulfur into the water, especially sulfate, it's going to make the taste of the shrimp to be a little bit better. So this is on the trial process that when you would like to culture shrimp in low salinity area, and then the taste of the shrimp is not as sweet as in a seaside area. Whatever the balance of mineral have to be maintained and
Okay.
inoculate into the pond. So that is during the study that CPF already study on of this.
Okay, that's good to know. I have a question first to Zoraida, and this can be followed through by Dr. Lem and Attorney Perez. The question is interrelated to the three speakers. Zoraida, how do you think is uh, climate change going to change shrimp farming in the next 3 to 5 years?
Okay, when we talk about climate change, we talk about changing temperatures. And I think Len mentioned about the changes in the rainfalls and all that, right? But I think our problem is that we are still looking towards open ponds. Do you think that I can pose back a question? Do you think that our future would be for controlled systems, greenhouses? And another thing, when we have greenhouses and we manage to overcome those changes in climate conditions, which we cannot anticipate at this time, it will also, in the end, also help us with sustainability because we can clear up the use of mangrove areas. So we solve two problems at the same time.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you, Zoraida. Dr. Lem, it's good to see all those data that you showed. A lot of them came from years of study by DOST and different institutions. And so clearly we can use them, plan our aquaculture activities because these need to be long-term investments, not only important for companies, not only for farmers, but LGUs and the national government at large. What is your opinion as far as to the how climate change is going to affect how we manage our development in aquaculture?
The thing is that the climate change in the Philippines will have obviously impacts on rainfall as well as drought and the heat. And since most of our operations are coastal based, that will obviously be impacted. So Zoraida's right. Probably the future is self-contained, self-circulating, recycling water systems. That will be the way of the future. That can be more sustainable, I suppose. But the thing is, in terms of the Philippines, those figures that I showed already has been achieved in some sort of, we have gone through that. So we know the variability. Those are natural within the bounds of our natural variability. But the thing is that we haven't been sensitive to this data in terms of probably agriculture a little bit, but still there has to be wiser agriculture. But aquaculture definitely is lagging behind in the proper utility of the climatic data, particularly for in anticipation of the rising temperature and changes in precipitation. I'm sure Attorney Asis can add more.
Yes, I would like to pass the camera to Attorney Asis because it is affecting not only how we manage aquaculture, but surely about the development of livelihood because it would have been nice if we could adopt the Ecuadorian system in the Philippines, but it's understandable that introducing varieties that are not, or yeah, strains that are not SPF would be very dangerous to the industry also. So, Attorney Perez, how do you think we can bridge all of this and still survive as and prosper as shrimp farming industry?
Well, of course, in the context of generating more employment, often we are facing with the more efficient you are, the less workers you need, and so that's the other side of the equation that you have to consider. But obviously, if you have climate changes that are drastic, I would have to agree that you need to be more focused in terms of producing in smaller space. And obviously, your production must be more efficient. And the additional consequence of that would be less and less workers needed, as we've seen in other industry. And so we have to find a balance, and that's why my proposal is there has to be a twin approach. One approach is to go super intensive in some areas, especially if you're targeting like export market, because you need to produce your basic material at a lower cost, more efficiently, so you can compete internationally. But if you go, say, for instance, the other way is to do it on the extensive way, to supply the local market, because you can, well, not be more less efficient, but at least you can make use of existing resources without adding too much input, like you don't need to put in liners, things like that, and then you can utilize existing funds, and that is the way forward, a balance. And obviously, whatever is produced in these extensive farms can go to the local market. So that's where I'm trying to draw the balance between being super efficient and having less workers, and being moderately efficient, because at the same time you also want to maintain those jobs.
Yeah,
Philip,
so,
Philip,
okay, Zoraida, please.
can I say something?
Yes, please.
You mentioned that perhaps if Philippines had followed the Ecuadorian way, but then you cannot use the app shrimp. But that's not the way, because we still can use our SPF, but we can still use low density, and we can still have higher survivals.
Mhm.
So the what do you call it? The Ecuadorian way doesn't mean that you use app, but then we have already moved to Baname, so it's very difficult to get people to move from uh, putting in like 10 pieces now, after they've been used to putting in 100 pieces or 200 pieces. But that I'm sure that there are ways for us to come to a compromise whereby as we discussed, the way to do uh, intensive farming, but to get it at our cost of production, as we discussed, the issue is the cost of production. There is no point producing if you're losing money, right? For farmers, they need to make money, so you have to get the balance to have the good cost of production. So we need to find that balance there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, I think companies like CP is trying to, or CP are trying to find that ways and means to make intensive banana farming in the Philippines more competitive. I think the big gap really is on our local species, on how we can adapt them into extensive farming, and win-win for everybody, that we can also provide growth and livelihood to our smaller farmers, which really impossible to adapt the liner systems. And I think maybe SIFDEC should really push hard to work on the local species, making them more tolerant to diseases. But I think that's really the only way to go. So we have a win-win for the big farmers and the small farmers. I remember, not, well, quite a long time ago when I was still a child, in our farm, you will get wild shrimps in a fish pond, wild shrimps na kain-kain, no? Like really hundreds of kilos of wild shrimps. You don't see them anymore now. And that's why the milkfish industry is suffering badly, because there's no complementary source of income. So if we can revive shrimp farming in the traditional, semi-intensive or polyculture way, that is going to be a big addition. So we have a few more minutes, and I think we have some questions, a few more questions. Before I call you Zoraida, I'd like to uh, read this question. Will there be seminars for those who want to enter shrimp growing business? So good to know there's still people interested to go into it. I think BFAR can answer that. I'm sure they will answer that in the coming days. Zoraida, would you like to ask the
Okay.
last question? Ask the last point or
It's
question?
it's not a comment, it's not a question, but more like your statement just now, whereby you say that we can have a variety, intensive, extensive, semi-intensive. But look at the example of Vietnam, where they are producing so much black tiger, and they are only stocking at 1 to 2 pieces per meter square. And because they get it at very large sizes, the market is there. So there's also this other country to copy. You know how they manage to secure shrimp farming for the different groups of people. And they are also doing super intensive in greenhouses. Yep.
Yeah, we have to learn from their experiences. I know we're still doing extensive culture in Luzon with survivals of 3 to 5%, but they're still making better money than just milkfish alone. So if we have no more questions,
Uh, excuse me.
oh yes, DJ, please.
Yeah, I have a last question for Dr. Prakan. Dr. Prakan, you mentioned about the harvest machine. So, do you have a working model here in the Philippines that we can take a look? Or
Okay, I think I have to talk this to Udomsak whether or not they can have some demonstrate this one in Philippines because that is one used in our super intensive farm in Thailand that we have some automatic harvesting machine for maybe 5 or 10 years already to harvest from super intensive farm. So in Philippines because you normally you have a local serving for the local markets. But if you're interested on this, I think maybe we can discuss for Udomsak whether or not we can demonstrate or even have some few days for all of you to see in Thailand.
okay, thank you. We will just call. Thank you.
Okay, we did exactly as what we were told, end in about now. So thank you very much, everybody, for your time, your contribution, your active participation, and apologies again for the delays that happened. I'm sure the next coming sessions will manage time better after we're starting to learn under this new uh, platform. So thank you very much.
Thank
I
you.
transfer
Thank
the
you.
bye
ขอบ
bye
คุณครับ
Thank you
everybody.
Thank
very
you very
much.
much.
Yeah,
Bye bye.
bye.
Thank you
Bye
very
bye.
much.
ขอบคุณครับ
So I now transfer the floor, the camera to our organizers. Thank you again.
All right. Wow. What a highly informative open forum. On behalf of the 13th Philippine Shrimp Congress, we would like to thank all of our resource speakers, our panelists, and moderator for such informative discussions about aquaculture for shrimps. A quick break and a cup of coffee will help us to get more attentive for our next set of resource speakers and discussions. While everyone is having their coffee break, may we remind you that our session tomorrow will start at 8:30 in the morning. So mark your calendars or rather alarm. Also, we will be awarding our certificate of appreciation to our moderator, panelists, and speakers, starting with a certificate of appreciation is hereby given to Dr. Zoraida Marican in recognition of her invaluable support during the 13th Phil Shrimp Congress, given this 9th day of November 2021, signed by Norberto Chinquanco, Congress Chairman, and Roberto Godislao, President of Phil Shrimp. Next. Next, we have a certificate of appreciation for Attorney Assis G. Perez in recognition of his invaluable support during the 13th Phil Shrimp Congress given this 9th day of November 2021, signed by Norberto Chinquanco, Congress Chairman, and Roberto Gatislao, President of Phil Shrimp. Next, we have a certificate of appreciation given to Dr. Prakan Char- Charakongha- Charakongman in recognition of his invaluable support during the 13th Phil Shrimp Congress given this 9th day of November 2021, signed by Roberto Chinquanco, Congress Chairman, and Roberto Gatislao, President of Phil Shrimp. A certificate of appreciation is given to Dr. Lemuel V. Aragones, in recognition of his invaluable support during the 13th Phil Shrimp Congress given this 9th day of November 2021, signed by Norberto Chinquanco, Congress Chairman, and Sir Roberto Gatoslao, President of Phil Shrimp. And we have the certificate of appreciation to be given to Sir Philip S. Cruz in his recognition of his valuable support during the 13th Phil Shrimp Congress given this 9th day of November 2021, signed by Norberto Chinquanco, Congress Chairman, and Roberto Gatoslao, President of Phil Shrimp. And a certificate of appreciation is hereby given to Mr. Joseph Edgar Sarosa in recognition of his invaluable support during the 13th Phil Shrimp Congress given this 9th day of November 2021, signed by Norberto Chinquanco, Congress Chairman, and Roberto Gatoslao, President of Phil Shrimp. A certificate of appreciation is hereby given to Mr. Sidney Abao in recognition of his invaluable support during the 13th Phil Shrimp Congress given this 9th day of November 2021, signed by Norberto Chinquanco, Congress Chairman, and Roberto Gatoslao, President of Phil Shrimp. And now we will have a 15-minute coffee break, and we will be back. All right. And now we would like to welcome you back again in our next session. This session is about culture, biosecurity, and shrimp welfare. May we now call in Dr. Rex Trifalgar from UP Visayas Professor.
Hello. Good
Hi,
afternoon,
sir.
everyone. I would like to welcome everyone in the technical session 2 on shrimp culture, biosecurity, and shrimp welfare. I am Dr. Rex Ferdinand Trepaldar from the Institute of Aquaculture, College of Fisheries and Ocean Sciences, UP Visayas, and I will be the moderator of this session. In this session, we will be hearing from 5 expert speakers on technical developments, hurdles, advancement in issues related to disease management, biosecurity, and animal welfare in shrimp aquaculture. As we all know, sustainability and economic viability of shrimp farming is always challenged with disease outbreaks. The knowledge and information on how to manage diseases are vital for the sustainability of the industry. And our first speaker is an active aquatic animal health scientist affiliated to the network of aquaculture centers in the Asia Pacific, known as NACA, as a senior program officer responsible in handling the aquatic animal health program. Dr. Eduardo Llano will be presenting the important emerging diseases of cultured shrimps in the Asia Pacific region. I would like to welcome Dr. Llano. Dr. Llano, you may have the floor.
Good day, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation to be a part of this 13th Philippine Shrimp Congress. It is an honor indeed. Today, I will be talking about important and emerging diseases of cultured shrimps in the Asia-Pacific region. Shrimp aquaculture is one of the few activities possible in the coastal zone, which offers real potential for greatly improving the living standards of a large number of rural farming communities, especially in the developing countries. It is one of the most lucrative businesses and investment in food production sector in the past 3 decades. Shrimps are historically been one of the most heavily traded fish products, with the bulk of production taking place here in Asia and in Latin America. It supports the livelihood of around 8% of the world's population. And from nutritional perspectives, shrimp contains high protein with essential vitamins and minerals and low fat. Therefore, shrimp culture plays important role in poverty alleviation, food security, human nutrition, rural employment, and foreign income generation. The intensification of the shrimp farming started in the mid-1980s, and over the past 30 years, it experienced cycles of booms and collapse, mostly caused by the severe diseases like the white spot disease and more recently, the acute hepatopancreatic necrosis disease. And currently, environmental concerns and food safety frequently emerge as major issues aside from diseases, which constrain the further development of the sector. Thus, for shrimp farming, we can say that not all tales have a happy ending. Disease outbreaks are one of the serious causes of economic loss in many shrimp aquaculture operations in the region and around the world. It is mainly a result of transboundary movement or trading, especially of live shrimps. It is now apparent that many of the introductions and movements of shrimps have been responsible for the introduction, establishment, and spread of important pathogens into new geographic areas and hosts. And once these pathogens or disease became established in natural waters and often in aquaculture facilities and hosts, such pathogens are almost impossible to eradicate. Aside from the several diseases, the devastating diseases that the shrimp industry has experienced in the past, the current pandemic, the COVID-19, also impacted aquaculture in general. And it is mainly on its extensive damage to market chains on both the supply and the demand side. This includes curtailment of consumer spending due to massive business closures and job losses, some disruption on food processing and packaging facilities, heavy disruption on the restaurant trade, and extreme disruption of air freight. That's why it is common to read some not so good news about the impacts of COVID-19 to aquaculture, one of which is on impact to women who are involved in fisheries and aquaculture, but most of the news are on its negative impact on the export of important aquatic animal products. But there are also some good news, like the safety of aquatic products for human consumption. Also, some innovations and new technologies that have been developed in response to the pandemic. And some countries even have their fair share in the export of some of their specific aquatic commodity. For example, the shrimp from Vietnam being exported to the US. But what I want to equate here is on how the shrimp industry coped up with these devastating diseases that it experienced in the past, and comparing this with what we are having now, the COVID-19. And with this, I would like to acknowledge Dr. Celia Lavilla Pitogo, who is also one of the resource speakers in this Congress, because this idea came up in one of our discussion in the social media last year, comparing shrimp diseases and COVID-19. So for COVID-19, the RT-PCR is a gold standard for diagnosing the disease because it is accurate and reliable. In the shrimp aquaculture industry, these molecular diagnostics have been used for around 3 decades for the detection of important infectious pathogens of shrimps, including viruses, bacteria, and even parasites. We use PCR. We have conventional, RT, Q, you name it, we have it in the shrimp aquaculture industry. And we also use LUMP, or the loop-mediated isothermal amplification. And the group of Dr. Mary Beth Bacano Maningas from the University of Santo Tomas has developed a local LUMP diagnostics for the detection of white spot syndrome virus and append bacteria. And we also use in situ hybridization. These molecular diagnostic tools became instrumental in the timely and more accurate disease reporting from most countries in the region, more efficient disease surveillance, specifically for pathogen detection, reliable health certificates for animals, which is necessary or important for trading or transboundary movement purposes, and for monitoring the spread of emerging and important aquatic animal diseases, including shrimp diseases. For COVID-19, we usually practice preventive measures or precautionary measures such as mask testing, wearing of masks, social distancing, travel restrictions, and quarantine. And for important and emerging shrimp diseases, we also do some of this, including testing for important pathogens of shrimps prior to movement or stocking in grow-out culture facilities, and for emerging pathogens to monitor the spread of a new disease within the country or region. We imposed ban on transboundary movement of live shrimps, especially when the disease is non-endemic to a receiving area, country, or zone. And we do quarantine for newly introduced shrimp stocks prior to use in any aquaculture operations. As I have mentioned earlier, the shrimp aquaculture industry has been swept by several devastating diseases, and some of these diseases have caused the total collapse of the industry in some countries. So these diseases include several viral diseases, including infection with white spot syndrome virus or white spot disease, luminous vibriosis caused by bacteria, which is the cause of the collapse of the Pinase monodon industry here in the Philippines, acute hepatopancreatic necrosis disease, or APEND, and hepatopancreatic mycosporidiosis caused by enterocytosome hepatopenia, or EHP. Due to time limitation, I will only talk about the two most recent important shrimp diseases, APEND and EHP. APEND is also known as early mortality syndrome in the early days because it is a disease causing unusually heavy shrimp mortality approximately within the first 35 to 45 days of culture. It was first officially reported in China and Vietnam in 2010. It spread to Malaysia in 2011, to Thailand in 2012, Philippines in 2014, and just this year, Taiwan reported its presence in some of their shrimp farms. I think they reported it in August this year. And through published reports, it was also reported in Bangladesh in 2017, and Japan and Republic of Korea in 2020. The causative agent was identified to be Vibrio parahemolyticus that contains the toxin plasmids POA and B, but subsequent studies also show that other Vibrio species like Harveyii and Owensi can also contain the plasmids, the toxin plasmids, and can cause the signs of APEND when they are artificially injected to cause APEND infection in shrimps. So these are the clinical signs that you can observe at the animal, at the farm level. You have pale and shrunken hepatopancreas compared to the normal one on the right shrimp. We have empty stomach and empty gut. But the confirmatory test should be through histopathology that should show the sloughing off of hepatopancreatic tubules, which is caused by the toxin. So compare this with the normal and healthy hepatopancreas with the well-defined hepatopancreatic tubule at the bottom photo. How the region responded to APEND? So emergency actions of international and regional organizations, including regional consultation and wider dissemination of information like disease advisory and disease card, has prompted several shrimp-producing countries in the region to apply biosecurity measures. Example is Indonesia, which is still APEND-free up to this time. We immediately listed APEND in our quarterly aquatic animal disease reporting system for Asia and the Pacific. This is for the purpose of monitoring the presence or absence of the disease, especially in the major shrimp-producing countries in the region. Some countries like Indonesia and India immediately banned the importation of live shrimps from countries that are already affected by APEND. And APEND detection using molecular diagnostics has improved the supply of what we call the clean broodstocks and PLs for aquaculture use. And APEND prevention has been improved by management changes which focus mainly on environmental and feeding management. For EHP, this is a microsporidian parasite that infects the hepatopancreas of cultured shrimps, including Penaeus monodon and Penaeus vaname. Shrimps become infected by ingesting spores from the water, the sediment, from eating EHP-infected live feeds, or through cannibalism. Infection can result to slow growth, or some chronic infections, and even some mortalities if infection is heavy. Externally, however, there's no specifically distinctive gross signs of infection by EHP. That's why it is quite hard to diagnose the disease if your shrimp is infected by the parasite. However, infection may be suspected with the occurrence of unusually retarded growth or by the presence of a wide variation in sizes in the same batch of your stock, of your shrimp stocks in your pond, as shown in this photo by Celia. EHP infects the hepatopancreatic tubules, causing cells to slough and affect the shrimp's ability to digest its food, and eventually resulting in reduced appetite and slow growth. EHP-infected shrimps may have thin cuticle, white muscle, black spots on the eye stalk, muscle tissue, and along the hindgut. But these clinical signs are non-specific for EHP infection. But if you observe these together with slow growth and wide variation in sizes of your shrimp stock, then you can suspect that your shrimp might be infected by EHP. So how do we manage EHP infections? For broodstock facilities, we use EHP-free animals for stocking and EHP-free tested feeds, especially if you are using live feeds. For hatcheries, soaking of tanks and associated pipeworks in 2.5% sodium hydroxide for 3 hours, followed by complete dry out for 7 days is recommended. The sodium hydroxide will increase the pH of the water to more than 9, which will cause 90% of the spores firing their filaments. And once the spores fired their filaments, they will be unable to infect the whole cells, and they will eventually die. Of course, we have to practice strict biosecurity, use EHP-free stocks, regular screening for EHP throughout the culture cycle, and provide healthy diet for your PLs to boost their immune system and resistance to infection. For grow out, we should practice effective disinfection of culture systems, pond liners, farm equipments, and water. PL should only be sourced from registered hatcheries and stock only EHP-free PLs in your ponds. EHP-infected stock should be destroyed, and the pond bottom should be kept clean, especially from the accumulation of organic matter, which could act as a spore reservoir. And of course, again, provide your shrimp with healthy diet. So with these several devastating diseases that we had in our shrimp industry, there are still new or emerging diseases that are coming. So there are new threats coming, and the shrimp industry should be prepared to deal with these once these new and emerging diseases occur in the shrimp aquaculture industry. So one of these is the viral covert mortality disease caused by the covert mortality nodovirus, or CMNV. Infection with Decapodivirus virus 1, or DIV1, caused by DIV. And the last is the glass post-larvae syndrome, they also called it the bacterial vitrified syndrome, or BVS, which is reported to be caused by the virus, hepatopancreas and digestive tract necrosis virus, and by bacteria including Vibrio neocaledonicus and Vibrio alginolithicus. NACA has already published disease cards for both the viral covert mortality disease and the Decapodivirus virus 1. And these disease cards are available for free download from our website if you are interested. Let us talk about one of these emerging diseases, the DIV1. So the virus was previously identified as Cherax quadricarinatus iridovirus, or CQIV, originally isolated from red claw or freshwater crayfish, and also a shrimp hematocyte iridescent virus, originally isolated from Penaeus vanameae, or this is SHIV. Currently known species susceptible to DIV1 include Penaeus vanameae, Monodon, Macrobrachium rosenbergii and nipponense, Exopalumon carinocauda, Procambarus clarkii, and Cherax quadricarinatus. DIV1 is reported in China through published reports, and in Taiwan through official reporting to OIE and NACA. The virus was also detected in wild Penaeus monodon samples from the Andaman Sea. We listed DIV1 in our QAAD, or Quarterly Aquatic Animal Disease Reporting System, as iridovirus in crayfish in 2018, SHIV in 2019, and finally last year we used DIV1 in the listing. Webinars and regional consultations were organized by OIE Tokyo in August 2020 and by NACA in September 2020. And in this regional consultation, some of the key points discussed were that the virulence of the IV1 tupinase is significantly lower than the white spot syndrome virus. However, it is highly virulent to freshwater prawn, Macrobrachium rosenbergii. Reporting and transparency, as well as information sharing among countries in the region, should be encouraged. This is to allow assessment on how widespread the disease is in the region. And movement of live aquatic animals is the most likely means of transmission. Therefore, it is necessary that those animals should be assured of their DIV1 free status from the point of origin and should be properly quarantined prior to use in any aquaculture facility. The virus remains viable in frozen condition for about half year as per the studies conducted on this virus. Thus, disease transmission is still likely through contamination from infected frozen products. And before I end my presentation, just a few last words that outbreaks of damaging aquatic animal diseases are likely to continue, and the potential consequences are likely to increase with the expansion or as we continue to intensify culture systems, as we continue to trade and move aquatic animals, especially live aquatic animals, and as we continue to introduce new species for culture. Aquatic animal disease or pathogen, once introduced into the country or an area, is often very, very hard to eradicate. The risks associated with emerging and transboundary diseases are shared because we have shared water bodies and epidemiological links through trade, especially movement of live aquatic animals. Therefore, collaborative approach is necessary for effective aquatic animal health management, disease surveillance program, and for effective emergency preparedness and response system. That's all, at maraming salamat po sa lahat.
Thank you, Dr. Lianio, for the well-presented talk, emphasizing the importance of disease detection technologies, dynamic surveillance system, and above all, the transboundary cooperation and partnership to prevent diseases from spreading. To continue, our next speaker is a highly experienced applied biotechnology researcher, an innovator, and the director of GS Biotech is in Malaysia, a company actively providing innovative applied biotechnological products and technologies designed to prevent and manage disease problems in shrimp aquaculture. The COVID pandemic has somehow affected the regular manpower-related operation in shrimp farm operation, and Director Simon Ong will be presenting the concerns, hurdles of shrimp farming in Malaysia during the pandemic. Director Ong, the floor is yours.
Very good afternoon. Today I would like to give a talk about concerns and hurdles of shrimp farming in Malaysia during the pandemic. Right. So all the shrimps methods are good, whether it's on a turtle pond, modified square pond, liner pond, or round ponds. It's important to understand each technique and farming system through laboratory data. Understanding each system weakness, carrying capacity, and biosecurity methods is crucial in order to avoid crop failure. Two significant parameters in my talk today is to consider in shrimp farming is Vibrio and minerals. Right. These two will be of very huge significance during COVID-19 pandemic due to a logistic of selling harvested shrimps, low demand of smaller shrimps, which forced the farmers to prolong the DOC in order to harvest bigger size shrimps or wait for the logistics to come over for harvest. So first we go for Vibrios, right? How Vibrio contaminate the culture system, and then how Vibrio can become a primary infection, leading to secondary viral infection like white spots or IMN feed. All right, I'm not only talking about Vibrio para with AHPND, but also normal Vibrios as well, like yellow or green, which is feel like it's not a significant danger to culture. All right, so look at this plow. Final plow, everything's look clean, dry, but the naked eye. Whether is the Vibrio still contained inside, which is still a question if you don't do a lab test. So this is a 1 month after sun dry, scrape, plow twice, and yet you still can see that the Vibrio count, there are some ponds are high, some ponds are low, and some ponds with detected Vibrio para as well. See, so you must make sure if you want to continue the next culture, you make sure that this Vibrio go into the minimum or at least zero. If not, it will be keep on coming in and accumulate in your pond. So what it can suggest is that you can plow longer, rest longer, and apply probiotic if let's say your stocking schedule is limited. Best is still rest longer, and sun dry. And if it's plow, then you can see if you use probiotic, you faster that you can reduce your Vibrios further down. All right. So any probiotics will do as long that it shows the minimum to the colony count, then you can restart your culture. Okay, that is part of pond bottoms, which is those who don't have liners. But those who have liners, just have to make sure that your liner don't have holes. If you have holes, then the Vibrio from the pond bottoms will find their way out. So that is the witness for pond liner. All right. Then we go into how this Vibrio come in from the reservoir. Right. Nowadays we have a lot of ways to sterile the pond. It like just even become a swimming pool ponds. Clean acid, chlorine, any disinfectant. All right. But every disinfectant you do, there's only a time frame. After that, the Vibrios will come in and colonize your reservoir too. So look at this picture here, and on the 15th, we pump in the water, we tested, yes, they do have Vibrio, so we do 20 ppm chlorine, and then after a few days, we did the test and we saw it's reduced, but there's not zero at all, but at least it's reduced. But after a few days later, okay, and we do test again and found out that the Vibrio has grown and the Vibrio para came in as well. So if you use this for exchange water, you are not only giving clean water, but also supply Vibrio into your culture ponds. So what we suggest is that you have to treat your reservoir like a culture ponds. Do a testing and see, and also try to maybe apply probiotics as well, like this. You apply probiotic, you can have minimum Vibrios going into your ponds. Okay, but this if you don't want to have a probiotics apply, but you can plan your reservoir. Maybe you have R1, R2, R3. R1 3 days finish, and then you feel while finished, you top up the R2 and then R3 and so on. So you make sure that every 3 days you've complete your reservoir, finish up. Right? Mainly these are for high density because high density they will change water every day. Okay, come to this is a potassium permanganate, same thing, Also, you also advise that check your river, check your water source, see whether they contain any Vibrio para or luminescence or Vibrio Hawaii. If you have to do treatments as well, but make sure after treatment you have to finish up. If you don't finish in a certain time frame, you must apply probiotic just like this. This one is like after 3 days, the Vibrio already come out. After 10 days, even more. And if you start applying probiotics, then yeah, you can control. Okay, but don't look down on yellow and green. it will give you a certain amount of headache as well. Let us continue. Okay, this is an example of this is a reservoir and a culturing tank. All right, this is a tank. So it's stocking at 214 pieces per meter square. So they will do water exchange from 30 to 40% daily. So from here, you can see the effects of it. Okay, this is a table. Ignore the other data. What I want to show you is the Vibrios and from the tank and the RTU. Look at it. If your RTU is high Vibrio, then your culture tanks also will be high Vibrio as well. But from DOC further down, so we start to control the RTU better because we understand that the farmers understand now that the RTU is also contaminated with Vibrio. So they try to reduce the amount. And after that, the Vibrio was controlled well. And if it's zero, then it's much better control. All right. So this is a source water sample. From here, this is a reservoir part. And here now we go into where the PLs are bringing in Vibrio as well. So this is an example that we do. We took water sample from a tank, hatchery tank, which contain the PL that going to stock in this farm. So we found out that the Vibrios in the tank contain is this amount of Vibrio, and we got detected Vibrio para. But noted that even though you have detected Vibrio para with the low amount of colony inside, okay, it will not detected in PCR or even real-time PCR. It will be negative because it's too little to detect that, or maybe that this Vibrio para may not have the gene of the gene of AHPND, so they may not detect it as well. So this is one thing that so we show this is the part that we have to be concerned. The best is to do the Vibrio test. So now we're going to test it out in the pond. So this is a pond that you're going to be stocking in, and it shows that all are negative, nothing, zero, no Vibrios at all. So, but then because of we detected the high Vibrio counts in these hatchery tanks, so what we did is we prepare tanks and fill in with this pond of water to test whether these PLs are viable or not. And truly enough, this C tank and D tank, all right, C tanks after 6 hours start PLs mortality. So we do the plating, one with the TCBS plate and one is chrome plate, and we found out that the C plate with mortality have gone up, the VP, Vibrio para has gone up. But then this one with the probiotics, it still be suppressed, be controlled. Okay, so that's a part that we should understand. So normally what we do is that we try to give a try to maintain when the PLs arrive. We don't think that it's very clean, everything is clean, just leave it there. So we should start to treat the PLs when we go in, when it is stocked in, we start to treat the pond with probiotics or whatever things that you need to suppress the Vibrios that bring in from the hatchery. Because not the quality of the PL, is mainly that it's a management, because Vibrio can come in anywhere, anytime. So you just have to work together with the hatchery and try to minimize the Vibrio to go into your culture pots. Okay, this is how within 4 days treatment, you can see that the Vibrio paras here, it reduced here during the nursery period. So even though nursery, if you check your water, you can try to control your Vibrio counts, especially the VP. All right. One thing you have to take note is that after I attend the co-op meetings one time, when they told us that well, not much green Vibrios, but why my stream is still dying? All right, look at these pictures, look at this diagram. you can see Vibrio para count is high, but your grade is low, right? This is very indicate that Vibrio para may not shown as green colony in a TCBS agar. Right? This has known publications, but we have been seeing this for the past 2 years. Have this kind of situations. See, look at these things. Like this one, we have para, but in TCBS is zero in green colony. So take into account, like if let's say your Vibrio is too high, and to test chrome agar every week may not be a solution for costings, maybe. So what you can do is, if it's too high Vibrio, you can subject for another chrome agar to detect whether there is any Vibrio para or what, or there is a dying shrimp or anything. You can go into chrome agar to check if the Vibrio is high, but some mortality, or Vibrio is too high, then you can go for chrome agar as well. So this is for nursery, and then to grow out. So the same thing, when you stock in your PLs, the first week, don't go into just leave it there. Just because you think that everything is clean, it's still new. Once you go in, test your water directly, and then after that you can do treatment straight away. And you can, so you see from 30th and to on the 5th, it's only 5 days, and you already have reductions of the Vibrio, that you do the treatment fast and as soon as possible. So this is to share with you that probiotics, I'm not selling probiotic here. What I'm suggesting is that try various probiotics. If your current probiotic is not working, or you can increase the dose, not based on the label, but at the same time, if you still cannot, you can change a few brands and see. So I can give you an example, like this one, using probiotic A and this one probiotic B. All right, A is working. A is not really working, but B is working. So it just depends on just test the data and then apply what is happening. So you have to control the Vibrios because white spot or IMNV virus, it comes from a geographical location. Different locations will have different viruses, right? So this is both all PLs are clean, and then come in when the Vibrio is high, suddenly white spot detected. So if you don't do the Vibrio and you just test the shrimp, and you think that white spot kill your shrimp, but actually the first thing that start to stress your shrimp is the Vibrios, right? This is another pond. Actually, it actually have about 50 ponds, so have 20 ponds exactly the same thing. So I just show you the two readings, and you find out that even it's going higher and white spot detected mortality, and you still can recover a little bit if you control the Vibrio. But if unfortunately this pond was spiked up with Vibrio again and killed the shrimp, so they aborted the pond. So this is for white spot, and this place is for IMNB. All right, it's the same Malaysia, but one is the north and one is central. So this particular one there, when these particular farms, they do testing every week, and you see that weekly was no EHP found, no white spot found, IMNV and HPND found. But once the Vibrio spike up, AHPND is there, IMNV is there. But after a few days later, until 49 days, they abort the full harvest. So that's the problems. And then this is about Vibrio part. Regardless of any practice, Vibrio will just keep coming into the system. Important, all being alert in monitoring the water stages, flow from source to treatment reservoir and to culture pond. Consistency in water parameter checking as having almost the same result in a week does not mean that it will be the same for the entire cycle. Apply disinfectant, mineral source, probiotic, or any application necessary based on water parameter results, not just blindly or based on the product label, especially probiotics. Data will be the ultimate decision maker. Controlling the Vibrio will reduce the chances of virus outbreak, right? And then next, this is a carrying capacity. The carrying capacity dependent on the hardware pond, liner pond, or earthen pond, with plowing or no plowing. Is carrying capacity dependent on the treatment use? No. All parameter above are part of the setup increase in tank capacity, but there is one more which is oftentimes forget or neglect is a water source, where your salinity, your alkalinity, calcium, magnesium, potassium are the one that is supporting your biomass carrying capacity. Water source is always dependent to farm locations and geographically. So no matter how hard we invest to increase the carrying capacity, we must first look into your water source, which is our software that we consider whether it's compatible to the hardware of our upgrades. So I give you an example that happened in 2018 that this is the first time that I encountered the experience. So we found out that of course 9 grams you can't harvest, you can't do anything, but then when your biomass increase, so happen that your magnesium is going down due to heavy rains. So this show, and then but you can't, going something to happen, but then you can't harvest because there is no buyer. 9 gram not viable to harvest, but you have to drag on. But if you keep on dragging on, mortality will start because the sustainability of magnesium over your biomass is not sufficient. So by the time you start dying and you start slowly harvesting, then your biomass will compatible to a magnesium, but your start part of this already kill most of the shrimps, and that's why your survival is low. All right. Now I give you an example that so we have no choice. So in 9 grams, we start to harvest and try to maintain a certain biomass to compensate the magnesium level. Then after that, you keep on harvesting, then you can get better results, which is a higher survival. This was 2018, and I will show you for current the latest of last year that these farms was doing high stocking at 150. You look at it. Once you have high density, and then I know about the predictions of the carrying capacity, I will place that at 6 tons. But this one is more than that, and mortality happened. So in rate, all the mortality happened, but because they partial less than what is expected, and here you get another mortality. See, so your survival will drop. Even you have high stocking density and with good biomass, but your survival is only 50%. So this is so happened that these particular farms, there's one is with 100, and your cowback also is not above 1,000, just 700. But then because the biomass is compatible with the calcium magnesiums, then you have a flow with a good culture and everything's perfect. And then come to this one is a high stocking density with around tanks. All right, 2020 and 2019 it was okay. So they always produce about 5 tons with this kind of calcium magnesium. But unfortunately, this year, sorry, suddenly the magnesiums go down. Go down badly that they cannot sustain, they cannot grow further. Right? This one it was grow until 30 grams, but this one at 12 grams you have to full harvest because at first it was nothing, no virus at all. But until the 12.3, until the 53 days they started dying, and we checked, and that week also they show IMV positive. So this is that's why the sustainability of your magnesium was not enough to sustain it. Right. In conclusion, according to the observation from the data we have gathered, the minimum carrying capacity can be based on the following requirement. All right, it's 5,000 kilos in 5,000 meters square. You must have around calcium and magnesium 180, 150, and potassium and calcium you must ensure about ratio 1:1. With the global warming, air water pollution keep worsening, the carrying capacity may change too. Farm operator can use guideline to determine on what is a harvestable size to correlate with your pond biomass, like what size your market demand and what kind of stocking you need. Because during this pandemic, everyone caught off guard because you stock higher, but then there were no one want to have a smaller size, they want bigger size. Then you get caught in between, and then when rains come and what your magnesium go down, then you just have to see your shrimp die or even get infected with other secondary infections. So make sure that insufficient minerals will cause molting stress, and shrimp will be easily get infected by virus or vibrio or both. So this is just things that to show you about white mussels. White mussels can be happen to a lot of vibrios or mineral imbalance and IMNV and these two lactococcus and PVNV. But the most important is Vibrio hardware. It's not only Vibrio hardware, it can be Vibrio vulvonicus as well. And I've shown there are some high Vibrio of yellow, full Vibrio, yellow Vibrios. They also have white muscles. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Ong, for the detailed presentation. And to our participants in audience, the message is clear. There is a need to constantly and dynamically monitor and manage vibrio population in shrimp culture to attain production success. As we proceed, while our two speakers have emphasized several ways to manage pathogens proliferation and disease outbreaks in shrimp farming operation, our third speaker would be presenting another practical and efficient way to prevent the entry and spread of shrimp diseases in a farm setting through biosecurity. Dr. Celia Pitogo is a renowned scientist and a specialist on fish health management and currently a consultant of FeedMix Incorporated, one of the Philippines' largest fully integrated aquaculture company. Dr. Pitogo will be presenting a topic on biosecurity and disease management in shrimp aquaculture. I would like to present to the group Dr. Celia Labelia Pitogo. Dr. Pitogo, you may have the floor.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I will present about biosecurity and disease management, taking a closer look at the shrimp farming industry in the Philippines. I will start my talk with biosecurity in action in our world today, then go into the definition of biosecurity in aquaculture, and talk about reminders from historical experiences with infectious diseases affecting shrimp. Then I will discuss international, national, and farm levels of biosecurity, and end with biosecurity in the context of the shrimp industry roadmap. We are all in this virtual conference now because of one reason: we cannot travel. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought havoc to our ordinary lives, and it has put layers of biosecurity needed in order to travel. Long days of quarantine, the necessary testing, whether one is still negative for the disease or a carrier of the infection. And individually, we are responsible in avoiding infection and spreading the virus to arrest the pandemic. These are conditions that are reflective of what is happening in the shrimp industry in particular and aquatic biosecurity in general. In the September 2021 Global Conference on Aquaculture that was conducted by FAO in Shanghai, China, aquaculture biosecurity was emphasized as a cost-effective management of risk posed by pathogenic agents to aquaculture through a strategic approach at the farm, national, and international levels, and that this should be done with shared public-private responsibilities. An important takeaway from that meeting was that aquaculture biosecurity needs revised strategies at all levels. At the international level, there needs to be improved transparency, adoption of standards, and support for coordination of pathogen introduction other than trade, giving priority on live aquatic animals. At the national level, legal frameworks are needed in order that pathogen control and spread will be effective. And we also need the support of diagnostic capability. And these are supported by training funding, information from surveillance programs, not only on pathogens, but also in antimicrobial resistance, preparedness, risk analysis, and participation of the academic groups and the industry. Farm level biosecurity is always the focus of shrimp congresses, and we know that there are various strategies in order to improve biosecurity in the farm. This is developed through the interaction of the host, the environment, and the pathogen. And biosecurity is aimed mainly at blocking the transmission of pathogens into the host or going into the water and eventually into host. To remind us, many decades have passed when we have been transporting live shrimp. For example, the Philippines has moved Phineas Monodon through entrepreneurs to Hawaii, to Tahiti, and to many other countries. This movement of live shrimp has brought about the spread of transboundary diseases, the most prominent example of which is white spot syndrome virus. WSSB is a disease that remains the biggest problem of the shrimp industry after 3 decades. It spread from somewhere in China into various countries and eventually to the Philippines in 1999. More recently, the infectious disease called aquatic hepatopancreatic necrosis disease, formerly known as early mortality syndrome, also started somewhere in China in 2009 and eventually reached Philippine shores in 2015. These photos or these diagrams are reflection of failures in international biosecurity. Thus, before importing anything or bringing a new species or new variety into the country, we need to know what diseases it has and where. Therefore, transparency in disease information is important, especially with emerging diseases or diseases that have not yet spread to many territories. This needs adoption of standards in testing, which are robust. It needs coordination for pathogen introduction other than trade. As have said, recognition of live animals as high-risk commodities. The archipelagic location of the Philippines may have delayed somehow the arrival of some diseases in our territory, but we need more than geographic separation from other countries. We need policies and regulation for biosecurity at the national level. The National Strategy on Aquatic Animal Health has been advocated by FAO since 2007, and more recently, it has advocated the 3 levels of progressive management pathway in aquatic biosecurity in order to control diseases. Of these 3 stages, I will only mention a few, such as policy legislation, disease diagnostics, farm-level biosecurity, human resources and institutional capacity, and zoning and compartmentalization. But it doesn't mean that these other aspects are not worked out. It's just that these are the focus of my presentation this afternoon. For national legislations that support biosecurity in shrimp, the most prominent are the Fisheries Administrative Orders 230 and 230-1 dated in 2009. And these are the guidelines that allow the importation and culture of broodstock and post-larvae of
SPF Penaeus vaname. Penaeus vaname is not a native shrimp in the Philippines, but it's native to Latin America. Thus, for any exotic animal, we need to have guidelines with its importation, what disease status it has before importation, so that we will prevent bringing in its diseases into our country. So the provisions of this fisheries administrative order are being implemented now in terms of importation, biosecurity measures, pre-border, post-border, and when it is used in farms. For SPF broodstock development, this will be discussed in detail by Dr. Craig Brody, I think tomorrow. I will just focus on the data from BIFAR from 2011 to 2020, showing that we import thousands of specific pathogen-free Penaeus vaname every year from suppliers in the US and Thailand. Take note that of this, only an average of 2.4% of imported SPF broodstock is Penaeus monodon, and only one hatchery is doing it. Of the 89 shrimp hatcheries that are recorded by BIFAR, only 29 P. vaname and 1 P. monodon facilities import SPF broodstock, and these are distributed in these regions according to the BIFAR NSPP data. We know about diseases because of the laboratories that support them. If you recall, at the early part of the COVID-19 pandemic, we had very limited testing capability. Now everyone knows what qPCR is. So PCR has become a household name, which all shrimp farmers have known for decades. It is because it is the method that is used to test whether the animals that we bring into our farm or into our country do not have the viruses that we don't want. So these laboratories are located in several regions where BIFAR is located. Another legislation which shrimp hatchery owners and farmers may be familiar with is the Fisheries General Memorandum Order 240 series of 2003 that regulates transboundary movement of shrimp post larvae. Now there is a reason for this. We should not spread just easily post larvae from one island or from one region to another, because they may carry endemic diseases or emerging diseases, so that testing is required in order for them to be given permits for movement. So may katuturan lahat yung mga ginagawa natin yan. But the biggest problem on biosecurity in shrimp farming in the Philippines, or in aquaculture in general in the Philippines, is the lack of zoning. Our farms are located near rivers, and the access to water or the waterways where we throw away effluents are common. So it is not unheard of to learn about the mortalities in several areas, because disease can spread very easily, facilitated by this biosecurity problem of farms sharing the same waterways. Another example is in Panguil Bay. I just took these photos from Google Map to show you that many of the farms that are sources of Penaeus monodon have biosecurity challenges. Although Dagupan is more popularly known for its bangus aquaculture products, there are byproducts that are crustaceans in these farms. And again, it reflects a challenging biosecurity setup because of shared waterways that take in water for culture and for release of effluents coming from ponds. But there are farms that are located quite detached from other farms, and these are the ones that may lend themselves to cost-effective implementation of biosecurity. Okay, so this is one example somewhere in the Visayas, another somewhere in Mindanao, then somewhere in Luzon, and another one in the Visayas. So these small farms or medium-sized farms, which are located away from other farms, do not have the risk of taking in water that have been used by other farms, so that biosecurity can be effectively set up in these facilities. So what are the biosecurity needs at the farm level? Now, a farm needs to have a plan, okay? It cannot just be a uniform implementation of biosecurity for all farms, because you need to find out what the significant pathways for introduction and spread of disease are. Could be the water, wildlife, vehicles, feed, staff, could be the stocks that are moved about. So you have to know from which source the disease may come. And it is also important to know the measures that will be applied to mitigate the risk when it happens and to prevent its spread. Now, a biosecurity measure cannot be uniform all throughout. As we have seen, our biosecurity for white spot did not work for append and may also not work for EHP. So there is a need to audit, reassess, and adjust the measures that are needed for biosecurity to work. Biosecurity also has cost. So how much will it cost to exclude a pathogen from the farm? So the farm should know the economic impact of the disease it is trying to prevent entry or to prevent to occur. If the impact is more than the cost of the biosecurity measure, then that measure is warranted. Another question is that biosecurity measure practical? If it is not practical, then there's no way it will bring you returns. So for example, in the large areas with many smallholder farms sharing the same waterway, you need to evaluate that location versus your planned action. So some of the farm biosecurity measures have been putting up nets over the ponds, bird scares, lines, crab fences, filters, roofing over important stocks, vehicle tire washes, hand washing stations, foot baths, gas chlorination, or other forms of chlorination for the water. So these are measures that have been reviewed, and some of them have been changed. So depending on the disease you are facing, you need to ensure that the biosecurity measure is adjusted so that it will continue on working and protecting the animals in culture. There are a lot of information that you can dig up about biosecurity. Specifically, there is this simple flyer about biosecurity for shrimp farms, what to do before, during, and after a disease outbreak. This biosecurity flyer has been mostly prepared for white spot, and you need to review what kind of flyers you need to adjust information for append and for the parasite Enterocytosone hepatopinae. The network of aquaculture centers in Asia Pacific also comes with disease advisory, especially for emerging diseases. Just last year, it came out with a decapod iridescent virus 1 disease advisory as an emerging threat to the shrimp industry. And I think the Bureau of Fisheries laboratories have prepared themselves for DIV1, making this a mandatory test for incoming stages of shrimp that are imported from other countries. Now, I mentioned about the shrimp industry roadmap. One of the discussions in the shrimp industry roadmap are constraints. The number one constraint that is listed is occurrence of diseases, outbreaks and possible emergence or re-emergence of diseases that are already known. This affects so much farm production. Another problem at rank 5 is that only about 75% of total shrimp farms, are not registered or accredited by BIFAR. So only 1/4 are accredited or registered. This is because many farms fail to comply with minimum biosecurity and good aquaculture practices requirements. Now, this may be a situation which needs to be adjusted. No? Should you be registered after you have complied, or should you be registered so that you can comply? So this is something that the industry needs to look at, so that 100% of shrimp farms will be registered and accredited by the Bureau of Fisheries. And I understand that this will also lead to collection of more accurate data on production. Accreditation will also lead to more active dissemination of new technologies and, of course, biosecurity measures. Rank 15 among the constraints is the limited availability of SPF broodstocks. Specific pathogen-free broodstocks are very important so that we do not stock already sick post-larvae into our farms. But as I have said, there are many parts of the farm that need to be biosecured. Water, the environment, even the air, because there are pathogens that are borne by flying animals. So we need to have SPF broodstocks, but this should be matched by biosecurity in the farm. So SPF broodstocks right now are imported. So the industry needs to put together resources so that broodstock can be developed from within and that they will be specific pathogen-free. This is a very costly undertaking and should not only be available to large players. Even the small farmers should have access to SPF post-larvae, and it should be remembered that this strategy should leave no one behind. So the shrimp industry obviously needs strong private-public partnership to improve biosecurity and to have access to clean stocks. And this is the biggest hurdle that we need to solve in order to improve our production. And as we are always want to say at this time, stay safe. Maraming salamat po. And I would like to thank the organizers of the Shrimp Congress for inviting me to share my thoughts.
Thank you, Dr. Labilia Pitogo, for a very informative talk, and the take-home lesson to everyone is clear. Shrimp farming requires team cooperation and group efforts, since a mishap of one may cause the collapse of everyone. Thus, biosecurity should be practiced and followed, strictly implemented for the benefit of everyone and for the whole shrimp industry. For our participants, feel free to write your questions in a Q&A box. We'll address these questions in the open forum part of the session. So our fourth speaker, to further diversify the options and practical strategies to prevent disease outbreaks in shrimp farming, our next speaker, Mr. Kari Andigan, is an active and highly experienced field researcher in shrimp farming and currently affiliated as a senior technical advisor of BioSolution International Corporation, a major provider of biotechnological-based products and technological solutions to aquaculture in the Philippines. Mr. Andigan will enlighten us on the topic of bioaugmentation, practical and innovative application of probiotics in shrimp production. Mr. Andigan, you may start your talk.
Good afternoon. My presentation is on bioaugmentation, practical and innovative application of probiotic in shrimp production. In aquaculture, bioaugmentation is the concept of introducing cultured microorganisms in a contained environment in order to enhance bioremediation and biodegrading specific soil and water contaminants in aquatic ecosystems. In shrimp culture, successful studies in the early 90s were reported for both the hatchery and grow-out culture. Research on bioaugmentation has led to the development of what we now commonly use as probiotics in shrimp aquaculture. Probiotics were initially studied and developed for shrimp culture to improve rapid breakdown of waste and as an alternative to antibiotics in controlling pathogenic Vibrio bacteria. In intensive shrimp culture, waste accumulates rapidly that the normal capacity of the naturally occurring bacteria to break down waste cannot anymore cope up with the rate of increase in waste coming from shrimp feces, uneaten feeds, molted shell and dead shrimp, and plankton die-off. A key benefit of probiotic application in ponds is to promote rapid breakdown of organic waste and other substances that are toxic to shrimps. This waste produces ammonia, nitrite, hydrogen sulfide, among others. These pose serious threats to overall shrimp health, growth, and survival. Probiotics help improve pond soil and water quality and provide a healthy environment for shrimps. Probiotic bacteria play an important role in controlling pathogenic Vibrio species through competitive exclusion, where two or more species cannot coexist in a community while living off of the same resources. Here, we have a probiotic bacteria in media culture and also Vibrio culture on TCBS agar. Our objective in shrimp culture is to promote the growth of beneficial bacteria in the pond and in the shrimp gut, and to reduce or eliminate the growth of Vibrio bacteria in the culture system. Probiotics have many benefits to shrimp gut microflora. Incorporating probiotic to the shrimp feeds increases the population of beneficial microorganisms, and these will protect the gut lining from damage caused by Vibrio infection. Moreover, probiotics help protect the most important organ of the shrimp, the hepatopancreas, from disease. We can see here an image of a hepatopancreas tissue with melanization showing damage to the tissue as a result of high level of Vibrio infection. Here, we have different modes of action of probiotics that help prevent growth of pathogenic Vibrio in the shrimp gut. This is an illustration of competitive exclusion, where various species of microorganisms in the gut will compete for space, attachment sites, and for nutrients. Regular application of probiotic in feeds control pathogenic bacteria in the shrimp gut. As probiotic population increases, this will displace the pathogenic Vibrio bacteria from the shrimp gut lining. This will help protect the hepatopancreas from damage and prevent early mortality syndrome or the disease AHPND. Another mode of action of probiotics is by direct inhibition or antagonism. The antimicrobial properties are illustrated here, where the Bacillus species in the culture media creates an inhibition zone surrounding it where Vibrio growth is prevented. Another mode of action is by immune response stimulation. Probiotic bacteria promotes hemocyte cells production, thus increasing the number of defense cells produced by the shrimps. Hemocytes protect shrimps from disease-causing agents such as viruses and pathogenic bacteria. Studies have shown that the expression of immune-related genes were significantly higher in shrimps fed with probiotic than those with no feed additives. Diseases in shrimps remains the biggest challenge to shrimp farming. White spot syndrome virus and vibriosis are the two most common diseases that bring about mortalities and crop losses. Here are the common farm inputs and practices to manage pathogen and disease in shrimp farms. First is probiotics. Probiotics are now become popular in intensive shrimp production and are one of the components of standard operating protocols in shrimp culture. Most intensive farms regularly apply probiotics to their pond water in order to facilitate faster breakdown of organic waste and control growth of pathogenic bacteria. Probiotics are incorporated in the feeds to improve digestion and protect the shrimp gut from Vibrio. Second is the use of disinfectants or chemical agents that eliminate or inactivate pathogenic microorganisms. The commonly used chemical agents are chlorine, iodine, and BKC. Chlorine has been used routinely by many farms that have been adversely affected by disease. The purpose of disinfection is to eliminate or reduce the number of harmful microorganisms entering the pond with water exchange. Next is the use of immune stimulants or immune enhancers. Many products are available in the market and sold in various forms. These additives are incorporated in the feeds to help improve the overall immune response of shrimps. This shows a key part of our innovative aquaculture solutions in shrimp culture. This approach is intended to control high ammonia and Vibrio levels in the pond and shrimp gut in order to bring consistency and predictability to our production. This involves the use of disinfectants and with subsequent application of concentrated probiotic products. The procedure is based on disrupting the balance of microorganisms by disinfection, then applying probiotic bacteria in sufficient quantities to promote its emergence and to succeed as one of the next dominant species. Then we supplement the feeds with immune stimulants to improve shrimp immune response against disease. However, it is important to use disinfectants that are effective against biofilms present in our culture system. Here is an illustration of biofilms. Biofilms in an aquatic environment are a community of microorganisms adhering to a surface or attachment site and surrounded by a complex matrix of polymeric substances mainly composed of polysaccharides and proteins. Studies have shown that resistance of microorganisms to disinfection is associated with the presence of biofilms on surfaces. Here, we can see that after application of disinfectant like chlorine, only a portion of the biofilm is treated while a certain layer is not treated. The chemical characteristic of chlorine cannot penetrate and disinfect Vibrio bacteria within the whole biofilm. This is why Vibrio can easily resurface to the water column and multiply rapidly. However, using a disinfectant that has effective active ingredient against biofilm, then we can see the untreated portion to be penetrated by the chemical agent and the pathogens eliminated. Using this type of disinfectant is key to controlling Vibrio bacteria in shrimp culture. After application of disinfectant, we apply concentrated probiotics after 6 hours to give it some lead time to multiply and proliferate within the pond environment. We use this procedure of disinfecting the pond water when Vibrio levels are high, and then applying concentrated probiotics to control growth of pathogenic Vibrio. In addition to this, we also supplement our feeds by mixing it with feed probiotics to protect the shrimp gut and also by mixing immune stimulants to boost the immune response of shrimps against disease. This slide shows a graph of Vibrio levels based on an actual grow-out run done by Biosolutions in partnership with BFAR Dagupan. The graph shows the level of Vibrio population during the whole culture period of 90 days. When Vibrio count started to rise at DOC 29 and 54, the pond water was disinfected with POR and after 6 hours, Pro-W probiotics was applied. After application of disinfectant and probiotic, we can notice a sudden drop of Vibrio to levels not detectable in media culture with TCBS agar. This shows an effective strategy in controlling Vibrio in our pond ecosystem. After DOC 60 to 64, we can notice that Vibrio levels cannot be detected anymore, which means that with regular probiotics application, the pond water has become more mature with enough population of beneficial bacteria and was able to control and inhibit the growth of Vibrio even up to the time of full harvest at 90 days. This shows another graph from pond number 2 at Bifar Dagupan. The graph shows similar results from the previous graph on pond 1, where Vibrio levels would drastically drop after disinfection and application of probiotics. These two ponds were run simultaneously for 90 days with no partial harvesting. The two ponds resulted in a good harvest with higher survival and biomass and lower FCR. Let us now see some actual field data we have gathered from different farms where we conducted collaborative work to help address issues and problems they have encountered in the farm. For the Farm 1 experience and field data, this farm is located in Luzon. In their previous crop, the farm experienced problems and mortalities in the early stages. There was also presence of WSSV and Vibrio. They had also problem with high ammonia levels. Here is a table showing data on 3 ponds that tested positive for WSSV. If you notice, 2 ponds have high level of Vibrio in the animal, while in 1 pond, Vibrio was not detected. Here, we can see the danger of co-infection of WSSV and Vibrio, and this resulted to early mortalities to the 2 ponds, number 4 and number 6. However, pond number 5 with only WSSV did not experience mortalities. The 2 ponds with mortalities were eventually terminated and restocked. Pond 5, that did not experience mortalities and has survived and reached marketable size of up to 25 grams with biomass of more than 20 tons per hectare. Based on the experience of the previous crop, the farm manager and technicians made adjustments on their culture procedures and observed proactive monitoring for Vibrio levels. They properly applied disinfection and probiotics and immune enhancers to control Vibrio levels on the succeeding crops. This helped improve results on the next crop, and we were glad to see significant improvements in their production. The table shows the production data gathered on 3 ponds with better results in survival and FCR, higher ABW, and total biomass at final harvest. This is the farm to experience. The farm is located in the Visayas, particularly in Iloilo. The farm previously experienced lower survival rates, presence of WSSV and Vibrio parahemolyticus, and AHPND, and also high ammonia levels. These are laboratory test results showing shrimp samples tested positive for white spot and AHPND. This farm also experienced high ammonia levels in their previous crop. However, with improvements done in feeding and water management with probiotics, ammonia and nitrite levels were significantly reduced as shown here in the graphs. The farm manager and technicians made adjustments to their procedures and improved their feeding and water management. This resulted in lower levels of ammonia on the next crop as shown on the graph on the left. This again resulted to significant improvement on shrimp growth as shown on the other graph. The table above shows the production data of 3 ponds. The farm had significant improvement on the growth rates and production volume as compared to their previous crop. 2 ponds reached 45 grams in 111 and 118 days of culture. Here is a table showing the periodic sampling data in Pond 4 and pictures of shrimps that were able to reach 45 grams in 111 days. Fry was stacked at 100 pieces per square meter. This remarkable growth was made possible as culture parameters and conditions were favorable throughout the whole crop period. The prevailing weather condition was good, and lab results showed no WSSV and AHPND and Vibrio levels were low and minimal. Overall feeding and water management was also improved during this crop. Next is the Farm 3 experience in Mindanao. This farm previously experienced lower survival and mortalities in some ponds and had white spot positive ponds in previous crops, and also high Vibrio levels and organic waste. This graph shows Vibrio levels in 2 ponds. 1 pond experienced high levels of Vibrio, but with proper feed and water management, plus use of disinfection and probiotics, the Vibrio levels eventually was significantly reduced. Black gills were also observed in 1 pond due to high organic waste buildup. This data was from one of the previous cropping where 4 ponds tested positive for white spot syndrome virus. The 4 ponds were able to survive and did not experience any mortalities as the farm technician and personnel observed proper feeding and water management in order to avoid contributors to stress that may trigger shrimp mortalities. The culture period was a bit extended as compared to previous normal crop cycles, but the results were encouraging considering these tested positive for white spot. This shows that even in the presence of white spot, the crop can still survive by proactive close monitoring and proper shrimp culture management. These data on the tables shows results of a recent crop this year. 4 ponds performed well with proper feeding and water management and applying disinfection and probiotics to control growth of Vibrio bacteria. Feed supplementation was also applied by mixing probiotics and immune enhancers in the feeds. This crop has experienced good growth rates and all ponds were fully harvested in 78 to 85 days with ABW ranging from 19 grams to 28 grams. These are the graphs of pond data from 3 ponds showing levels of Vibrio and shrimp growth for the whole crop period. Lower Vibrio in ponds 3 and 4 resulted to better growth performance compared to pond 1 that experienced higher Vibrio levels. These are pictures of shrimps from pond 2 that performed well during this recent crop. It reached 24 grams in 79 days with survival of 85% at stocking density of 134 per square meter and total biomass of 23.5 tons per hectare. The technician practiced proactive and close monitoring of Vibrio and ammonia levels and made necessary adjustments on their feeding and water management, which resulted in these good harvest results. In conclusion, I would like to say that the best approach to aquaculture challenges in shrimp farming is to be proactive and to employ innovative science-based solutions and to make the most out of the products that are available for us to use. Let us not wait for problems to arise and then to find remedies to it, but rather let us focus on prevention in our farming approach so we can minimize or prevent the occurrence of disease, mortalities, and crop losses in our farms. We continue to provide technical support, and for an in-depth discussion of our technology and products, you can join us in our online mini-series at our booth within the Shrimp Congress website. That ends my presentation. Good afternoon to everyone, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andigan, for the comprehensive talk and presentation. And the message is clear to everyone. Bio-augmenting agents appear to be a holistic in a multifaceted strategy to mitigate disease outbreaks in shrimp culture. So I would like to present our last speaker in this session. That will be presenting the aspect of animal welfare in the context of shrimp aquaculture. Currently, there is a rising consumer awareness and concerns on how food animals are being reared. And developments on this arena will be the subject of the next presentation to be delivered by our speaker, Dr. Ernesto G. Morales, who is a highly active researcher and currently the Improvement Director at the ASEAN Seafood Improvement Collaborative Group, and his co-author, Mr. Cesar Piscanio, who is an experienced aquaculturist, an active technical consultant, who is well versed in aquaculture product value chain system in sustainable production. These researchers are active technical consultants of the Tambuyog Development Center and will educate us on the aspect of farm shrimp welfare, a review of aquaculture standards and laws on animal welfare in aquaculture. I would like to present to this group Dr. Morales. Dr. Morales, please.
Everyone, many cost-oriented groups view aquaculture negatively. Tambuyog Development Center believes that aquaculture. Good afternoon, everyone. Before I turn you over to our two presenters, I would like to make a short introduction about our organization and our work. My name is Lina Umengan, the Executive Director of Tambuyog Development Center. And I would like to thank the organizers of the 13th Shrimp Congress for giving us this opportunity to share with you our work related to farm shrimp protection and welfare. And for our presentation, this is the outline. And Tambuyog Development Center is a Philippine registered NGO and was established in 1984. We are Our core programs are sustainable fisheries, community-based coastal resource management, women in fisheries, and of course, the promotion of sustainable aquaculture. In our advocacy for sustainable aquaculture, we highlighted environmental and social issues in aquaculture and lately the aspects of animal welfare. We all know that fish production from aquaculture is steadily increasing and is expected to expand continuously to meet the need for fish of the growing global population. Significant volumes of fish and other aquatic species are mostly produced as food for human consumption and a trend that is projected to continue. In Southeast Asia, historical trend on the rise of aquaculture production has also shown negative and social environmental impact, displacing communities from their livelihoods and settlement and degrading the environment. And because of this, many cost-oriented groups view aquaculture negatively. Tambuyog Development Center believes that aquaculture production can be more beneficial to society if managed and practiced properly and responsibly. Application of certification in aquaculture is viewed as market-based tool for minimizing negative impacts and increasing societal and consumer benefits. Aspects of animal welfare, environmental issues, and social issues have not been adequately subjected to compliance or certification as a prerequisite for international trading. At present, the aquaculture industry and market increasingly recognize the credible certification schemes have the potential to reassure buyers, retailers, consumers, and civil society groups regarding those concerns and provide a further tool to support responsible and sustainable aquaculture. While social protection concerns have started to be included in market standards, the welfare of the animal itself and its considerable economic contribution has largely been relegated to the background. This has resulted in looking at shrimp essentially as products and not as animals. The Farm Share Protection and Welfare Project aims to protect farm shrimp by improving policies and practices pertaining to its health and welfare, with the participation of key stakeholders, including supply chain actors and private sector, concerned government agencies and civil society organizations, launch awareness campaign, and lobby and assist key government agencies in addressing policy gaps. So far, we conducted the following activities. Tambuyog has produced 2 review papers that focus on the evaluation of market standards and government policies related to animal and shrimp welfare, conducted first workshop with a group of interested stakeholders to get initial feedback on the draft review of market standards and the current law and policies of 3 countries related to animal welfare and protection. We also introduced aquaculture and animal welfare to Philippine Veterinary Medical Association, and 2 of our experts from our project team presented the aquaculture welfare indicators during the PVMA convention. We also launched aquaculture orientation to our network NGOs last February, and the participation of these NGOs who are also involved in fisheries and aquaculture. Project activities will be conducted like launch our information and awareness campaign, publication and dissemination of primer and other printed materials, orientation with the Southeast Asia CSOs and private sector, and pre-assessment of 2 farms. The pre-assessment shall use the shrimp aquaculture welfare indicators vis-a-vis the actual farm practices of the participating farms. The output from the pre-assessment should be documented along with the feedback of the shrimp farm producers on how verifiable and appropriate the welfare indicators are. Hopefully, we contribute to the improvement of the Philippine national Philippine national standards for shrimp and address the policy gaps of the Animal Welfare Act. I will turn you over to our presenters, Dr. Ernesto Jack Morales, and later Mr. Cesar Piscano. Salamat po.
Good day, everyone. I'll be presenting the first part of this presentation, which is all about the comparison of aquaculture standard and how they cover animal welfare in their standard. The 3 different standards that we use are ASC Shrimp Standard, the ASEAN Seafood Improvement Collaborative Shrimp Standard, and then the Best Aquaculture Practice for Finfish and Crustacean by the Global Aquaculture Alliance. To give you a brief description of these 3 different standards in terms of species, BAP is more general as it covers finfish and crustaceans in their standard, while ASC and ASIC are shrimp specific. Stakeholder involved in the development of this standard they are all multi-stakeholder. However, ASIC is more focused on the ASEAN region. In terms of assessment, ASIC is the only verification system, while the others are both certification. Now, in terms of basis of standard, ASC uses the best performer of the industry to be able to develop an indicator for each standard, while ASIC and BAP uses the national market standard as well as best management practices. For the type of indicators, metrics is being used by ASC, while ASIC and BAP uses best management practices and a little bit of metrics as well. Now for the area focus, ASIC again is Asian focus, and the others are more global. In terms of the issues being addressed, all of them use addressing environmental and social issues in aquaculture. However, ASIC also included a gender component, while BAP is also using food safety in their standard. Now, aside from this market standard, we also look at the different government standard like the ASEAN Shrimp Cap, which is covering the ASEAN region. Then we have the PNS for shrimp and crab that is applicable for the Philippine setting. Here we presented the different areas wherein animal welfare can be included or already included. For example, for the PNS for shrimp and crab in the Philippines, they have a specific section on shrimp and crab health management as well as animal welfare, but it's only focusing on the growth and survival indicators. Now, aside from this, we also try to look at other organizations that are responsible in the development of the seafood sector. So we have FAO, OIE, and other organizations as well. And we look at how they are measuring animal welfare. They have provided several indicators, and some of them are similar in a way. Now, aside from that, we also look at the different species being studied to understand animal welfare. And in aquaculture, salmon is the most studied species. In fact, there are several animal welfare indicators that have been developed already, ranging from the physical appearance of the animals, their environment, as well as the physiological activity of salmon. Now, using this information, we then created a set of indicators that can be applied to the shrimp industry, namely the staff awareness, the aquatic animal health, water quality, the stocking density, the rearing environment, handling and transport, disease prevention, and slaughtering. And then we also develop or identify the potential impact of this indicator to the farm animals. Now, using these indicators, we then look at the existing aquaculture standards and how these three different standards stands in terms of this indicator for animal welfare. So there are some differences, there are gaps that we found. Like, for example, on the staff awareness, it was only BAP included this under standard, but for the shrimp health, ASC and ASIC included this indicator to their standard. Now for stocking density, all of them uses this indicator, but in different ways. Like ASC is using stocking density to compute for survival. ASIC is more on monitoring the scape. And then BAP is to see where the PLs are coming from and was it legally acquired. Now for water quality, both ASIC and BAP use this indicator while ASC is more concerned on the outside environment. Then mortalities is also being included in ASC and ASIC. And then for feeding, all of them uses feeding as their indicator. However, the main focus of this standard is more on the sustainability of the feed ingredients rather than the impact of these feeds to the farm animals. Now for fasting, again, it was only BAP that include this indicator to their standard. For the disease prevention, handling of stock, the use of drugs and chemicals, and biosecurity, these are all available in all the three standard because in most cases, these are the indicators that are commonly associated to the welfare of farm animals. Now for handling and slaughtering, only BAP included this, and this is already on the post-harvest activity. Now, aside from the existing indicators on their standard, these different standards came already doing some initiative to be able to improve their welfare indicators on their standard. There are several activities going on. Some are engaging with research organization or developing new set of standard to make sure that animal welfare is fully covered on their standard. Now, one of the outputs of this project is to be able to develop recommendations to any standard developer as well as regulatory bodies. And then we uses the animal welfare indicators that we have identified and develop recommendation for each. So for example, for the staff awareness, we are recommending to undergo proper training prior to the start of work that is more focused on reducing the stress or minimizing the stress of farm animals. Then we have the shrimp health. Of course, this is the transparency for the health status, stocking density, water quality are mainly for the guidance of making sure that farms will know the ideal stocking density or water quality that they need to maintain. Mortalities, again, this is a recommendation is for them to have an ideal number of target survival as well. For feeding, instead of just focusing on the sustainability of the feed ingredient, our recommendation is for them to focus as well on the amount and the methods of providing feeds to the shrimp to make sure that feeds are being distributed evenly. Again, fasting, disease prevention, handling of stock, use of drugs and chemicals, biosecurity. These are also being recommended, and to be able to provide recommendation that would ensure animal welfare is being taken care of. And so I guess that's the last slide for my presentation. Thank you very much for listening. I'll be available for the question and answer portion, and the next part will be delivered by my colleague Jake Piscano, which is all about animal welfare laws. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. The subject of animal welfare is really new in Asia. Many countries, however, already have existing animal welfare legislation, such as the New Zealand Code of Commercial Slaughter and the Animal Welfare Act of 2002 of the Swiss Confederation. Most legislation, however, is centered on terrestrial animals, and animals which are more quote-unquote visible. The Philippines, however, is moving to keep pace with these developments. It is a member of the OIE, which is one of the early adherents of the Universal Declaration of Animal Welfare, and further impetus is to comply with plant requirements for aquatic animal products by both domestic and foreign markets. There are existing laws regarding fish and fishery products, but these concern more or less conservation, trade and transport and handling, biosecurity, and essentially export of fish and fishery products. Our main animal welfare legislation is RA 8485, which is the main main animal welfare legislation of the PH of the Philippines with the Basic Trade Acts. We also have RA 8550, or the Fisheries Code of 1998, which has Section 67 concerning the transport of aquatic organisms, Section 98, which refers to the capture of sabalo and other breeders and spawners, and Section 99 regarding export of breeders, spawners, and eggs and fry. Other than this, we also have the Philippine National Standard, or the Code of Good Aquaculture Practice for shrimp and crab. This document serves as the official reference for the Philippine Good Aquaculture Practices for shrimp and crab. And lastly, we have the RA 1061, which was given last October 2013, amending RA 8485 and giving the implementing rules and regulations for animal welfare. The World Animal Protection Organization has ranked the Philippines, together with Indonesia and Vietnam, according to certain parameters regarding animal protection. Now, the parameters include recognition of sentience, animal protection laws, rules on farming and transport, laws that apply to captive animals, and other parameters. Now, the Philippines has been ranked as D compared to Indonesia, which is E, and Vietnam, which is F. This means that relatively the Philippines is more advanced regarding legislation on animal welfare. Our policy recommendations on the IRR of Animal Welfare Act includes changes in the Philippine National Standard. These include farm level facility, which is under Section 1, and concern reserved with the design, direction of the design of culture facilities, and production area, and requirements for other storage facilities, including feeds and chemicals. The second category is the staff awareness, which is covered under Section 6 of the Animal Welfare Act, and refers to training for the workers to ensure that animal welfare is included in said training and skills development. The next is biosecurity. Well, that is under Section 1 on the purpose of the Republic Act, and refers to care in the transfer of equipment from one farm to the other. The next is stocking density, again, Section 1 and Section 6 of the IRR. The recommendation is for stocking density to be optimum to the species and to the culture system as specified by the BNS. Feeding practices is covered under Section 6 and covers both live feeds and formulated feeds. Baname is supposed to have a protein content in the diet of 16 to 35%, while monodon is given in a range of 20 to 35% of protein in the diet. Other practices, according to the ASC and the BAP, have recommendations regarding FCR. ASC recommendation is 1.35 for Baname and 1.9 for Monodon. BAP recommendation refers to L-Baname as 1.2 and to P-Monodon as 1.7. Water quality is also a major concern under Section 6 and refers to the quality of water from pond preparation to grow out up to harvest. We recommend that the reference for water quality parameters should be turbidity using a second disk at 25 centimeters, salinity at 20 to 30 parts per thousand, DO at 3 to 5 parts per million, and pH at 7.8. Now, the next category, shrimp health and welfare, all shrimp host larvae intended for stocking is recommended to be SPF, and they should be monitored regularly, and the PL should come only from reliable and documented sources. The next category, disease prevention and management. Farmers should follow aquatic health plan approved by veterinarians and trained fish health officers of BFAR. Handling of stocks is covered under Section 6 and Section 7, wherein infected shrimp should be removed immediately, dead shrimp should be disposed of properly, and dead shrimp disinfected and buried to avoid contamination through spread agents. The next category is drugs and chemicals, which is the concern is on the manner of application to reduce stress to the shrimp. Application administration of drugs and chemicals should be done in supervision with trained staff to minimize stress mortalities. Mortalities, this is under Section 7. The recommendation is a suitable and healthy environment should be maintained to promote good growth and survival. ASC has given survival recommendations for unfed, non-permanently aerated ponds, which should be more than 25% survival, fed non-permanently aerated 45%, and fed permanently aerated at 60%. The next is fasting. Now, regarding fasting, you may or may not practice this, but this is essentially for the transfer of fry and juveniles from the hatchery. Handling of stocks, this is under Section 4. Use appropriate harvesting and transport materials and survivability of live shrimp and minimize stress. Slaughtering, well, current practice is to kill your shrimp by thermal shock by reducing temperature to almost zero so that the shrimp dies in the ice slurry. Eye ablation is not in the protocol of the PNS, but we recommend that proper handling and other procedures should be observed during ablation to manage ablated broodstock. And lastly, the management and structure of administrative work. The recommendation is for Section 3, supervisory role of the PAI. The recommendation is to include BFAR, Bureau of Agricultural and Fisheries Standards, other institutions like FAC, CIFDEC, and in the Animal Welfare Committee. If you have questions, please forward questions to the moderator. That is farmship in an ethical way. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Morales, for the informative presentation on the direction of the development of aquatic animal welfare and standardization of protocols in alignment with the global standards on shrimp rearing and product quality. That's all about our technical lectures, and hoping that the presented topics will be helpful to our participants and will serve as a foundation in crafting new innovative strategies as a dynamic approach to cope with the constant challenges associated with the advancement of shrimp farming. To start our open discussion, I would like to invite the 5 speakers to be online with me for the discussion. And also, I would like to welcome our 2 panelists who are the experts in management of the complex system of a shrimp farm operations. These experts have been an active players and have been involved in the Philippine shrimp industry for almost several decades. I would like to welcome Mr. Constantine Tanchan, co-founder and CEO of Aquatic Phoenix Aquaculture Group, and Mr. Christopher G. Ko, Vice President of Seafood Corporation, to join us in this open forum. I hope that everyone are here. Are we complete? Okay, to open the discussion, I would like to ask from our panelists if they have some clarification or issues that needs further elucidation by our technical speakers. I would like to ask Sir Christopher Ko if he wants some topic to be discussed with our technical presenters.
Yes.
Sir,
Oh,
please.
yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. The presentations were all very good, and actually they're interrelated with each other when you think about it. I have a question for, like, for example, Celia Pitogo. You mentioned that there's 75% of the farms in the Philippines are still not registered because of issues on biosecurity and other documentary requirements. What should the Philippines do to encourage those 75% to qualify and register? Because I think that those 75% are still doing shrimp culture. So either they continue doing it the way they are or upgrade, but can they realistically upgrade and register?
Yeah, actually, that's a very good question, Chris. Actually, that was also my question when I presented that part, because the requirement is for the farms to be registered or accredited. They have to comply with certain measures, and then they have to be compliant with good aquaculture practices. Now, in my opinion, for those who do not know, they should first be educated on what good aquaculture practices are and how they can implement biosecurity in their areas. So there needs to be a dialogue between these small holders or other shrimp farms and the group that implements good aquaculture practices. Because if you come in with just a list and then say that they comply with 1, 2, 3, 4 up to 10 or 20, if they cannot, then they don't come into the accredited or registered list, then that's leaving people behind. So the dialogue should be in such a way that those who cannot comply with good aquaculture practices will be helped so that they will be compliant if it happens in a year or in 2 years, but there should be gradual engagement so that everybody becomes a participant. But there are challenges. Now, I've shown you Google Earth photos that there are different farms have different challenges. But as I have said in this dialogue, nobody should be left behind, no, because they're smallholders. They only have 1 hectare, and they are neighbors with so many other farms. We better not look at them. No, that shouldn't be the approach. So I think Philstrom can also be an instrument in this. No, engage everybody so that you will know what each other's problems are in terms of implementing biosecurity that starts with good aquaculture practices. I think BFAR has a list of what comprises good aquaculture practices, and this should be introduced to everyone, to every stakeholder. Does that answer your question, Chris?
Yes, that would also fall under the presentation of Mr. Morales about standards.
Mhm.
When, from what I understand, the standards for registration and accreditation are really designed for intensive culture, and they're trying to implement intensive culture requirements to extensive farms, which is not realistic. So maybe some standards should be established to take into account, like you said, the different conditions of the farms, the different locations, uh, taking into account if they are intensive or extensive, rather than force intensive accreditation requirements for extensive farms.
Yeah, I think my understanding is that BFAR is already developing a strategy on how to register farm based on their capacity. So it will not be a requirement for them to fully comply with the whole PNS. I was part of the development of the PNS, and then they are now in the process of developing the process on how even small scale producers can be accepted into the system. I think what they are going to do is not all of the aspect of the PNS will be applied for certain group. Like for example, if you're an extensive farmer, you will be required to comply with a number of indicators only, not all of the indicators. Another way is like in the three standards that I have reviewed, ESIC standard was developed to really accommodate small scale farmers as well. So they have different types of set of standards or indicators wherein it will be applied for extensive and then for intensive, for Banamay and for Monodon as well. So there are other options for farmers to be engaged and to improve their farming system. We just need to increase the strategy on how these farmers are educated and be informed of these different set of standards. Unfortunately, here in the Philippines, because very few are into the export target, so the requirements of the market is not that strict compared to those countries or neighboring countries that are really targeting to export. For example, Vietnam, Thailand, and Indonesia, wherein their farming system is now in line with the market requirements or the standard.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Sir Chris, does it answer your concern?
Yes, yes, it does.
So,
Yes.
I think this would be an issue to be discussed by policymakers that while systematic approach are being applied to those practicing intensive stream culture, but those that are in the extensive, it appears that there is no biosecurity policies on them. And I think our policies are very strict to those practicing the intensive culture, but those that are in majority practicing extensive culture should also be addressed as uh, to fully attain the benefits of biosecurity in our shrimp production. And Mr. Stan, do you have any comment on
Yeah.
this?
I have a question for Mr. Gary Andigan.
Okay, proceed.
Sige. I'm very curious and interested on your protocol because you said that you were able to bring Vibrio levels to undetectable. No, so I think in grow out situations it's very hard to do. So I want to clarify on your protocol. You said you first apply disinfectant and then after that you apply probiotics. So you apply this in water or you add this in feed, and whether the Vibrio count was on the shrimp or in the water.
Thank you, Sir Stan, for the question. So to clarify, when I mentioned it's not detectable after application of disinfectant and probiotic, so it was not detected using uh, testing it using TC-base agar. So we did not detect any
At
growth on the
what
plate.
dilution? Sorry. What dilution did you use?
The standard 10 dilution.
10:1 cannot be
Yes.
detected.
Yes. So after that application of disinfectant and probiotics, there was a sudden drop in Vibrio levels, and actually it was not detected. Then after a few days, after a while, because we test every other day, we could see some increase or test that would detect the Vibrio. So
So
same as
is this
the
on the shrimp or in the water count? What were you counting, the colonies in the water or in the shrimp hepatopancreas?
it's in the water because we
Water.
treat the water. Yeah. But we apply the probiotic both in the water and also we mix it also in the shrimp. But we test only the
Mm.
Vibrio from the water.
Mm. Okay. Sige, so after a few days, nag-increase balik ulit, 'di ba?
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Yeah, yeah. Because I thought hindi na nag-increase kasi that will be the first time narinig ko. Anyway, this is yeah. I'm addressing this next question to the other panelists. Si
Stan,
either
we should
si
also ask Simon to answer that same
yeah,
question
that's why I
because
was
yeah,
sige
he
sir,
presented
maybe.
also the same that he was able to reduce the Vibrio counts.
Yes,
Sir
yes.
Simon, Sir Simon, you may answer also the query of Mr. Stan on what particular dilution that Vibrios could be detected easily.
No, no. We don't do dilutions. Actually, you just directly from the pond water directly going into it, 100 microliter into the plate onto the plate. Okay, that will shows the colony counts lah. All right.
Okay.
But nowadays, because no so many people are trying using TCBS plates, but TCBS plates are very weak, not selective. Some of the brand are not selective, especially those with probiotic mixed with molasses. Those high density, they use molasses, they mix it, and then use a lot of sugars. And those sugars will cover on top of the plate, and that will grow your probiotic as well. Yeah. So
Okay.
yeah.
Hope that answers the question of Sir Stan. Sir
Yeah.
Stan, are you satisfied? Okay. Okay.
I have
The
another
next.
question if it's okay.
Okay, Sir Stan, to whom?
Rex, can I make a follow-up question before the next question?
Yeah, okay, okay. Dr. Lianyo, please.
Sorry. Yeah, because I'm just curious of what kind of disinfectant did you use, Kari? Because on your protocol, you added the disinfectant, then you add the probiotic 6 hours after the disinfection. So probiotics are also microorganisms. So what kind of disinfectant did you use that the toxicity is already lost after 6 hours of application?
Yes, Doc. Actually, that disinfectant is a specialized one. It's, it's organic acid based, and also it has other disinfecting active ingredients. And
So your probiotics is resistant to this disinfectant?
yes, yeah, yeah, it's resistant. Yeah, so we can apply the probiotic after 6 hours, 6 to 7 hours after disinfection at 1 ppm of concentration.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next, Sir Stan.
Can I add?
Okay, Sir Ong, you may have
Yeah, actually, the choice of using chlorine also can any disinfectant. After you apply, a few hours later, you apply probiotic. You may kill some of the strains, but then the first colonization will be the probiotic rather than the vibrio. That will keep on suppressing it. So you just have some of the probiotic have to apply not like once a week, but it will be a daily basis. It all depends on calculate back on the costing.
okay. We have a question from our participants, from Mr. Andrew Yan. How can UBC be used to increase biosecurity in shrimp farms? This question may be addressed to Ma'am Labilia Pitogo and Sir, and to anyone from the group could answer the question of Mr. Andrew Yan. How can UBC be used as a biosecurity tool to increase biosecurity in shrimp? Ultraviolet C light. I think that this is he's referring to this.
Yeah, actually, it will not be practical to use it in the farm, but in the hatchery, I know that it can be used because you need to pass water through that machine, and it has to have a certain contact time. No, so you cannot just rush water through the machine. So in the farm scenario, it is not practical to use. but in the hatchery, definitely you can use it. Others may have their own opinion.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Celia Pitogo. Sir Leonio, you may add something on this.
It's the same as Celia, but yeah, UV is very effective. You know, it can kill
Uh,
microorganisms, but again, it cannot be used in grow out ponds. It can be used maybe in a recirculating system for grow out system because uh, this is a closed system and it's the volume of the water is not that much as the grow out ponds, and of course in the hatchery.
to, to,
So it's useful.
to our panelists, because they
Can
are
I?
well experienced
Yeah.
in the hatchery operation, to Sir Stan,
Yes.
could you add something on this, on the use of UV in
Usually,
larvae?
the problem with UV is, especially in the grow out, is you have to have a very clear water without any sedimentation because it's like light. If there's something that will block the light, like the sediment, and the bacteria or the virus is hiding behind that sediment, it will not kill the virus. That's the one of the weaknesses of UV. That's why it's applicable in hatchery because in the hatchery, most of the hatcheries, the location is quite selected to in a very pristine and clear water area. Like for example, in our hatchery, it's in Mactan where it's very clear. The water we take out of the deep, and after that we pass through a very fine mesh filtration, like less than a micron filtration. So there's almost no sediment, no what where the virus or bacteria can hide. So practically that is how UV is effective. So otherwise, for example, like in the grow out, sometimes you get your source from the river and it's an algae bloom. Sometimes the bacteria or virus can hide behind the algae and it will not kill it. So that's the problem with UV.
Sir Chris, do you have a comment on this question?
Yeah, no, actually, I share the same sentiment. All those can easily be done on a small scale setting, but
But
not
for
on a
larger scale,
commercial grow out. Um, it will not, it can be done, but it will not be commercially feasible
in the grow out, but in
in
hatchery,
the grow out.
it is feasible.
Yes.
So hope the question is answered. And this is another. There is another question: is biosecurity cost a limiting factor in the expansion in export potential of Philippine cultured shrimp, specifically Pineus baname? As we know, as we have heard this morning, it's only 8% of our baname is being exported, and 98% is locally consumed. And our production in the country is not on a linear trend. It is in a plateauing trend. Is biosecurity cost one of the factor that is limiting our export potential? And how do we do about this? So, any comment from the members of the technical presenters and from our panelists? Is there anyone who knows what is the cost being added by biosecurity to the total shrimp production in the country?
I don't think it's a hindrance for us to be able to export because biosecurity, almost all countries um, have to incur this biosecurity cost. And I think we have,
Uh-huh.
since our waters are cleaner, our biosecurity cost is lower than countries like Vietnam and Thailand, where they really do a lot of chemical treatments before they use the water. In general, for the Philippines, except for a few sites that is really challenged, um, chlorine is enough for us. No? So
Uh-huh.
yeah, so it's not an issue.
Dr. Sir
Rex, yeah.
Chris? Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
actually, you should look at biosecurity as not as a cost, but really as part of your investment. You need to look at it in a way where the trend nowadays is that without biosecurity, you will have to experience a lot more crop failures, which is more of a cost than biosecurity. So with the trend of consistency in production requiring us to use biosecurity measures, I think that's a no question thing.
Sir Ong, do you want to share some experiences in Malaysia if similar trend is also happening?
Oh yeah, actually, let's say like in Malaysia, if you know the maps, right? It's one Peninsula Malaysia and one is in Borneo. The one Borneo that's near to the Philippines, correct? So in a peninsular side, which is a Strait of Malacca, the Malacca Strait is very dirty. So there's no choice. It's just use chlorine. So they have to use acid, chlorine, and all the packs, alum, all chemicals. They have to use it. If just by chlorine itself is not sufficient because the sediment is too thick. Right? You refer to back to the Borneo side. Borneo is a South China Sea. It's very clean. So there's you no need to really invest the pack system with the long line, because the water is clean. So chlorine is good enough. Meaning chlorine, because chlorine sensitivity is based on sediments. So if your sediment is less, chlorine is good enough actually. So it depends on your farm geographically location to sustain your production. Yeah.
Mhm. Thank you, Sir Ong. Dr. Lanyo, you're raising your hand, please.
Yes, just to add to that biosecurity issue, as what Celia mentioned in her lecture, that biosecurity is not a one size fits all strategy. So it depends on your culture system. It depends on the health status of your animals. So just by maintaining applying best management practices is already a sort of biosecurity that you can implement, especially at the farm level. So as what Christopher said, this should be a part of your investment. And it is better to invest on biosecurity than to shoulder the burden of diseases when it comes, because diseases can cause you a lot of losses in terms of production.
Okay. So another issue on that would be, is there a direct effect of erratic climate or climate change on the capital cost, on the operational cost of shrimp production, specifically on biosecurity and probiotic applications? Because the weather changes now may affect our production since it lowers the immunity of our shrimp, it changes the water quality, and what are the developments and what are the direction of these developments that would make the Philippine shrimp industry to cope up with the production and also to make the cost of production competitive with other nations in terms of shrimp production. Because, for example, some farmers now are into concrete greenhouse production. But is this economically feasible for our production in the Philippines? So, what would be the direction of the shrimp industry in response to the changing and erratic climatic condition now in the country? Is it additional production cost? So we're expecting more probiotics use, more biosecurity capital cost, and increase in operational cost. So I would like to ask the body, the group regarding this issue. Anyone from the group?
Can I start first?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
Sir
Simon.
Ong,
yeah.
please. Sir Ong.
Yeah, go
Ladies
ahead,
first.
Simon.
All right. Actually, climate change has come into a very huge effects to all of us in aquaculture because when I first came in aquaculture to do the water test and screening, uh, the magnesiums that we have, like in a Borneo site on the coastal line, although it's at 30 ppt, but the magnesium was in 2006 is about 1,400 ppm. But until now, today, the magnesium cannot barely reach 1,000 ppm. It's just 900 over. So can you imagine those who are in the river base? It will be dissolved further. Magnesium and calcium is not sufficient. Even you do high density, you can't go through the biomass. The magnesium will be your carrying capacity limitation. Yeah. So even the past few years when you are in having a typhoon, if you keep on adding minerals, you will not see the data going up. You will not see the reading going up. It will be just swallowed by the shrimp to molt. Then you cannot sustain. The whole thing will collapse, and then you start mortalities. So climate change is really a challenge. Of course, covering is a good thing, but your water source, is your water source still have that kind of minerals? So
Simon, what's the
yeah,
reason why your magnesium has deteriorated? Your water
yes,
source is magnesium. Why is it
yes.
deteriorating?
Because of the acid rain. I did experiment because of the time consume. I never share that kind of data, that data in. If you use the fresh water, just a tap water, dilute your seawater, your magnesium will go uh, constantly down. Yeah. But if you use rainwater, it will go drastically more lower, faster.
It will
What's
precipitate.
the pH of your rainwater?
The rainwater is already less than 7, 6 something.
Acidic.
Really?
Acidic rain. It's already acidic rain.
So
Okay, that's
I've
what Sir
noticed
Simon,
that
what Sir
in the
Simon is
Philippines.
is telling us is that production farm near rivers that are exposed to freshwater ecosystems, and of course heavy rains would affect the productivity, the water
Yeah,
quality, and
correct,
I think this is an issue that we have that the shrimp industry should look up the strategy to respond with the climatic changes. Specifically now
correct.
in Mindanao, their weather is erratically changing. And I hope that okay, Sir Lianyo, please.
Yeah, I think one of the effect of climate change is the increase in or saltwater intrusion, or the increase in salinity, as well as the increase in temperature, just like what you're experiencing in Mindanao now. And as we know that these pathogens, especially bacteria, at high temperature they can multiply faster, and they can cause possible cause of disease outbreaks once you have a high salinity and high temperature. So they experienced this in the Mekong Delta in Vietnam, where they had already salt intrusion into the Delta region, and they have increasing incidents or outbreaks of shrimp diseases in the past few years because of climate change.
Rex,
Rex. Uh,
I'm
may,
okay,
may
looking
ma'am.
for
I
the question
Yeah.
and answer here in the chat group.
uh,
Uh,
may I say something about
yes,
the
yes,
climate change
yes,
issue?
please, please.
Uh, there was a good talk about climate change in the previous session by Dr. Lemuel Aragones. But what climate change will bring is that erratic, all the conditions that would be uh, prevailing would be erratic. So somehow in the future, the aquaculture setup should change, and it should adapt to systems whereby we will have more control of conditions that will change. The animals will also change. We may have problems with spawning, or their fecundity might be affected. But climate change in that aspect is still not now, no, it's in the future. So gradually we might be able to adapt to it. But for the weather changes that we are experiencing now, I think we need aquaculture systems where we can have better control. No, yung hindi tayo subject to nature. So this is a challenge for growers like Chris and Stan, and for Carrie and Simon. I
Good,
was listening intently to your presentations, no, because that is where we can get
Ah,
insights.
good market for probiotics.
Rex.
Yeah.
Yes,
Rex.
Rex, if I may add,
yes,
Rex.
yes. Sino ba si
Uh,
Sir Stan or si Sir Chris? Sir Stan,
can
okay.
I? Yeah. Okay. See. Sorry.
Okay,
Can
okay.
I? Can I?
Yes,
Okay.
please. Next is Sir Chris. Ah, sino ba? Si
Um,
Kare?
Can I?
Yes,
Can I?
after Sir Stan, Rex. Okay.
After Sir Stan, si Kari. Okay, Sir Stan, please.
As farmers, as aquaculturists, we should learn to be a very adaptive even to climate change, because climate change has been happening to our earth since time immemorial. You know, before, Egypt was not a desert, 'di ba? It was filled with lush greeneries every year. When the annual floods come in, they plant the wheat, they harvest. They were a very prosperous country. Even Israel was a land flowing with milk and honey, but now it's a desert, di ba? So, in climate change, it has been there for, since God created the world. So we have to learn how to adapt to climate change, because whether we as humans exist or not in this world, the climate will always change. So, as humans, we should learn to adapt with uh, climate change, whether it is caused by nature or caused by our human activity. Yun lang ang masabi ko, because, climate change, it has been overly politicized, and it's already become a politically correct thing to talk about ba. But for me, I believe it's not caused by humans, partly lang, but by majority, nature yan. We have been passed
Yes,
through
Sir Stan.
cold,
It's a cycle, baby.
It's a cycle. There's the sun, the activity of the sun affects the temperature of the earth, di ba? So it's not a settled science. Basta for me, as farmers, we should learn how to survive any climate, no matter it's warming or some say it's cooling down. We don't know, diba?
So,
So,
thank you,
yeah.
Sir Stan. That's for a good point of view.
So the
Adapt.
only constant is climate change.
Yes.
Yes.
And
It's
strategies
become
by the
political.
farmers would also be dynamic. So, as
Yes.
Sir Kare, you may add something, or
Yes,
we have
Rex.
also. Yes,
If
please.
I may add to what Sir Stan mentioned, from the perspective of farmers, I think climate change, we should look at it to be able to adapt as farmers. Like climate change could affect into long warm weather or rainy
Sudden
season,
erratic.
erratic changes.
More
Uh,
typhoon.
but for if you have El Nino, then it's favorable for shrimp farming. The weather is warm, although you get high vibrio levels during the time, but you can manage that. What's more challenging is during rainy season and during typhoon months, especially if the typhoon and heavy rains will fall on the cold months like December and January. So that's why some farms would just decide not to stock during those months, because right now, even in December, January, February, we are experiencing typhoon. And those are the months that we experience low temperatures, especially for the Luzon farms and Visayas. But for
Thank,
Mindanao, we are
thank, thank, thank,
luckier here because the weather here is warmer as compared to the
Thank you,
rest of the country.
Karim, because we need to entertain some question from our audience. There is a question. What is the view of the group on the use of beta-glucan or aquaculture? A question from Deo Carlos. Is beta-glucan used for something in shrimp? Anyone from the group who could address this issue? Yes, sir, Lianio, please.
Yeah, beta-glucan is an immune stimulant, which is really which can be very useful for shrimp, especially shrimp doesn't have the specific immunity that's why it's very vaccines have very limited use for crustaceans or shrimps in general. So beta glucan is one of the very effective immune stimulant that can enhance their resistance to infections. However, using it, we have to again consider the cost. Is it cost effective to use this immune stimulant? Because usually beta glucan is quite expensive. But if we can have a product that will be affordable, then beta-glucan will be a good immune stimulant for cultured shrimp. But this should be used as a preventive measure, not when the infection is already there. So this should be used before any infection should occur.
Thank you, Sir Lianyo. Another question from Sir Norbert Chikwangko. Are products good for shrimp also good for men? This is a question from from Sir Norbert. I think anyone from the group. I think if it's good for shrimp, it would also be at certain amount, at a certain level, it would be applicable also for humans, specifically the beta glucans and some immunostimulants that have been proven to be effective for humans first before it is tested and optimized for shrimp application. Ma'am Celia, please.
Yeah. May I say something about it? Oops, I'm getting feedback. If we are talking about the environment that is good for man, would it be good for shrimp? It doesn't work that way because men are warm-blooded. The shrimp is cold-blooded, and it cannot make itself warm if the environment is cold, or go to a cold area if the environment is warm. The cold-bloodedness of these aquatic animals, of these invertebrates, are the ones that make them vulnerable to changes in the environment. That's why we have to, if the environment becomes unsuitable for them, then we have to give them the good environment so that they will survive because they are cold-blooded animals. Thank you.
Another question. Thank you, Ma'am Celia Pitogo. Another question from our group is sampling or getting samples directly in the farm before harvest a biosecurity threat? If so, how and why? Is sampling directly in a farm before harvest a biosecurity threat? This is the question.
No.
If so, how and why? This is from Anonymous.
Yeah, just make sure that just make sure your sampling is the net is clean or sterile before you go to the next pond. That's all. It's all human management.
Just make sure that you follow the proper sampling protocol, and that there's no biosecurity threat there.
I think we are good at it because of the COVID-19. Everybody follow SOP. So I think the farm is also follow SOP. So I think everything is having SOP. SOP is a magic word now.
So I hope it answered the question that it is okay as long as biosecurity rules are practiced from farm to farm. Okay, in drafting policies, this is a question for Mr. Morales. In drafting policies, are the major players of the shrimp industry were consulted regarding the issues and welfare policies for the shrimp industry? Are these drafting of policies have been open, or are the players or the stakeholders, the major players of the shrimp industry, were consulted regarding these policies, or are these policies still on draft, or still being developed for future implementation? Sir Morales, I would like to have any comment on this. Hello?
Disconnected.
Dr. Morales? Hindi ako marinig.
He might be disconnected.
I think he lost his connection.
Okay, I would like to ask the group, are the shrimp industry stakeholder being consulted on the drafting of policies for the shrimp welfare?
One speaker is not with us now. The co-presenter of Jack is not in our panel now. No, siya yung makakasagot eh.
Yeah. Can I just make a comment on that since it's already been brought up?
Yes.
Yung for me I think ba yung mga shrimp animal welfare laws, I think especially for many of the growers, the good growers, you don't have to make these laws. As a matter of fact, we take care of our shrimps better than what these guidelines in the laws of animal welfare is. Because why? Why do we take care? Because if we don't take care of our shrimp, we will lose money. Don't have to tell us to take care of the shrimp. Yun lang ang ma-comment ko dyan. It's big, it's redundant na, it's not necessary because yung lahat na na-mention we are already doing because we take care of our shrimp. If we don't take care, they die. Diba? Yun lang ang comment ko dyan.
Thank you, Sir Stan. I would like to address this question to Sir Morales. Are these policies for the shrimp welfare still being drafted, or are these already approved by Philippine laws or Philippine system? I think my connection. We have connectivity issue in here. Anyway, are there still some question from the group, or are there still some issues that needs to be discussed by the technical experts in our panelists here that are important in the considered vital for the issues in the stream industry? Okay, Mr. Lianio, please.
Yeah, I do agree with Stan regarding the animal welfare. So when this regulation from Hawaii came several years ago, the first question nung mga involved in aquatic animal health is how can we apply animal welfare in aquaculture? So especially I want to ask this to either Jack and the other speaker on the main concern on animal welfare actually is on the slaughter of animals for food consumption. So they should be slaughtered in the most human way, and how can this be applied in aquaculture? So that's the first question. So what Stan mentioned this is by just taking care of your animals, your fish, your shrimps is already applying animal welfare, proper animal welfare. And I don't think that the aquaculture industry is practicing such inhumane way of slaughtering fish or shrimps. But still, there are some, in the cultural aspect, especially in the Asia Pacific region, we have a lot of cultures on how we kill or serve fish and shrimps for human consumption. So this is what the question that really came up when this animal welfare was implemented or included in the aquatic code of the OIE.
Uh-huh. Anyone could address this one, or any comment from the our group?
I'm not sure if I'm not sure.
Okay, Sir Jack, please. Yes, Sir
Hello?
Dr. Morales. Yes, we can hear you.
I'm not sure if I get all the questions. Yeah, but first about the creation of animal welfare act here in the Philippines. One of the issues that we discovered is that the main agency for aquaculture is not even included in the technical working group of animal welfare. So BFAR is missing on that technical working group. Most of the people who developed the Animal Welfare Act of the Philippines are promoting protection for pets and endangered species. The aquaculture component of Animal Welfare Act of the Philippines is just an add-on when they revise the Animal Welfare Act. Hence, when we try to analyze the component of the Animal Welfare Act, it is very difficult to see where the issues for aquatic animals can be included. It's in most cases it's a general statement, and you have to do your own interpretation of the law. That's why we are trying to convince the technical working group to revisit the the IRR of the animal welfare and to
Of
include
90,
key
this is
stakeholders in
nine,
the aquaculture. For
Sir
example,
Jack, this is 1989, Animal Welfare Act of 1989 or 1992?
of 1992.
1999, yes, it's only 30 years. So I think it needs revision during the time even probiotics are not applied in shrimp aquaculture.
Yes, so that's why. So we had a meeting with BAI and PAPS to discuss about this and presented our recommendation. And hopefully, the members of the technical working group will be reviewed as well and will include key stakeholders from the aquaculture industry, including the private sector.
Sir Jack, I think it would be also nice if representative from the group of shrimp growers, the major stakeholders, or their association should also be informed or be a part during the drafting of some. Because
Yes.
even me, I'm wondering if you force the shrimp to grow at a faster speed of growing, would it be? Do you violate welfare of the shrimp? Something like that. I mean, or you culture shrimp in 6 million bacterial cells in water. Do you violate the welfare of the shrimp?
Yes.
So, but anyway, these growers, these stakeholders would be the persons that could help draft a proper policies because we need to have a compromise between two strict policies and
Yes.
economic feasibility of our shrimp industry. If we are too strict, the industry would not gain profit, it would collapse. But if we are too lax, maybe it's too much. So I think
Yeah, it will
but the point
collapse. Yeah,
is we need to involve the major
it's the
stakeholder
same as well.
in the drafting of this. So any word from our
Yeah, that's actually part
from
of
our
our
experts?
recommendation by.
Miss Ina, do we still have some question or any point that needs to be discussed by?
I want, if
Yes,
don't
Sir Stan.
question, I want to just discuss a few things now because I think this is the topic that most farmers are interested, yung shrimp disease and shrimp disease management. Because
Yeah.
maybe I will just start a discussion.
Yes, Sir Stan. The time is ours. Everybody is on dinner.
So just a discussion because it was discussed about offense ba yung EMS, and I also have
Wala siya. Kinati sa Stan. Anyway. Yes, Ma'am Celia.
One note that I really like in this discussion is that the problem of vibriosis was highlighted. Because in
Yes.
many discussions of shrimp disease, they always focus on the virus and the OIE list and everything. But vibriosis is a persistent problem that we have not really solved, no? And Carrie and Simon can tell us that this problem may be site specific. Okay, so
excuse me.
it is good that it was mentioned because then researchers will continue on focusing, or the industry will focusing on that problem and not just look at the viruses. No, good.
Yes, yes.
And
This is
and,
interesting. Yes,
and
Sir
to add to
Elian.
that, yeah, and just a few word, Stan, and just to add to that,
Okay.
because when I recorded my presentation, I think it's before the training course that we conducted, online training course that we conducted on mariculture technologies. And that new disease that I mentioned, that glass post larvae, it is now confirmed that it is caused by bacteria, the Vibrio neocalidonicus and Vibrio alginolyticus. So they cannot find, the first report was a virus, but the other group of researchers confirmed that it is Vibrio again, is as the culprit of this glass post larvae syndrome.
Interesting. A new Vibrio. And this is very important. But I think it's a protocol now that Vibrio should be discount, very low count to, to, to,
Don't
to
don't rely on PCR HBND. You have to go for VP screen rather than go for PCR because
it's
AHBND.
expensive.
Yeah, but
Ah,
then yeah, no. What I mean to say is don't go for PCR. Go for plate count because
yeah.
the Vibrio para, if you don't go have to get the population count, it will not produce the toxin. So you may not detect it in the PCR. Yeah,
Yes, thank you,
Stan.
Sir Simon. Sir Stan?
Yeah,
Sir,
because
Sir Stan, please.
naputol ako kasi. So somebody's keep calling my phone. I'm using my phone right now. Anyway, because my experience, I have some experience with comes to EMS because I have a farm that is challenged. My source is the river, and over the years, because of environmental change, not climate change, environmental change, kasi population keeps on growing and the people living near the river is getting more and more, and they dump their human waste, human excrements into the river. So it has become quite challenging to grow shrimps because it it is it when EMS arrived in the Philippines, I think I was one of the first farms who got hit with EMS here in the Philippines. So my observation when it comes to EMS, because I tried so many things like disinfecting, then heavy probiotics, and I monitor my my Vibrio. I use a chrome agar, and then aside from chrome agar, I also use for more sensitive detection. I also use strip soy broth for my VP, and the issue is there are times even though the counts for VP is very low, still the toxin gene is activated. And also in my other farms, because I still check for EMS, plasmid, and toxin, there are times the incoming water has EMS plasmid, but it never goes into it never triggers the toxin gene. And but in my other farm, which is always visited before I already solved the problem, by the way, but before I solved the problem, even though with very low counts of VP, the toxin gene is somehow activated. That's why I made a hypothesis that there are some other bacteria that is triggering the toxin gene, not necessarily quorum sensing by the Vibrio
VP. Yeah.
parahemolyticus.
No,
Yeah,
yes,
so,
correct.
Yeah.
so that's why I
You're
say
correct.
that it's more on the other bacteria in the environment rather than VP or other Vibrios that is having quorum sensing activated that is causing the disease. So yeah, maybe you can comment on that.
Yeah, there is a proof that the toxin has changed to Alginiticus as well, VA. VA
That's
and
inter-
VV, Vironicus,
that's
is also
that's
carrying the toxin
interesting.
gene. Yeah, they can transmit. That's why bacteria, E. coli, can do genetic engineering because this kind of gene can be transmitted to their own families. So whoever comes first, they will transmit, correct? So even you have VA, you think this is safe, but actually they may produce the toxin as well.
Yeah, but we check for everything. We check for everything. The toxin gene is not there, and even the
That
plasmid is not present until it's already actually triggered. And we are even surprised that even those shrimps that are already having manifestations of EMS, but when you plate the hepatopancreas and stomach, there's hardly anything. It's just normal growth, not like the traditional EMS before that it takes so much count, then the quorum sensing is triggered, and but there are times that it even if the vibrio counts is so low,
Oh, your Vibrio
the
count
toxin
is
gene
low.
is yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Ma'am
May,
Celia.
may I
Ma'am
may
Celia.
I comment
Dr.
on that?
Pitogo, please.
Yeah. If the animal is already infected, um, most of the bacteria that produce the toxin are already in the stomach. So they may no longer be in the water, but they are replicating inside the shrimp and producing the toxin. So that's one possibility. And another
No,
one
we
is
check the
that
hepato also, ma'am. Actually, sometimes we don't detect it in the water, but the shrimps are already dying, and we test the toxin is already
How
there.
about
That's
other
why.
yeah,
other
they
viruses?
may not be the hepato, no, it's in the stomach. So you
Yes, we
have to
check for the
include
stomach
the
as
midgut
well. Yeah,
for counting.
we include the stomach
But
because
the
sometimes it's not in the hepato.
yeah. Please
No,
remember that when you do bacterial culture, the culture numbers are only indicators because the count that you get is actually just 10% of the actual bacterial
No.
population present in the sample because many of them are non-culturable. So using TCBS is a good indicator, no? So we know about yellow and green and all that. In deference to Simon, no, I do not recommend chrome agar first because it's a medium that is used for Vibrio parahemileuticus for food, seafood, no, not for live animals, and it is very expensive. So we need to hone the way how we use TCBS because it's been working for many people.
I think
That's just my
there's
message. It
that could
hasn't
be
lost. It hasn't lost its
value.
magic to me.
Yeah, I think that could be a subject for one, I think, training conference or whatever,
Yeah.
standardization of vibrio counting in shrimp farming, so that there could be a one protocol or dynamic changing of protocol for vibrio detection using TCBS in some media for the shrimp industry. I think that could be a subject also of one workshop for the shrimp industry. Next, Sir Lianio.
yeah, and we have to know that it is the cost the one causing
Problem.
the problem is the toxin produced by the Vibrio parhemolyticus. And we have to know that other Vibrios also are found to contain the plasmid toxin. So we have Vibrio harvii, we have Vibrio owensi, we have Vibrio campbelli. And, if you just focus on parahemolyticus and even if the count is low, but who knows
The
that these
others.
other species are there and they contain the toxin plasmid and they can still cause APEN.
Yes, yes, I think that's highly feasible. But another concern would be if we eliminate all vibrios in the pond, are there data to show that when vibrio counts go down, fungal particles or fungal population goes up, like our AHP? Is the association of AHP and vibrio antagonizing, or are they both rising in a particular situation in pond setting? Is Vibrio inhibitory to AHP?
No, no,
No
it is
data.
not. Uh, I
Okay.
think there are reports, work done by Fernando Aranguren from the University of Arizona, which shows that an EHP infected animal may facilitate secondary infection due to Vibrio. So you have two now pathogens acting together because the effect of VHP is that it destroys the cells. It opens up the cells to release the spores. The open cells will be the portals of entry of Vibrios. There's a
Yes.
study done on that by first Fernando, and then other people also did a similar study. We have
Uh-huh.
to the EHP is the pathogen that we don't want to have in the Philippines because I've seen its effect in Malaysia. It's very, very bad. So
Yes.
kung ano no, let's try to control it because it's a nasty disease.
I think it's
Yeah, and
reported. It's
Yeah.
reported here or not yet?
Yeah,
I
it,
it
think it
already
is
is.
reported.
It
EHP is
is.
worse.
Yeah,
EHP is
it,
the
it,
worst,
it is
and it
reported in
causes
the
white
Philippines.
feces. It's called white feces together with anaerobic
Yeah,
bacteria.
yeah,
Anaerobic
and
bacteria is part of the Vibrio as well. Yeah.
Dr. Lianyo, do we have AHP already in the Philippines? As you
yes,
know,
yes,
but it
it's
is
already
contained.
reported. Yeah.
But it
No,
is
no,
contained.
they detected it using PCR. So I'm not sure what is the extent, but it has been reported to be present in the Philippines already.
What I like with the system in the Philippines is that every 6 months we have a law that all the brood stocks or something that the most hatcheries are changing their brood stocks every a couple of months. So if the stocks are infected, it will be harvested, killed, sterilized. Then you, because the Philippines is constantly importing brood stocks in the hatchery. So I think that system is one making the Philippines to stand against the outbreaks of this AHP and some issues associated with the AMS. Because of our system that every few months, everybody changes their brood stocks, and actually that policy is working. I think for the Philippine shrimp industry. That's why the issue on HP did not really progress. But I don't know if our growers are also experiencing some issues on AHP here in the Philippines. Dr. Simon, do you have want to share from Malaysia? It's ASP still a problem in Malaysia?
Oh yeah, it's worse. It's very bad. Yeah, so there are some encounter is that EHP will come with white feces. All right. So the white
Yes.
feces, you can see the whole pond is like like white noodles. Yeah, it will be very bad. So
Uh-huh.
there are some cases that normally EHP come from PLs. They just when they come in and then they get stuck in the pond and then they will be there all the time. But even just EHP alone, you will see five fingers, five sizes of shrimps. Hardly grow. Your FCR go ups, and then whether you want to kill it or not to kill it, also very in high dilemma. So it's very bad on that. So what we do is that we try to get SPF and then PCR without EHP, then only we can stop the fry. If not, if it's already EHP, it's very bad.
Ma'am Celia, please.
I would like to share about EHP. I hope we don't have it present in like widespread situations in the Philippines. But 3 months ago, I was contacted by a company to do an online training on EHP detection for laboratories in India. And I said, I have never done a training online. But I said, we will try. And we did it. I gave them a lecture. I showed them lots of photos. And then the laboratory staff did my assignments. And then they sent me photos. And I knew that they already know how to diagnose it. So if like Chris and Stan or other companies that have laboratories, we can organize the same kind of training just to confirm. No, if your staff knows how to do it by wet mount, no, not by PCR, because I do not recommend PCR detection in the farm. In the farm, you can monitor for EHP by just using wet mount at almost no cost. No, just have a good microscope and a trained technician. So we can do that. We can do that. I did it in I did it for 6 laboratories in India, and it was really fun because like they easily picked up the technique. No, it's not rocket science, but I think it should be done, no, so that people will be alerted. But just to comfort you a little bit, I did a training with BFAR staff on EHP, and we had a few samples, no, and we found no EHP by wet mount. So if you detect it by PCR, it may be very advanced, but if you cannot see it by wet mount, then it's probably too low, and we don't want it to spread, no, so just be careful with biosecurity and know where your PLs come from and test them, no, before allowing them into the farm. So for post larvae, I would recommend that you test the post larvae for EHP because you don't want them to go into your farm. But in the farm, you don't have to do PCR. Just do wet mount detection of zoospores.
So, do we have any solutions
Sorry,
for
not
ASP?
zoospores.
AHP, do we have probiotics or do we have chemical therapeutic for AHP? Are there approved medication, prevention that could be
Uh,
helpful to our farmers?
I
Yeah,
don't
for
know if Andy will cover it in his talk tomorrow, but Andy Shin is
yeah,
going to talk about vibriosis. So I don't know if he will talk about EHP, but when Andy gave us a webinar some time ago, he included measures on how to prevent and how to disinfect
yeah.
facilities that have been infected by EHP. So Andy Shin would be a good resource person if you want to know about farm or facility disinfection against EHP.
Yeah,
So,
one of the preventive measure is lining, sodium
Mhm.
hydroxide, because water pH of more than 9 can really
Kill the
induce
spore.
the spores to fire the filaments. So once the spore fire the filaments, they have to find a host. So during pond preparation, if you put sodium hydroxide or lime and increase the pH to 9, the EHP spores will be killed because once they fire the filaments and they cannot find the host, they will die. So that's one of the preventive measures that was recommended for EHP.
and how about pond liner production system? Because most of our players here are now using pond liner. I think, based from experience, Sir Kari, have you encountered some problems with the HP in some farms?
Well, I think I attended one meeting with BIFAR, and they have reported some occurrence of HP. And there are also farms that are plastic lined that
Uh-huh.
have been reported to have experienced AHP. I don't know with the other earthen ponds if they have experience, but the one problem is a lot of farms don't have or don't test their shrimps. They don't send it to the laboratory, so they don't know what is the cause of the white feces or slow growth. So maybe it's already HP, but I think to answer your question, yes, there are ponds that are lined that have experienced CHP.
Mhm. And hopefully it is not still widespread because we are still not still an issue on the Philippine shrimp aquaculture. Sir Simon, do we have a probiotics for that
No, no, no,
or
no.
something?
There's no properly for EHP. But the most important thing is that I do love the way Philippines way of doing things. Like you have a standalone lab. So
Uh-huh.
the whatever PLs that go into the farm, you will test through these kind of labs to make sure that they are all negative. Here, we are in the depend. Here, there's nothing. You have fry, I will just buy. So there's no control. So when they have problem, then only they test the PCR and then if you have EHP, oh yes, stop. You have to stop. It's too late. So what Filipinos are doing is correct. You PCR before you stock to your pond, and make sure your pond is virgin, without
So,
virus, without the EHP.
our problem now is the more disease being affecting the shrimp industry, the more 1,000 pesos being added for the certification and detection because PCR costs something. So the more tests, maybe hopefully there could be one machine that could give us 10 or 20 tests, like the one they are now doing in COVID-19, the fire machine that
Uh,
detect TB and a lot of pathogen in one time, so that
real
the cost would be a little bit lower for the shrimp industry.
Nah, I think for now still real time for PL. PL is still use real time. If you use tested, your sensitivity is still low because the PLs, the develop the virus number copies is very low. So the best is still real time. Just like COVID now, COVID. If you use the shrimple test, you
It's
cannot
not
test it's negative. But then when you do PCR, it's positive. But you are in the plane already. So how?
really the concern would be additional cost for the hatchery and for the growers if there will be 20 diseases to be detected. And I would like to ask the opinion of the technical experts in this meeting.
There's no
How
shortcut.
uh, should it be subsidized by the government, the testing of the for the swim industry?
No.
Hi guys, good evening. I
Okay,
think
I do want to end us.
we
Yeah.
have to pack up the phone. As much as I hate to cut you off and all that because it's been an engaging discussion. Would you like to stay, Propuba? If yes, we can just end the broadcast and then we'll bid farewell lang po for all to all the attendees. And you can continue inside our platform, no worries po.
We
It's
continue
okay.
tomorrow.
No.
I think we'll
I'm
continue
hungry.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I
last
think
word from our
I think
speakers. Sir Yanyo, last word please.
no. I mean, I think we can end because if they end the broadcast, we don't have any audience anymore. So yeah.
Yeah,
Sir
true.
Chris, Sir Chris. Okay, Sir Chris. Any last word? Sir Chris ko.
Well,
Last word before we
great
end.
discussion and good evening. Let's keep it short.
Sir Simon,
Right. Thank you for inviting me here. Thank you.
Sir Tanchan. Last
Uh,
word, please.
ano lang, everybody keep safe. God bless everybody.
Yeah, stay safe.
Sir Jack Morales.
Just thank you. It is good listening to the discussion. Very nice discussion. Thank you.
Ma'am Celia, any last word before we end? Ma'am Celia.
You're muted. You're
Nakamute.
muted.
Nakamute
Stay
na, ma'am.
safe. Stay safe everyone kasi marami pa tayong pagmimitingan. Joke lang.
Sir Kari, your last word before we close this session.
Yes, thank you to all the speakers and panelists and also to you. Good evening.
I think thank you everyone for this very engaging session, and hopefully our audience has learned from this discussion, and lesson learned. The shrimp industry should adapt to the challenges and changing condition because change is constant. But the shrimp Philippine shrimp industry should continue to progress forward. Thank you, everyone. Hope to see you tomorrow. Miss
Good
Tina,
job.
thank you.
Bye.
Good job,
Bye.
Rex. Thank
Bye.
you.
Thank you,
Bye.
everybody.
And we
Thank
would
you.
like to also, on behalf of the 13th Philippine Shrimp Congress,
Bukas na
we
yung
would
isa.
like to thank all of our resource speakers and panelists for such informative discussions about aquaculture, biosecurity, and shrimp welfare. And we would like to thank all who took time to listen to this presentation, especially this group. Good job po. And for attending the 13th Philippine Shrimp Congress. Again, we would like to remind you that we will begin the session tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. but we will be open at around 8 a.m. na po. So I hope to see you all again tomorrow. Thank you so much to all of you and have a good day and always stay safe. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.